Our goal is to have about 25, 30 in the room here, and then I think we have almost 75 on the live stream. It's crazy. If you would have said a year ago that we'd be live streaming this event, I maybe would have believed you, but last month we sold more properties to the live stream attendees than to the live. I think there was too many hangovers last month, so go easy on the cocktails tonight. How many of you first time in Indianapolis? Ever? Okay. How many? Who's been here before? Raise your hand. And who's been to our event before? Raise your hand. We got a few returning friends. Yeah. Hold your hands up if you've been. We got a few. So that people can ask you, is it real? Is this a Ponzi scheme? Is there an MLM pitch on Sunday? We don't put a statute of limitations on you returning to this event. One thing you'll notice is I am not a public speaker. I'm a teacher. And so I have probably 120 slides in my presentation. I have a few different websites and stuff that we'll reference. But man, who's been to an event where somebody starts on slide number 1 and then starts reading their own slides and your soul just drips into the floor, right? So, I have some very specific things I want to accomplish and go through over the next 3 days. But, I'm a real estate investor. And so this week, I was buying multifamily property in Kansas City. I have a group of Japanese investors that are doing a joint venture with us on a mobile home park. We're buying the equipment to move and set mobile homes out at our dealership in Idaho. So I'm very much on the front lines of deals and property. And so because of that, and because hopefully you're here to learn about real estate, that ends up spilling over into the training. And so we've had days where we end up spending a couple hours on a topic that I hadn't even planned on getting into because the interest was there. So in terms of the weekend, questions are always welcome. Feel free to raise your hands. I'll give you all of my slides. And so my personal Gmail is on the dry erase board. I have emails for all of my different companies and stuff, but my personal Gmail is aaronalpine@gmail.com. I'll write on the slides while I'm teaching. My wife says it's because it slows down my ADHD. But what I'll do is at the end of each day, I'll save the presentation along with all the notes that I've made. So at the end of the weekend, I'll send you a Dropbox link with all of the slides, with all of the notes. So you don't need to you're welcome to take pictures. Recording devices are allowed. I don't give a shit. Right? You can take pictures. There's nothing secret here. We're broadcasting this on a public YouTube channel. And so I'm always worried when someone's like, no recording devices. I'm like, why? Because what you're saying is illegal? Like, I don't care. You can take pictures of the slides, of me. Just let me know so I can, I tend to photograph better on this side. I'm very informal, if you can't tell. And so, what's the point of owning your own business if you can't dress the way that you want? And, when we've been doing this event here in Indianapolis for 11 years. And when we first started doing it, I was nervous. And hey, actually, Dev, everybody turn around and say hi to Tara and Devin. Okay, Tara and Devin run the Indianapolis operation. And Tara, how nervous was I in 2009 when we did our first bus tour in Indianapolis? I have a high voice. It was even higher that day. And I bought slacks and I had tailored shirts with monogram and it was horrible. And 20 years ago I was teaching high school. And in California, if you were a high school teacher and a coach, you wear shorts, t-shirts, and flip-flops to school every day. And I loved that about teaching high school. And that's pretty much all I wear right now is shorts, t-shirts, and flip-flops. So actually, technically, I really dress up for you guys. You should feel I gotta have a collar on. So the event's very informal. If you have questions, absolutely. But if you have something that you disagree with, please share it. Because by no means do I think that I know everything about real estate or about business. And if you disagree, your disagreement will add value to the class. Does that make sense? And so I am not, and maybe your disagreement is a confusion. Maybe you disagree because you don't quite understand what I'm saying, and there's other people in the room who don't understand, and it gives me a chance to clarify that. Since I did teach high school, one of the things that I'll try to do all weekend is K through 12, everything for you. Okay? I was watching a real estate seminar, and they said, you got to figure out what your superpower is. We all have a superpower. And I'm a teacher. I was a good high school teacher. I was a great coach. I took this girls volleyball team. I had them all as freshmen. And the varsity coach said, "Hey man, maybe you should be coaching the varsity, and I'll be the freshman coach." He said, "Because you played volleyball in college, and I didn't." And I was like, "No, I'd actually rather start with a clean slate." And so we had tryouts. Now, how many players can be on the court for a volleyball team at any given time? 6. Okay, 5 and a setter, right? 6. And so we did tryouts, and I had 60 little girls show up for the first practice. And then I was like, all right, I know how to thin this herd, and I just ran them for like 2 hours, took them out. The next day, 40 showed up. I'm like, all right, here's the ones that want to play. So after 3 days of tryouts, I said to the head coach, hey man, I want to keep all of them. He's like, you can't keep 40 on a volleyball. This ain't a football team. 6 on the court, Aaron. You can't keep 6.5 teams. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know which ones are going to be good. I don't want to lose one because I cut her this year, and then she grows to be 6'2". You don't know. And he's like, all right. So we had 10 uniforms and then 30 T-shirts. And, I started teaching. I actually was really lucky. When I was in college, the head coach of the BYU volleyball team, Carl McGowan, he went on to be the Team USA coach. He's brilliant. And so I just started doing practices for these girls like I had for me. And we won every single game that year. So the next year the coach said, hey, would you just move up with them and be the junior varsity coach? And I said, sure. And he's like, and help me with my team. So next year I had them all as JV. But what I did was I had them all play club with me in the off season. So, in California, as soon as high school ends, club goes the whole rest of the year. So I had these girls all year through the winter, 2 or 3 times a week. We played tournaments, and then I started putting in this offense and really figuring out who was good. And we lost about half of them, got it down to 20. And who had done club, and those 20 came back as JV, and we were beating the varsity team. And then the coach was like, hey, there's a couple of your kids that I want to play varsity. And I'm like, can you just keep them together? Like, a team has this esoteric aspect of winning that they're all thinking the same way. So he's like, all right. So, but next year, I was like, fine. So then the next year came, and we won every single game as sophomores, and I had them again for club. We get to their junior year, and I take over as the varsity coach, and he becomes my assistant, and which I was cool with, right? And they won every single game in league, and I got the league coach of the year, the Sun Belt League coach of the year, and we went to the state tournament and won our first round and won our second round, got to the state semifinals. And who's from California? Do I have any California folks in here? Rancho Santa Margarita, which is like a private high school that can recruit kids. We met them in the semifinals, and they annihilated us, right? And then I took them that year in club, and we started getting 4 of them got full-ride scholarship offers as juniors. And then I took them to U.S. Nationals, and they finished 16th that year. And then as seniors, they won every single game in league, crushed it through the first round, second round, third round, made it to the state finals. And guess who we faced again? Rancho Santa Margarita. But that year, guess what happened? We got our ass kicked again. This ain't Hoosiers, right? It's not all happy endings. And, now, raise your hand if you thought that was pretty funny, right? So I have a very dark sense of humor. My wife does not like it. She doesn't think I'm funny. But every month I try to figure out who my tribe is in this room, and I'm feeling pretty good about you guys so far. Now, if you didn't think that was funny, you're going to love my wife. She's quite possibly the nicest person on earth, right? So I go into the locker room with these girls, and at the end, and they're like, mascara streams everywhere. And I'm like, ladies, you just finished a high school career where you lost twice. And that year, we had club after, because volleyball was a fall sport. We went to nationals and finished 8th. And I had 10 girls get full-ride scholarships, right? Offers. And I said to them, in fact, I know that you're disappointed tonight, but of all the teams that played, you guys made it to the finals. So you guys weren't number one. Number 2, you guys were number 1. You guys were the number 1 losers of all the volleyball teams in California. And they didn't think that was funny either. But raise your hand if you think that's funny. I thought it was very funny. So if you like that joke, then you're my tribe. We're good. You're gonna love me this weekend. And if you didn't think it was that funny that I said that to those kids, then you're really gonna love my wife. We got everything for you this weekend. But I say that because knowing what you suck at is one of the most important things to figure out to be successful in business. It's not knowing what you're good at. It's actually knowing what you aren't good at. Yesterday, actually, Mike, who's an Anderson client in this room? Okay, anybody seen or heard Michael Bowman? So Mike's here this weekend. He flew in yesterday. He's actually flying out today. I asked him to swing by on his way out. I think he flies out at like 2. He said he'd try to stop by and say hi. But Anderson Partners and I do a lot of projects together. So we were looking at some stuff yesterday, and Mike and I are partnering on some stuff. But we went around with my COO, Lincoln, here in this market. And at the end of the day, he's like, Lincoln's the complete opposite of you. And I'm like, exactly. That's why he's perfect. Because all of his strengths are my weaknesses. And that's what I need in an operations officer. Because, for the last 5 years, for 10 years, I was based primarily here in Indianapolis. But for the last 5 years, I've been based primarily in Idaho. I have 2 little boys, and they're not little anymore. They're in high school. But I got a chance to be the custodial parent for my boys. Casey's a junior this year in high school, and Tommy's a freshman. And before Casey went into 7th grade, their mom lives in Idaho, and I had the chance to get full custody of both my boys. But the deal was that I had to be based in Idaho. Now that was tough for me because here in Indianapolis we have a huge operation. This operation, we're managing over 1,400 single-family homes here. We're managing 30 Airbnbs here. We have multiple apartment complexes. I took Michael to one. We're going to go see one of them tomorrow here. 60% of my net worth is here. We just built this office. We own it free and clear. We didn't use any debt. We built it for $850,000 over the last couple of years. I just got an appraisal last month for $1.7 million. I own the building next door. I have about 8 other commercial buildings here downtown. And so, the reason I was based here in Indianapolis, it was our biggest operation. And I personally have unleveraged, meaning with no mortgages, about $10 million in real estate. That's mine. And then we manage another, 1,500 doors total. And so, and at that point in Idaho, I had nothing. I built a spec home. So every 10 days, I had a house in Idaho, and every 10 days I'd go see my boys for 4 days. And then if I did one house a year, it wasn't a custodial visit to see my boys. What was it? Business trip. And I would pay for it out of my personal or my C Corp. So I was doing just enough deals a year to justify the trip out for business, but my main reason to Idaho was to see my kids, southeastern Idaho. So it's beautiful out there. It's 75 miles west of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It's Idaho Falls, if you know Idaho. And so it's great. What's that? Bonneville County?
Yeah, I was going to say District 91.
District 91's my kids, man.
I do their firewalls.
That's awesome. Yeah. And so, I said, all right, I'll do it. I'll move. I'll relocate. And they're like, all right, you got to spend 15 days a month in Idaho to have full custody of the kids. Otherwise, it's open to negotiation again. I said, all right, I'll figure it out. Who's heard of Richard Branson? Richard Branson, Billionaire, Virgin Airways, that guy. I was watching a YouTube video with him a few years ago. He said, what's your secret? How do you, how have you built so many different businesses with so much money over the years? And he said, oh, it's actually pretty simple. When I hear something that resonates with me, I just say yes, and I figure it out later. And I'm sitting there like, that's it? Say yes. I have a master's degree in business, and I took a whole semester of writing business plans, and right, that was a total waste of time. And I thought that sounds too simple to be what it is. But can I tell you how powerful that principle is? And I want each of you to think for a minute about some of your biggest personal victories. So it could be the giant squash you grew in your garden. It could be your children. It could be you ran a marathon. It could be you won, most important employee at work. Maybe you made $1 million. Do you have something in mind? I want everybody to think of one of your wins. Okay? Now go back to how you got into that. How did you get into gardening? Why did you decide to run the marathon? Why did you start that business? Why did you have that kid? Who's had kids? Keep your hands up if you're proud of them. Okay? And put your hand up if you took a parenting class before you got mom knocked up. Or it got knocked up. Right, exactly. You just said yes. I remember when we left the hospital with my son, I was like, don't I have to pass a test? Don't I have to prove some level of competence? I mean, it's like driving away from, Casey was born in Riverside in California. Driving away from the hospital, I remember just being like, and I'm the oldest of 7. When number 5 was born, I was 8. My parents were busy. When number 6 was born, I was 9, and when number 7 was born, I was 12. I was a pro at changing diapers. I know how to burp a baby. Like, I had to teach my wife how to do that stuff. I'm like, I'll get up tonight. Like, you guys just both cry anyway. And so I wasn't worried about that side, but it's just such an overwhelming responsibility. And then what do? You figure it out, right? And now I got teenage boys. And what am I doing? Figuring it out, because I'm the custodial parent. Now, Megan and I have been married for 5 years, and she has her 3 kids, 3 girls, and then she's got a little boy, Jonah. And so we are the Brady Bunch. There's a story. But they're all gingers, so we're the Ginger Bradys. And this year we have a junior, we have a sophomore, and a freshman. So we got 3 in the high school, and then we have an 8th grader. We're missing a 7th grader. We have a 6th grader and a 5th grader. And I love those kids. They're amazing. I have daughters. I never thought I would have daughters. And so it's been really cool I've been comfortable with all them kids in my house because I grew up the oldest of 7. So, now, I just figured it out. Now, 5 years later, I have $15 million worth of real estate in Idaho. I have a 60-unit apartment complex. I have a modular home dealership. In fact, Hillary, if you push pause on the video, let me show you the Actually, I probably could show that video because it's my own video, but YouTube will kick us off the live stream if we show somebody else's video on our video. If I even let Spotify play for 10 seconds too long, that's Spotify's music. I don't have a license for that. They'll kick me off the live stream. So we've had our live streams kicked off at least once every month. So that's a modular home. That was built in 2 halves in Boise, 3 hours away in a factory. And then it was shipped in 2 halves with plastic on the open half. And then I put it on a permanent foundation. The difference between a manufactured home and a modular home is, in fact, let me break this down for you. Modular has a permanent foundation. Manufactured, it has wheels on the bottom still. And so when they put it like in a trailer park, a manufactured home, they take the wheels and the axles off and they just slide them underneath. And then what do they put around the bottom? Skirting. They just put like a plastic, basically piece of plastic, sometimes insulated, skirting to hide the guts. And the home is just put on little metal tripods, basically. Okay? And you either put it on dirt or you put it on a concrete slab. Now, modular has no metal frame on the bottom. They have a temporary metal frame that when it gets shipped from Boise to move it, but once it gets on site, they take the metal frame off and all you have is wooden floor joists underneath. That make sense? Okay?
That means building codes.
Yes. And so what you have to have is, in order for it to qualify for a modular, you have to have engineered plans. And the home has to be attached to that foundation in a way that is permanent. Okay? Manufactured, wheels and axles just go underneath. From the curb, from the aesthetic, manufactured homes and modular homes look the same. It's the bottom that changes. Okay? Because once I took that manufactured home and put it on the foundation, then it became a modular home. It's like Pinocchio becoming a real boy. Make sense? And once it's a modular, then it literally is considered a real home, and now they call it a stick-built home, meaning that it comps and appraises, and you can get an FHA mortgage exactly the same as a real boy house. So there is a subdivision down the street from that modular home. They're selling brand new homes for $260 that are only 1,000 square feet. That one I have there is 1,200 square feet. They're on a little tiny 10,000 square foot lot. I'm on a quarter acre. So I'm on a bigger lot near the river, bigger home. And so mine technically would comp for $250, $260 now that I've spent the money. Your expense for a modular is about $10 per square foot additional for the home itself because they have to reinforce the bottom of the home so that it can be permanent. I talked to an appraiser and I said, hey, how do you figure out if it's modular or manufactured? He's like, I just poke my head in that crawl space. If I don't see metal, if I just see wood, then it's a modular. That's what I do. And if I see the metal under there, then it's a manufactured home on a permanent foundation. And then I can only comp that based on other manufactured homes on permanent foundations. Does that make sense? Question?
Is that true for all states or just where?
Yeah, generally. There's building code variations, but yeah, for the most part, 99.9% it applies that way. Now, people say that in my town you can't put a modular home in. Sometimes you have to go to the city council and educate them and explain, no, I'm not asking you if I can put manufactured homes in this neighborhood. I'm telling you that I'm putting modular homes. And I understand that you don't know what a modular home is. So I'm going to K through 12 it for you, city council, because I would hate for you to have to deal with the lawsuit for discriminating. Right? Like you have to break it down. I've found the education of the city planner and the city council is really important. I'll literally show them that video because they don't understand lending requirements for manufactured versus modular homes. They don't understand how appraisals work. They know I can't, I have the power to not approve a trailer park in that residential neighborhood. And by extension, I have the power to not approve a manufactured home because it's not on a permanent foundation. So they know they have that power. Sometimes where they get confused is by bleeding that over and saying, because people, they're adamant. No, they won't let us put a modular home in. Yeah, maybe you asked the wrong way. But I haven't found an area where it's illegal because that's a real home. So if they allow new construction, they have to allow modular. You got to educate them. Does that make sense? Okay. And so this has been a huge growth area for us. I own 3 lots next to that. We're going to build those. I'm meeting with a guy who owns a bunch of land. We're going to do a whole modular development because I'm selling that home for $209,000. Bigger home, bigger lot, prettier lot. And stick builder going for $260,000. And so for me, I've seen modular as the solution for the manufactured, for the affordable home crisis that we're seeing right now. Okay. And so we've tested that in Idaho. I actually had one of my Anderson clients hit me up. They want to buy the home from me. They're like, what could we rent it for? I said about $1,400. So they called my partner Jed yesterday. They said, can I just buy it, get a loan on it, have you guys rent it for a couple of years? Because they're thinking, then I'll sell for $250,000, $260,000. And I was like, sure. And so one of the things that we're incorporating into our Alpine business over the next 24 months is we're going to start adding in these modular homes in Kansas City, in Charlotte, here in Indianapolis as an offering in addition to what we've been doing. So it's going to be, a great component for the business. I would not have gotten into all of that had I not been in Idaho. It's interesting. When you align your life based on what you value the most. I value those 2 little boys more than anything. I failed them when they were 10 months and 1.5, and Mom and I got divorced. Mom and I failed them, we got divorced. And I made a commitment to myself that I would never put them second, ever again. And so when they were little and they lived with their mom, 26 times a year, I'd be here, I'd be in Florida, I'd be in Missouri, and every 10 days I would fly to Idaho. It sucks flying to Idaho. Right? There's no direct flights. It's like I got to go United through Denver, Delta through Salt Lake. It's a 7-hour travel day. But I'm very proud of the fact that I never missed a visit to see my kids. Their mom never had to say, Daddy can't make it because he's too busy. Because what they really would have been saying is, Daddy couldn't make it because his work's more important than you this week. We always have really good reasons for why we suck at something. But the reality is we fail as human beings, and we fail. Our worst failures are the times when our life gets out of alignment, right? And so by choosing those little boys first and saying, yes, I'm going to figure it out, look what it led me to. I bought this little, let me show you, a hideous mobile home park. Yes.
Modular, what is the average square footage you find it?
You can do about 1,000 up to about 3,500. The lot next door, we're doing a basement. So we talked to, because I'm a dealer, we talked to the manufacturer, which is Fleetwood out of Boise, and I said, hey, can we do a basement? He's like, sure, just tell your, because we had to dig down 6 feet for that crawl space. Called my and he charged me about $12,000 for the foundation. I said, what if I wanted to go down 10 feet? And he's like, $3,000 more? I'm like total? To double the square footage of the house? Right? He's like, you're going to need 2 sump pumps because the river's back there. I'm like, so? It's huge. And so I called Fleetwood. I said, where does the stairs go? And he's like, in the laundry room there. They'll just they'll cut up, and then you just build them in. So you pour the concrete stairs as part of or you can build them after the fact. So that's what we're doing on the lot next door, is we're going to test that. And then the other thing I'm going to test is I found a company that does pre-manufactured garages, because on that concrete slab I want to put a free prefab detached garage there. I just didn't want to go all, I want to do a stripped down version and see if it sells, because then I could always offer a custom build. Do you want a garage? It's this. You want a basement? It's this. You want, you can really make them cute. They call that a front porch model. I love that, because now it's not like a double wide flip sideways with a door in the middle. Those just like so mobile home. Oh, but don't ever use the word mobile home, because since 1976, there's been no such thing as a mobile home. They're all manufactured homes. Because Housing and Urban Development, HUD, people were building all sorts of crazy trailers. And so they said, we got to standardize this. And so they said, any home that's manufactured in a factory to get shipped has to qualify for the same building standards as any stick-built home built. And that's why they're called manufactured homes now, because they have to be built so people say to me, aren't they inferior homes? And I'm like, yeah, if they were built before 1976, who knows what you're buying. But since 76, no, it's not an inferior home. It's the same building code that your builder down the street has to build for they're entry-level homes, but you saw, that's hardy plank siding, that's Trex, that's drywall, that's stick-built. How is that home inferior to what the builder down the street is building? In fact, in some ways, think about the builder down the street, because I've done a development. You're building your homes, you get the plywood on the roofs, you're about to put the roofs on, and then it rains for 3 days. So now it's raining on the plywood, and then your guys come out, and they don't wait for it to dry, and they slap shingles up, right? Or you got a tweaker on the drywall crew, and every day after lunch, he throws his needle and the garbage from his lunch in the walls for insulation. That shit happens. Whereas in Boise, you got a precision laser measured manufacturing line in climate controlled, humidity controlled. When you've seen those homes built, I would say, if you're talking entry level home to entry level home, I'm gonna go, 100% is better built when it's manufactured in a manufacturing facility. In terms of quality, in terms of consistency of product, it's a better home. Because you can add whatever upgrade you want. We customize, for example, we put a lot more insulation in our Idaho homes than we do in Charlotte. You can choose the amount of insulation that you put into that home. So I bought this trailer park in Blackfoot. Where am I here?
Manufactured homes come sheet up and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can't. Part of the HUD requirement is they can't be, because I said to because I got crews, right? I'm like, how about you guys just deliver me a home that's like white boxed? They have to finish them. They have to put appliances in. Other questions? All right, so I bought this trailer park a year and a half ago, and this would be what I would say all of you have as a stereotype for a trailer park. Dirt road. Now, it has a couple of commercial buildings. That's the main reason I bought it. It had 2 commercial buildings. Humane Society rents this from me, okay? And then this building down here, the builder had built. He never finished it. It was partially finished when I bought it. And then he has 15 little trailers back behind there, right? Dirt road, 2 dirt roads. But I was like, wait a minute. It was sitting on MLS for $400,000. I'm like, shit, just that building. That's 3,000 square foot building. I built this building for $140 a foot. 800 grand, it's worth 1.7 million. Now, if this is a class A building, then this thing's class B or C. I could build that for 90 bucks a foot. At $90 a foot, and it was 95% finished, I figured just that building's worth $250. And then this building that I have rented to the Humane Society has got to be worth at least $300. I'm like, There's $500,000 right there. And then I get 15 trailers that are paying about $5,000 a month. It was a no-brainer. Like 4 or 5 acres. So we went into the city of Blackfoot. I did an eviction from this renter. 43 cats. 43 cats I pulled out of there. Watching the cops, I sat in the car and like, it was like, I'm like, dude, you guys you don't get paid enough, you poor guys. So anyway, we went into the city of Blackfoot, and Blackfoot, Idaho was exploding. I mean, Idaho was busy a year ago. Now, all of California, we're becoming northeastern California. It's crazy. Well, poor Boise. It's the fastest growing state in the country. I look like a genius now. I'm like, yeah, you know, Idaho had been on my macroeconomic radar for many years. I just decided to jump in 5 years ago, and it was serendipitous. I look like a genius, right? When I came to Indiana, it was because my dad said, I started flipping while teaching high school in 2000. I did 1 deal the first year. I did 2 deals the second year. Made about $180,000. The third year, I made about $350,000. And the fourth year, I went after making $400,000 from flips and only 40 at the high school. I went into the principal and I was like, Carl, I can't do this anymore, man. I can't justify being at this high school. I love these kids, and I love coaching. My soccer team had won we won state. Like, we're amazing. In fact, check this out. In 2000, a 14-year-old kid named Zach tried out for the soccer team, and he made varsity as a freshman. He was in my Spanish class. I coached him for 4 years. He got a scholarship, went to the University of Redlands. He hit me up a few years ago. Long story short, he works for me in Charlotte. He's our operations manager in Charlotte. Is that cool? Right? Hey, chills. 20 years I've known this kid. Like, in my brain, he's still 14. Now he's like going bald a little. He's like gray. He's like, Aaron, you're like a vampire, dude. Like, he still calls me Coach 20. I'm like, dude, just, Aaron, it's cool. They'll hit me up on Facebook. Hi, Coach. I'm like, you're so old. In my brain, you're still 14. You're like on my little volleyball team. You can't have 5 kids. We went into the city and we said, look, you guys have a housing shortage. There's 2 factories. There's one factory called Spudnik. They make potato equipment. Duh, Idaho, stereotypes, right? And they need to hire 70 employees. There's no housing there in Blackfoot. And the president of the company is like screaming at city council. So when I came into city planning and I'm like, hey, how would you feel if I fixed this eyesore for you? And they're like, oh, please. And I said, would you let me increase the density? There's 15 little trailers back there. Would you let me put 25 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-wide manufactured homes in there? And I want to put new sewer line, and I want to put in a road that goes through, and I have plans for it. And but I want, and I said, and then I'll rent them out as affordable housing. So you guys can go back to Spudnik and be like, yeah, we just added 25 units for you, buddy. And they're like, yes, just show us the plans. And I said, I don't want these for commercial spaces. I actually want these for apartments. And they let me do 5 one-bedroom apartments. But then on the 5th one on the end, I put a laundromat in. And so I'm like, I'm going to do 1-bedroom affordable rentals, and then I'm going to do 25 beautiful, brand new. I'm going to put a park in. It's going to be gated, And then I went to my Chinese investors, who I love. Chinese investors. They're like the savviest investors in the world. They're totally cool with gambling. They just, Americans, guys, not so much. We're kind of chicken littles. I get people like, I don't know if I want to buy a rental in Indiana. It's so far. I'm like, you live in Chicago. It's 200 miles away. Like, I got people from Singapore 30 hours by plane that are like, yes, I want in on that trailer park in Idaho. Like, the returns look amazing. It's for a Chinese investor, it's just all about the return. They don't want to hear the story. Americans, well, who are they? What's their? We want to. I mean, think about it. Americans, we're like, we want to know who'd you vote for, what kind of Jesus you pray to. Do you watch Fox or MSNBC? Like, that's how we are as Americans. We want to get a feel for you, and then we kind of like add it all up, and then decide to invest. Now, I'd say 10% of we're managing 3,000 properties. 10% of our properties are owned by international investors. I have Singaporeans that we've managed for, Japanese. So that's something we've really learned to do over the last 10 years, 11 years. And I've been to Hong Kong to do a presentation like this. Spreadsheets, numbers. We don't care who you are. I don't care. Hey, you were kind of jealous about your story. I didn't want to hear that. You're American. I figure you're lying anyway. I was like, okay. He's like, just get to the content. So when I go to China, first of all, I do wear a suit because. Well, you know what else is funny? Like in the U.S., you're like, here's my personal Gmail. Oh no, you can't do that. They think you're not a real business.
What's your quality of your card?
Yeah, your card, like the whole. Yeah, I give out Aaron at Alpine Capital Solutions. I don't give out no Aaron Alpine at Gmail. No. They don't like that. But in the U.S., the intimacy, the transparency, the familiarity, that's what we value, right? So I had to learn because I totally bombed the first time I went to China. I'm like, yeah, and then my volleyball team, and they're like, we hate you. Like, so, right, yeah, it's true. And so I called my Chinese investors up, and they funded it in $3 million for the project. And we went to the city and we said, this has 50-year-old sewer line. We want new sewer line. And the city agreed to front the cost to run. There's brand new sewer up the street here, and they're gonna front. In fact, I knew it was a sign that I should be investing in Blackfoot, Idaho. I knew it was a sign. This summer, I sent my son over to cut weeds with. I make my kids. They're very good friends with Manuel Labor, right? And so I sent them to weed whack the whole park. And he's like, Dad, I'm done. I finished the Alpine Park. And he spent 3 hours with his buddy cutting the weeds at the Alpine Park. Because he got over there, he thought his GPS was wrong. And it's actually called Slate Mountain Park. And so he cut all the weeds there. And I'm like, this is a good life lesson for you, buddy. I'm glad you're going to go back and spend 3 more hours cutting the right weeds, Question. Who had a question? Somebody had a question. Do you have a question, bro? You had a question.
Oh, I was just going to ask, prior to the sewer line infrastructure,
No, it's sewer, but it pulls from the back here and goes across the property. And I went to the city. I'm like, if I'm going to put 25 new homes, this sewer infrastructure. I said, I'm cool. I'm cool redoing my whole park. I budgeted $200,000 for sewer and connection fees. But this is run off the old line in the back of the park. I said, I want you guys to run and stub in the new line. Done. We just got it passed. Now it's funny. They're like, Aaron, would you be willing to shepherd it through engineering and pay, and then we can just reimburse you? Because to get the money to pay for it, like internally, it'll take longer. And I was like, yeah, sure. So I've been just front $50K, reimbursed $50, like for the whole project. That new line, they're going to dig up the road. That new line should be in. And then I already have new water right here on the front. And so I'm just going to run down each street, new water, sewer. They're going to waive all connection fees, right? Because I asked. You just asked, right? Because they're so excited to get this in. And then me and this guy have been having a warm, low combo because he's going to get new sewer. And I think we're going to put 40 homes there, right? And my Chinese investors are like, hell yeah, like we got another $6 million for that. And this is an old 70-year-old good old Idaho boy. He owns that car a lot. His name's Cal. And so the city's just thrilled because we're going to transform this whole area and provide 25 rental units. And I love this space. We have a couple of parks in Charlotte. We have 4 parks in in Kansas City, and I've spent $10 million of my personal money in the last 3 years in manufactured and mobile space because we have an affordability crisis in the US. Homes have appreciated so much that, I mean, look at this. In the last 6 years, in 2013, median home prices were $163,000. In 2020, in January of this year, that had jumped to $231,000. It's now almost to $240,000, right? It used to be, I remember in 2009, we built a brand new home. I call them Vinyl Village, you know, because it's vinyl siding, just a 3-2, 1,100 square foot home with an attached 2-car garage. I built that home for $90,000, not counting the lot. $75 a square foot. You could do that in 2009. No. Manufactured and modular is so hot now. A year ago, I could get a home in 3 to 5 weeks. I just put in an order in Boise for homes. I'm looking at June for the Blackfoot Park. I had to go back to the investors and be like, guys, not only have materials costs gone up 10% this year because of China problems, but they're running a third shift. And for the park in Blackfoot, I ordered 25 manufactured, single wides. They have this really good 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 14-foot wide home. So we're doing those in the Blackfoot Park because it's like $950, $980. So you walk in, you got a bedroom, and then there's like a master bedroom at one end and a master bedroom in the other end, and then you got a living room, and then the kitchen and the laundry.
They're more affordable than the modulars.
Yeah, I can buy the single wides with. I can get them in for about $50,000.
So addressing the economic factor you just mentioned, so people rent them or they look to purchase them?
So
Financing on
it's been interesting because, you know, traditionally, if you owned a trailer park, that people owned their own homes, they push, pulled, or dragged them in, and then they just paid you lot rent. That's the traditional model in this country. And I've been rethinking it because I was thinking about that Blackfoot Park, and I'm like, wait a minute. If I've put in new sewer, water, roads, parks, 25 new homes, how is that not a 25-unit apartment complex? Brand new construction. What's not new? They're not inferior homes, right? And now if I build a 25-unit apartment complex, it's going to take me 2 years. It took me 2 years to build this. But I can do that park even with delayed delivery times. My worst case scenario is a year. And let's say I get a really good tenant in that park that says, Aaron, can I buy the home? I want to live here forever. I love this park. I can sell it. You can't do that with an apartment complex. You can't condo out one apartment. And if somebody says, Aaron, I love this so much, I want to take this single wide to some dirt. Okay. And then I can replace it. You don't have that kind of that flexibility. And so what I did with that Blackfoot Park with my Chinese investors, I put it in all the spreadsheets that they use to evaluate new construction multifamily. Is that ninja? And I said, you need to look at this. I said, what if I have a 25-unit apartment complex that you can buy for a 7 cap, and it's on 5 acres, all new infrastructure, new sewer, new water, new roads, and here's your cost per square foot. They were like, yes. I said, well, guess what? It's actually a mobile home park. But when you had them focused on the numbers and the paradigm that they were used to, what's that? What word? Right now, they're all still mobile. They're still trailers, right? And so, but the reason the interest is out there right now is because of the affordability issue. The reason somebody's going to look, the builder who built a modular home, that built the stick-built homes down the street from my modular, those are cuter homes. But when you start looking at more square footage, bigger lot, for less, for $40,000 less, we all did that when we bought. We had what we wanted and then what we could afford. That's welcome to first-time homeowner.
Question I have, you mentioned that deals with, part of the deal was more affordable homes versus the existing. What do you mean by that, like, with this particular project?
with the Blackfoot project. Yeah, the city loved that they were getting. See, Blackfoot, Idaho's small, and so they can't get an inducing developer to come in and build a 100-unit apartment complex. And so when we said to them, I said, look, if you guys are working on this one, I'll build this one, and then I'll go down the street and I'll start buying these other parks that you hate and turn them into the same thing. And when, in fact, we were in a meeting with the city. Actually, stop the live stream. Just mute it. So we were in that. Can we have a circle of trust? That's right. Hey, when you come, you get secret info. Sorry. We spent a year and a half showing that we could be a trusted partner, right? Showing that we sincerely wanted to make Broadway Street in Blackfoot, Idaho a better community. And the city planner, now, when I go to each market, I've always partnered with somebody who really knows the market or who's local to that market. It's been a huge benefit for me. So Tara and Devin are both from here in Indiana. I met Tara she was buying houses at the foreclosure auction for I started buying at the foreclosure auction here in 2005. I met her. She was buying for another investor. Did some deals with her boss. She became our first broker. Devin is cool. Devin is a golf pro. Any golfers? So Dev's he's like a +2. He ran the Pete Dye course down in French Lick. But, golf pros, they only make like 75 grand. So when Dev and Tara got married a few years ago, I said, hey, you have these amazing customer service skills. Would you be willing to run our Airbnb business? So he's run that for us. So love having them. But their local knowledge has been invaluable, just like it has in Charlotte, just like it has in Kansas City. And it's allowed me to really customize. So my partner in Idaho, Jed, is from Idaho. If you go to our Alpine Capital Solutions page, yes. Oh, it's going out? Oh yeah, we actually have extra batteries there. You grab one. Were renters. There was literally a drug dealer who owned. Right, he had vertical integration. So he's been, and I think it goes in and out when I don't have it sitting here also. That's the other problem. So we're going to offer for them to rent the 1 bedrooms, or we're going to give them dibs at reduced rent on the 3 bedrooms. That little duplex in the front we're probably going to keep also, because that was one of the things the city asked us, is what about the existing tenants? Only that guy owns his home. But he's down with, because I said to him, look, you can rent. He said, what if I want to buy? I'm like, yeah. I mean, obviously we know you're a good paying, if you think you can afford the mortgage payment, I'm happy to sell you the home out the gate. Chinese investors don't care. That's liquidity, right? That means we don't have any maintenance on rentals. So we're going to delay tearing down this duplex, because there's 2 units in the back in the white building, and then so that's 3 units, and then in the very back. At the very end there is the good one. We're going to let them stay, and then we're going to try to roll people over into the apartments. So we figure all the good ones will still be good, but we've also let them know what we're doing. And so some people have left, and we don't mind, but we don't think at this point it'll be an issue, because the good ones or the ones who want to stay and rent or want to stay and buy. That's a very important thing for me. similar to that, when I buy a property foreclosure auction, I've always had a policy. Is it cutting out now, Hillary?
It's fine, but it's still a little tiny.
Really?
It's in my
If you were the homeowner and I bought your house at foreclosure auction, at any time, I'll sell it back to you for what you owed on the mortgage. So you can stay in your home and rent from me. And if you owed $84,000 when you got foreclosed on, then that's your buyback price to me. Now, how can obviously you can see why it's good for them. Why would that still potentially be good for me? How is it win-win? Is that better? It's not? Will you grab the other mic? Oh, wait, the other mic's right here. So, what's that? I get a good because obviously they know they're going to be a homeowner. But no, it's not a for the market price or at a discount. How often do you think I pay, if they owed $84,000, how often do you think I paid $84,000? Usually if they owed $84,000, I bought it for $60,000. So do I mind selling it back to them? Is that better? For what they owed? That's a good deal. Right? Am I taking advantage of them? They owed it. They took on that mortgage. Most of the time, I have found people either lose their job or I call them CLEs, catastrophic life events. Now, if the CLE is on the property, so I remember a few years ago, Christmas time, I bought this house, December, I went and knocked on the door, and guy answers the door, he's like all sleepy, he just woke up, and I said, hey, I'm sorry to bother you. He's like, oh, did you buy the house at auction? I was like, yeah. He said, do you want to come in? And I'm like, sure, a chance to scope it out. And the house was clean, and there was a Christmas tree up. And I'm like, usually you can walk in and kind of tell, what's up, right? I couldn't figure it out. And he's like, sorry, my wife and I both work graveyard. We stock shelves at Walmart. At not Walmart, what's the Sam's. We both work graveyard at Sam's. I said, but we figured you'd be coming by. We got your letter. So I said, so you both work, so that's not the CLE. You both live here, that's not the CLE. Nobody's dying of cancer that I can see. You have the heat on and the Christmas tree up. I'm not feeling it. Like, what's going on? And I said, if you don't mind my asking, why did you guys stop paying the mortgage? It was only like $800 a month. And he's like, oh, you want to see? Come here. So we go down the basement, and raw sewage, the stack had split, and raw sewage was just running onto the floor every time they flushed the toilet, and then slowly draining down into the floor drain. He's like, we got bids on that, and it was like $5,000 to $15,000. I'm thinking in my head, I can do it for $1,800. Just jackhammer it out and replace the stack, right? And then he took me in the backyard, and wind had blown a tree and partially crushed the garage, and they didn't have other existing structures on their homeowner's policy, and so there was no coverage. And he's like, it's got like all my mom's stuff from her house when she died, and he's like, we're just over this house. We feel like it's a money trap. And I was like, wait, so what were you guys going to go do? He's like, go rent somewhere. And I said, how much are you going to pay for rent? And he's like, I don't know, $900, $950. I said, all right, so if I fix the stack and I fix the garage, then you guys will stay in rent? He's like, yeah, we'd love to stay here. And I said, what if I sell it back to you for the $80,000 that you owed? And he just like started crying, just lost it, right? So he's like, I gotta go tell my wife. So he runs back to the bedroom, and I hear like, it was like Charlie Brown teacher. She comes running out, and in a nightgown, and gives me a big awkward hug. And they bought it back. They refinanced it back 3 years later. Bought it back, and I made 20 grand. Good for me. Great for me. You know, I had to front the money for the repairs on the garage, but whatever. It was a good deal. And if you always put a premium on doing business the right way, you know, every year somebody in real estate tries to take a shortcut to make quick money, steals, takes advantage, screws people. They, you know, in their head thinks, I don't care about them. I own the park. They were renting from a drug dealer. I care about them because in a little town like Blackfoot, you don't take a crap in your living room. Sooner or later, it causes a big problem. You know? T, what's up? Just chilling? All right. So again, all of what we've done in Idaho, you know, I never thought about being a dealer, but when I realized that if I was a dealer for manufacturing modular homes, that I would be able to buy the homes for like $30, $40 a foot. You know, I called Fleetwood up and I said, what does it take to be a dealer? And they said, well, we have a dealership available in Pocatello, Idaho. And I said, okay, what do I have to do? You just have to have a lot for your dealership. There's no franchise fee. No, you have to buy 20 homes a year. And that's it. I was like, well, all right, sign me up. So I bought an acre for $100,000 and put a tiny home on it for our office and finished that a few months ago, and then put 4 homes on there as show homes, and we sold 10 homes this month. You know, I'll make, in 2021, I bet you I make $500,000 from that dealership. And I was worried because I had to take a dealer test, and they gave me this binder. It was like this. But, you know, I said yes. I had to figure it out. So I go in, and she's like, all right, well, you know it's open book. I'm like, is there a time limit? She's like, no, sweetie, you can be here for 8 hours. So I sat down. I'm like, I'm going to take the whole day. So I open the first page and open the test. There's 100 questions. And immediately I see the first question answered on the first page. And the second question on the second page. 45 minutes later, I walked out. She's like, wow, great, you must have studied. I'm like, I was prepared, right? And I got 100, right? It was great. So now I was a dealer. And people say, I've been thinking about getting into real estate. Should I get my license? That doesn't mean anything. They don't teach you how to do real estate, right, Kim?
It does not.
No.
It teaches you rules and laws, but that's about all.
People are like, I've been thinking about getting into real estate. Should I get a license? No, they don't. They teach you how to represent other people. What they really teach you how to do in real estate school is how to be a lawyer. That they call it exercising agency. That's what you are when you're an agent, a real estate agent. You're just because when I was down in South America, only lawyers did real estate. Only a lawyer could do real estate. And it's interesting here in the U.S. we give a little power of representation and agency to these realtors and let them act as little mini attorneys. And it's crazy. We only make them go to school for like 60 hours before they start representing clients. It's really, I mean, you have to go to 400 hours to be able to cut hair.
1,600 in California.
Is that what it is? Yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, no, 40 hours of night school and bam, you're a realtor. It's like crazy. Because you're really not learning how to invest. I learned that when I was working on my master's degree in business. I was like, I thought if I got a master's degree in business, I'd know how to. You're getting taught by people who don't have any money. By definition, if you would not trade places with someone, you should not take advice from them on the thing that you wouldn't trade places. So, you know, Megan and I have 250 properties that we own free and clear. They throw off $140,000 a month in rent. Who would trade rental portfolios with me? Okay, why did you not all raise your hands? No, I'm worried. See, my high school teacher heart is wondering. So everybody actually say hi to Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Kim is a badass. How long you been in real estate?
Careful. Yeah. What was my nickname again? Do you remember?
Something about Georgia Peach.
Well, yeah, that's the nice one.
Oh.
Pretty widely known around the country as the honey badger. So
Yeah, she is a honey badger.
if you've never seen what a honey badger is, go watch that video. It's
Yeah, you are a honey bat. You did your first deal how long ago?
2004.
Okay, so she's been doing deals for 16 years.
Yeah, almost 17. 2003 was when I got educated. But I was one of those people who was terrified to pull the trigger and do my first deal. And then after I did my first deal, I couldn't stop. It was a drug, and it was like, oh my gosh, it's great. It's doing another. Yeah, really a fun. It's a fun life. I don't even seem like a job.
One of the things, so we'll finish up today around 5:30. We'll have the shuttle take you back to the hotel, then bring you back again around 6:30. We'll have food here. We'll have cocktails. But the main reason we do the cocktail party is, one, gives you a chance to network with each other. Okay? Number two, Kendall from Utah will be here. Kendall was introduced to me by the Anderson partners, Clint and Toby. Kendall owns a company called Protect Wealth. Has anybody heard of Protect Wealth? Okay. And Kendall does a training 5 times a year that Clint and I from Anderson, Clint from Anderson that we teach at the Protect Wealth event. We just had one last Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday online. We're going to give you guys all free attendance at a Protect Wealth event, either live or virtual. The reason that I like the event, if you've taken Anderson's tax and asset protection, that part's good. Obviously, you know me, that part's going to be good, but it's 3 days full of additional training that Clint and I, so there's people that do stock trading and option trading that are there. You have the senior trial attorney from the IRS, Scott Estel, who comes and teaches. So it's a really good kind of next level up from because I just do real estate. Anderson just does the legal and tax, and Protect Wealth is kind of a bigger group. So I have Kendall come out every month so that he can sit down with you guys one-on-one tonight, tomorrow night, and answer questions like, how many of you have a trust? Okay, who doesn't have a trust? That would be a good question. Why do I need a trust for Kendall? Who has a C Corp? Who has an S Corp? Who has neither a C Corp nor an S Corp, but needs more write-offs? That's a question you want to sit down one-on-one with Kendall is, do I need an S Corp or a C Corp because I need more write-offs? Huge question to ask, okay? A management company. Who has a Wyoming company, LLC, all right? Or who's got a Nevada? Who has neither a Wyoming nor a Nevada? Now, I've been doing a lot of research. Who's heard about the South Dakota Trust? Those are the new, all my billionaire Wall Street guys are dumping money in South Dakota Trust because the South Dakota Trust allows you to name yourself as the beneficiary. So you can do it like an LLC, right? And so it's basically like a protection. Once you get past 24 months in a South Dakota Trust that you had it open and holding property, then it becomes completely immune, completely impenetrable to anybody trying to figure out who owns it. The only thing that can pierce the South Dakota Trust after that 24-month window is criminal litigation. Civil litigation cannot pierce it. Your partner can sue you, doesn't matter. Your spouse can sue you for divorce, doesn't matter. So the case that's going through the courts right now, this Florida guy, he's on like wife number 5, he's this billionaire, catches her cheating because she's 20 and he's 60. And so he sets up a South Dakota Trust and starts shifting all of his assets into the South Dakota Trust, right? They didn't have a prenup. All he left outside the trust was like maybe $5 million, the stuff like that she knew about. So then he confronts her. I caught you cheating. We're getting a divorce. She hires a lawyer, and they're going through the courts. They finally realize about a year in, when she's ran up like a $2 million legal bill, she realizes they figure out what he's done, and it's like they can't do anything. And so she's going to get her half of like the $6 million estate, and the lawyers will get all like $2 million of it. Like she's completely screwed. So, I'm not passing judgment on whether it's a good case or not. It's been fun to watch because it's really testing the power of. I mean, if you could hide assets behind your spouse's back in a common law property estate, that's a pretty strong instrument. Now, I love that because think about this building. I'm never selling this building. I owe it free and clear. This thing's a huge potential target. I would love to put this building in a South Dakota trust because I have zero concern I'm ever going to get hit with criminal litigation. I feel like that's one you can control. Never had it, never will, right? That's called ethics, conscience. Nobody's like, man, the DA just won't leave me alone, right? It doesn't work that way. So, but civil, I always have civil litigation. I'm always getting counterclaimed by a tenant, frivolous lawsuit by a contractor. But I've never had criminal and I never will. And so I love the idea of that because I love the idea of putting this building in there. Now, I talked to the partners at Anderson and they insist that a Wyoming entity has largely the same benefits. But I don't know, I've watched $20 billion additional dollars go into South Dakota Trust. I'm just going to set one up. Then maybe all of a sudden you'll see an Anderson, South Dakota. If Michael comes, let's not ask him about it, though, okay? Circle of trust. Because I'm an investor, so I'll just share with you. But you have to have that like Columbo mindset about stuff. I'm telling you, where I'm always just like, but why? But how? But what? Question.
So is that new laws in South Dakota?
Well,
Or is it something that's been through the courts?
Oh, no, yeah, it's not new. South Dakota has been very progressive over the years with their trusts and entities. If you do a Google search, let me show you the article that I read. I think it was in Forbes. Yeah, I think this is it. This came out a year ago. This is it. It's in The Guardian. And it came out a year ago. This kind of put it on my radar. Why does super rich love South Dakota? Because South Dakota realizes it has nothing. And so they gotta create a way to pull people in, right? But in terms of dollars, check this out, because I think they quote it pretty early on. A decade ago, South Dakota trust companies held $57 billion in assets. By the end of 2020, that total will have risen to $355 billion. That's not a quirky little trend to me. As an investor, when I read something like that, I'm like, huh, interesting. And then they talked about how, like, in the Caribbean, because Switzerland got blown up a few years ago. Switzerland is no longer where if you're a criminal, right? You don't go to Switzerland anymore. There's no protection there. Caribbean, you know where they go? There. Because imagine if you're a criminal in another country, but you set up a South Dakota trust, and so you're not worried about, if the government of Colombia is coming. We might want to mute this part, Hillary. Yeah. The best things about having an MBA is I'm not licensed, right? So I can give you financial advice. Everybody raise your hand and realize Aaron is not a licensed advisor. His 2 cents are only worth that, right? So, right, anyway, let's do this. We've already been going for an hour and a half. All right, let me lay out the weekend real quick, little housekeeping stuff, and then, because Michael texted and said he's going to be swinging by, which is great. But remember, don't say the word South or Dakota. So you have my personal Gmail, my cell phone's on the board, Wi-Fi's on the board. Schedule-wise, today I really want to focus on active income. How many of you have a job? Anybody interested in firing their boss? Okay. Who likes their career? Good. So maybe you like your career, but who has 50 hours a year extra for real estate if you could make 300 grand? Okay, and so is anybody pure passive? You're not interested in learning anything active. You just want to potentially buy some properties. Anybody just pure passive? Okay, I always like to know. I usually find it's a minority because I get three types of people in the room. I don't have 4 types. I don't have a job. I'm hoping that in real estate I can create a job. So they're active or passive? Active only, right? I have a job, but I want to fire my boss. Active or passive? Active only. I have a job. I'm not interested. I have a career. I like my career, but I got some extra time where I'd love to do some deals on the side. Okay? And I might want to take some retirement money and invest passively. Active, passive, right? And then every month I get a few people who are like, I'm interested in learning so that I can decide what I want to invest in, but I only want to be passive. Okay? And so kind of think about where you are, because I've catered the weekend so that the majority of what we talk about is passive, because 20 years ago, you don't know what you don't know. And 20 years ago, I was making $40,000 a year, 5-figure income, 5-figure mindset, right? A year into doing flips, I'm making a couple $100,000, 6-figure income. There were things that I learned to make that 6-figure income, about making money, about taxes, about legal entities, that helped me continue to make a 6-figure income. I didn't make $1 million active income in a year until after the market crash in 2009. How interesting is that? Because in 2009, 3 things moved my business forward. 1, I learned about a vehicle called self-directed. Solo 401k, self-directed IRAs. I had never heard of those. And all of a sudden, people started calling me who got annihilated in 2008 in the crash and said, we want rentals from you. We need to diversify. That moved my business forward. I got international investors who called me and said, we want U.S. properties. And I was like, why? And they said, because we want our money coming in dollars. The dollar is the king currency in the world. And so I learned how to sell to and work with international investors. That moved my business forward. And then Wall Street started buying up all the homes in America. And they now own 8% of the homes in America. And as I learned to sell property to them, that moved my business forward. And I started making $1 million in a year. So what's interesting is that until I personally learned active income strategies, tax strategies, asset protection strategies, I didn't make $1 million in a year. I was worth $1 million because I had built up a net worth, and some of you I know are worth a 7-figure income. But earning a 7-figure active income is a learned ability. And so I really want to try to download for you, because now we'll do 9 figures this year. We'll do over $100 million in gross revenue, right? And there are things that I've learned about that. And so my number one goal that I always think about over the whole weekend is, how do I share with you the movement that I learned by trial and error, going from 5-figure income to 9 figures, because I feel like that's something that each one of you have an interest in. Now, maybe you're cool with the amount of money you have and you just want to protect what you have and slowly grow it. Okay, but that knowledge doesn't hurt you, right? And so today I really want to kind of talk about some active stuff. We'll continue talking about the mobile and manufactured. Tomorrow morning, Dennis, actually, the IRA Club. Who's heard of the IRA Club? Okay, who has a solo 401k? Does anybody have a Roth? Who doesn't have a Roth? So, because you're not limited to how many retirement accounts you have. You're only limited by contributions. So you can have a Roth and a solo 401k and a traditional. You can, right? If you don't have a Roth and you don't have self-directed, IRA Club will be here today. They're a self-directed IRA provider. We worked with Anderson for a lot of years. And tomorrow morning, we're going to do retirement planning and talk about retirement investing. I have some strategies for using your solo 401k in ways that you haven't thought about. Some very cool techniques that I've incorporated that you probably haven't heard of. And then tomorrow afternoon, we're going to go out on the bus and we're going to go see Airbnbs, multifamily, a couple of rentals, cocktail party here again tomorrow night. So at cocktail parties, you can meet with Kendall from Protect Wealth about your LLCs, S-Corps, do I need a trust? Kim, I asked Kim to come into town to do consults with you guys this weekend. For the last 5 years, Kim has been traveling around the country as a coach and strategist for real estate investors. So she'll do deals during the week, get on a plane, and go meet with investors one-on-one. She and I have known each other for a few years. And so she's here to help you one-on-one quarterback your game plan. So if you every month I get people like, Aaron, can I sit down and talk to you about what you're thinking? Kim is great at that in terms of pulling it together, helping you with that. Who talked to Megan or Becca on the phone? My wife or, okay. Becca just had twins. And so, yeah, on Saturday. So she's not here. She was talking about coming out here last week. She's crazy. She's like, I was going to come, but I have cramps. I'm like, dude, we don't want you here. Stay at home with your babies. So Meg's here this week, this weekend. We have probably 40 properties. I know a lot of you are interested in looking at deals or looking at additional deals. We have some really cool stuff. Team Kansas City. Everybody say hi to Brittany. And that's Meg Casey, because there's my Meg and then there's Meg Casey, or Casey Meg. And Brittany is my partner in our Kansas City operation. We have another partner, Tim, who's in Kansas City. And then Brittany runs acquisitions for us here in Indianapolis. Brittany and I met how many years ago? 7 years ago. She was working for a Wall Street fund buying properties. How many homes did you buy for them? 800. Okay. She's beautiful mind of property acquisitions. She's brilliant. Last night, we have a portfolio of 20 homes to buy here in Indianapolis. Our systems are so refined, right? Because for years I had to buy them all. I would just be like, I know the neighborhood, I know what it'll rent for. Yeah, $50K is a good deal. Last night we sat down in 10 minutes, went through all 20 of them, and I think our delta, our difference in terms of what I would pay versus what she would pay is less than 2%. Okay? Because she's reverse engineered what it took me 10 years to learn and put it all into spreadsheets. She's brilliant, right? So we hired her away from the Wall Street fund, and she started doing our acquisitions in Dallas and here. And then when we had an opportunity, I made her a partner in Kansas City. I don't want employees. I want partners. Partners are always better than employees. Always. Employees need a babysitter. Partners are how you really grow. That is a 9-figure mindset. 6-figure income earners are like, no, I don't want to give up ownership. I want to give up ownership. If you can't make more money for me as a partner than you would make for me as an employee, that's my problem. That's my problem, right? So, Brittany's here. How many Kansas City deals do we have this weekend? 4 or 5, yeah. And then Travis was here this morning from Charlotte. We have 4 or 5 Charlotte deals. So we got plenty of deals this weekend. And Meg will be doing appointments tonight and tomorrow night. But it's a small group. Those of you on the live stream, Megan will set up an appointment with you next week. So you guys get dibs because you're here. You get dibs on the deals. And first pick. And then Catherine's here. Everybody turn around and say hi to Catherine.
Hey everybody, good morning.
So Catherine's been around the world 10 times in the last 2 years. She's done. She's a first and foremost real estate investor based in Florida. But like Kim's done coaching. Catherine's done mentorships, coaching. She's done international. So she's done mentorships with Chinese investors that wanted to learn how to invest in the U.S., Singaporeans as well, UK, no UK, okay? And so Catherine's been kind of at the world stage as well. Love for you to chat with her. So what we found with the cocktail parties is it allows you to take what you've been learning during the day and figure out your personal plan. That's how we structure the weekend. So tonight and tomorrow night is for you to get what you want. If you want to figure out if you need a C Corp in addition to your S Corp, then you can sit down with somebody one-on-one for that. If you want to talk about the different man, Aaron was talking about mobile homes. I'm kind of interested in that. You can sit down and talk to Kim. You want to pick deals? Megan's here. You want to talk about whether you should get a Roth IRA? Dennis is here. That's how we do that. And then I just teach for 3 days. That's it. And so there's I'm not very good at taking scheduled breaks. So feel free to go potty. But there's a bathroom up here. Okay, make sure you get the hall pass when you leave. But can we have a mutual agreement? No number 2s in this bathroom. Somebody did that a couple months ago, and we were all like, downstairs. There's plenty of privacy. I got 5 bathrooms downstairs. So we were gonna take that last corner office where I have the glass. We were gonna make a second bathroom, and then I was like, nope. I'm making a little office. Yeah, see, Brittany, you can go back in there today and work. Oh, were you back there? So the funny thing about Brittany, right? You put that girl on a spreadsheet at an auction, brilliance, right? But she loses a laptop every month. She loses her phone every month.
I left my backpack on the curb this morning. So we gotta go back.
No, she is. She's having a baby. When's your baby due? She's having a baby in February. That baby's going to get left in a supermarket shopping cart. Brittany called me once. She's like, she was flying from the auction here. We went to the auction. We bought like 10 houses. She was flying back home to Dallas. Okay? And she's like, okay, when I land. So she calls me. I'm like, that flight seemed long. And she's like, hey, what's up? She's like, oh my gosh, Aaron, it's snowing. I'm like, really? I mean, when's the last time it snowed in Dallas? She's like, wait, hold on a sec. She's like, oh my gosh, I just flew to Dulles International Airport in Washington. I was like, you bought a ticket to Dulles and got on the damn plane?
I went to the counter, and the lady had a strong accent. So I kept saying Dallas. She's like, yeah, Dallas. So I was like, yeah, that sounds right.
Who buys a ticket at the counter? Nope.
I didn't know how to do anything when I started this, though.
She didn't have...
I don't know how to use the app. I don't know how to use the mobile thing. I still print off my little...
And she laughs at me because I don't know how to do a subtraction on a column in a spreadsheet.
Aaron uses a calculator.
I got my spreadsheet open in an adding machine. Right? I'm like, my grandma uses the counter to buy plane tickets. Brittany, Brittany requests paper tickets.
I only know what you learn on like TV. It's like Home Alone.
So anyway, but again, you don't get to be on my team if you don't have a superpower that's better than mine. I always say that. So I'm excited about this week. We have a really big group here, but most of them are on the live stream, and some of them are thinking about coming in January, February. We don't have an event in December, so this is the last event for the year, just because I don't want to. Because, I like doing 9, but not 10. And so, but isn't it interesting, 20 years later, you find a path back to doing what you truly love, which I really love teaching. And how many of you, if you made an extra $10 million in real estate over the next 5 years, how many of you want that money because there's someone or something you want to help? Look at that. Shared values. We have a tribe. There's a tribe that's building here. And I find that to be the case. Most of you, it's not because you want a Lambo. I mean, you might like a Lambo, but most of you, it's a church you want to help. It's a family member you want to help. It's a cause that you are very passionate about and get behind. And that's been the case for me. It's interesting that whether you realize it or not, you have a number of how much money you need versus what you may want. Because what's interesting for me is my number was like 20 grand a month. Once I got to 20,000 a month that I could spend, and then I didn't have any mortgages, that's when I was like, I'm rich. Because my wife and I, we have no mortgages. We don't have car payments, no credit card bills. $20,000 a month, and that just is like utilities and then food, and then that's a lot of money. I feel very rich with $20,000 a month. Now, there's months where I'll make $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, but I still really only spend 20 grand a month. And what's interesting is when I was 5-figure mindset is I just want to be rich. I want to be a gazillionaire, right? And if you don't know what your number is, then you keep working thinking your life's going to get better, and it isn't. Because I found that family was more important, taking care of my health was more important, taking care of my faith and my values was more important. Those things need more attention. Just because I'm good at making money and I can fill that bucket, my finance bucket, easily, doesn't mean that I'm going to be double happy if I spend $40,000 a month. We all know that, but what does that translate to in terms of your life? And who's got a number that is really low? Like Timmy only lives off of like $3,000 a month, in Kansas City.
I used to be just like him, so I can't pay. He is so frugal. When we first started the operation, we had a house with an office, and it was very compartmentalized, so we'd all stay there. We had our bedroom. And he used to stick on the air mattress.
Yeah, in Kansas City. What's his number now? And he's making money.
But what he lives on?
Yeah.
I bet he still tries to live off less than $5,000.
Yeah, and he makes 5 times that, right?
And with a really nice house. Like, he doesn't do anything.
What's your number, Britt?
I need about 15 grand.
15?
Well, you just don't realize like how everything you want, even to help someone, costs this. Life insurance policy. I mean, it adds up.
Blake, what's your number for you and Hannah?
What's the least amount of money you live
Probably 7.
$7,000. See, I mean, but I'm not judging the number. But if you don't know that, that's your problem. That's your problem. Because you're not balancing it right. Like, we all have a weight, don't we? We have a weight where we're like, yeah, I feel pretty good at this weight. I'm in the good section of my closet. And then you got a weight where you're like, oh, God, I'm so fat. Like, I'm in the bad section of my closet, right? And then you have like a cardio level of fitness, like where you feel lousy because you eat like crap. And then, like, we do that with our health, right? And it needs to be that same way with your money. Money's the same way. Family's the same way. In my book, we're going to give you guys all a copy of my book. So I originally self-published the book. They call that Pinocchio publishing, because anybody can upload a book to Amazon, right? And then I got picked up by John Wiley & Sons, the technical and textbook publisher. They picked up the book. I signed a contract with them. They gave me a signing fee, right? And so now they came back and they said, hey, we'd like you to write another book. And I was like, I don't know, man. That one was hard because I have ADD. And they said, you did this section on the 5 Fs. And we want you to write a book on the 5 Fs. And I said, just that topic? I said, I already said everything I had to say. Because I always say, you got five buckets in your life. You got your finance bucket. You got your fun bucket. You got your fitness bucket. You got your family bucket. And then you got your faith and values. Values if you're an atheist, faith if you are religious. Okay? And so for me, these are just my 5 Fs. I'm not promoting that they be your 5 Fs. I'm just for me. I have found that there's a level in each of those that I need to maintain balance. When I have balance in all 5 buckets, then I'm happy. My life is good. If one of those buckets goes empty, then my whole life falls apart. My dad was 430 pounds when he died. I'm 255 pounds. My dad and I are the same height. When he got to 430 pounds at 57 years old, he had heart failure and died. You lose all your money, your life falls apart. You ostracize yourself from all of your family, your life falls apart. You live a life that's outside of the faith and values that you believe. So if you believe that killing is wrong and you kill, your life falls apart. So if you let any one bucket go dry, your life implodes. And I'm a visual person, and I think about it that way. And so not only do I think about the balance, but no one bucket can fill another bucket. So no matter how much money I have, it doesn't make me a better dad. No matter how much money I have, it doesn't allow me to live a value and faith-centered life. No matter how much money I have, I have a $40,000 gym in my basement that I don't use. I have a membership at Gold's that I don't use. No, I mean I use them, but I have three gym memberships, and I still hate working out. Having more money doesn't get me on the Peloton and make me do the hour ride. I still have to do it myself. You can't. Just it's hard work. I've been 325. I feel horrible at that weight. I don't like myself at that weight. My bucket's as soon as I get over 300, my bucket's down to like 25%. Right? I have one brother that I don't talk to because he stole money from me. And I know that that's impeding my ability to find balance. But my finance bucket's good. But it's just interesting that it doesn't help in any of the other aspects of my life. Yeah, I mean, you can buy a better vacation if you spend 50 grand. But let's be honest, if we all make our top 10 vacations, 1 or 2 of those are pretty low budget of all time. So it's not more money doesn't mean better vacation, right? Although if you're flying to Singapore, you better have a flatbed seat. Let me just because not having a flatbed seat was hell. So let's take a break. A couple things I'd love for you to do because our whole team is here working on Friday. But for sure put masks on. Go downstairs. Alpine Property Management is ran downstairs. Wander up, say hi to everyone. The building next door was my first commercial building I ever bought. I bought it like 13 years ago, 1880. My office is in the back. Feel free to wander through. We got a little gym in there. Go say hi to the leasing guys. If you notice an odor with the leasing guys, it's just they're gardeners. They smell just an odor that maybe some of you recognize, but it's all leasing. What's that? They're private gardeners. They eat Cheetos. You know. So that's not me. This is my leasing guys. Don't judge them. They're very good, and I love them, so I don't want them to change. But yeah, say hi to leasing, and then all of my accounting departments over there. Feel free to check out both buildings. Say hi to the team. Introduce yourself because they won't be here the rest of the weekend. Take your time, and then I saw Michael. Where'd he go? He was there. So Michael's here. So after the break, we'll have Michael come up, see what he has to share before he bounces, and then we'll keep plowing through with the day. And then questions. I always start after each break with questions about anything. And so if there's something that I was talking about that I pinged away from because I have ADD, you want to recenter me on that, I'm happy to continue that conversation. If you have a question about anything we've touched on, we can start there. And then what I really want to dig into today is this. I want to talk about risk. And then I'm going to break down some valuation tools for real estate that I really like. We're going to go through cap rate, 1% rule, EBITDA. I have an insurance broker that will be Zoom in with us this afternoon at 2 o'clock because I want to talk about insurance. So a lot of content that we have that I'd like to get through today. And we'll just kind of go from there. Okay? Break in 3, 1, 2, 3, break.
anyone heard me speak before? I just
Online.
You're online.
Yeah, sometimes I don't need a mic. Sometimes it just gets a
But the live stream wants to hear you.
Oh.
Nice try.
Nice try, dude. You ain't getting out. All right, so when you look at, where's that one slide that I have? Hold on, I might have to bring up that other. Go ahead.
I'm guessing from some of your discussion, but in the long term, some of that is more affordable housing.
Well, the biggest problem that we have right now, and I have it on this presentation here, is if you look back at new construction. Here it is. Okay, so this tracks new construction going back to 1980. We need to build about, you can sit here, bro. We need to build about 1.7 million new housing units a year in the US to keep up with population growth, immigration, and replacement. So, a home becomes functionally obsolete, they tear it down. And so between replacing existing inventory, population growth, and immigration, we need to build about one, and that number has stayed pretty constant. I pulled this is actually from Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies. Now, if you look going back to 1980, very rarely does the supply and demand match. So, it matched in 1982, but we were underbuilt prior to that, right? So then we overbuilt in 1984, maybe 85, and now we're back to an equilibrium. And then we continue to overbuild the market for 86, 87, 88. The stock market crashes and housing collapses. And so in the early 90s, we were underbuilding. Now, obviously, you had a surplus of inventory. So in the first few years, you got back to an equilibrium state. But then you had several years, 1991, 92, 93, where we were underbuilt because we still needed 1.7 million every year. Then you get to an equilibrium again by about 1999, where the surplus of housing made up for the deficit we had run. But then going into the last crash, you had two big factors driving the fact that we just kept overbuilding and overbuilding to a height that we had never seen before. In 2007, we built 2.1 million housing units on top of the 2 million we had built in 2000. I mean, it was ridiculous. When the market crashed in 2008, we had 4 million surplus housing units in the US. The biggest driver of that was subprime mortgages, liar loans. And if you've seen The Big Short, if you've seen some of those movies that talk about mortgage-backed securities and how those were financial instruments that were created to offload the mortgages, they didn't take into the risk. The housing market crashed the economy in 2008 because we had a false, we got up from a home ownership standpoint, we got up to 67% home ownership in the United States, something we had never seen before. Because if you go back, look, prior to 1950, home ownership in the U.S. fluctuated between about 44 and 52%. And it was even lower pre-1900, meaning only 4 in 10 Americans own their homes. And we had this massive spike in home ownership because of Fannie and Freddie. Because, right or wrong, we decided in the United States that home ownership is part of the American dream. I say right or wrong because the jury is out on that. No one has been able to statistically prove that a nation of predominant homeowners is better because banks benefit the most from an amortization schedule. Banks benefit the most. Who has looked at an amortization schedule? Right? We all have. Good. And so who makes all the money on an amortization schedule? How many of you have lived in your house 10 years or more? And put your hand up if you've done a refi. What happens when you refi in the amortization schedule? Banks love. I would make the argument that banks came up with mortgages for banks. Now, your idiot realtor, not your idiot, let's just say your 5-figure mindset or your 6-figure mindset realtor says, you can deduct the interest. You can deduct the interest. What does that really mean? Is that a tax credit, Michael? Hell no. It's not like if you paid $10,000 in interest and you owe $10,000, like your kids are a great tax credit because it comes off your bottom line. But a deduction, that is not the same. That's the tail wagging the dog. If you're like, well, you're at the PTA meeting. Well, we got a big mortgage because my realtor told us you could deduct the interest. That's stupid thinking. It's like my circle of trust. My wife will be like, babe, they were 40% off. I don't care. You still bought $10,000 end tables. I don't care that they should have been 18. That's still not a good financial decision, right? And so I've owned shares in the Bank of Idaho. The Bank of Idaho has a few branches, and I was buying shares in the Bank of Idaho. It's an S corp. What S corp is limited to? What, like 100? So there's 84 of us that own the Bank of Idaho, and every year we get a distribution. It's like a profit split check. It amounts to about 6% of what I've invested in the shares. So I love that. It's a good deal. And so when you want to sell your shares of the Bank of Idaho, you go into the CEO and he tells the secretary, and they call one of the other farmers and say, do you want the like it trades across the president's desk. Does that make sense? So I've learned a lot about how banks work as someone who's owned shares in a bank. Does that sound fair? Does that give me credibility? Okay. On the lending side, banks don't hold mortgages. A bank always has to decide, Michael comes into the bank and says, Aaron, I want a commercial loan on my subway here in Idaho Falls. And I have to say, should I keep if I decide to loan him $200,000, do I want to service the loan in-house? Do I want to give Michael $200,000 from the Bank of Idaho's money and then make the 6% interest for the bank, which is the spread from what we pay out on the deposits, and use our bank's money? Or what is my other option at the Bank of Idaho with that mortgage? I could do what? Sell it. They call it selling the paper. And very few banks hold residential paper. You go into the Bank of Idaho to get a mortgage, they have all their advertising. We love to do mortgages. We're a local bank. The second that loan closes, they sell it. In fact, their whole decision is, how do I make sure this fits, conforms, so we can immediately sell this paper? What segment of real estate is getting screwed because of COVID this year? Commercial. God forbid if you own an Olive Garden. God forbid if you own a nightclub. God forbid if you own a commercial office building in Manhattan. Because your business is devastated this year. And commercial banks, small banks like the Bank of Idaho, have been the ones holding mostly commercial paper, because the rule forever was, I'll take 5% on the bank's money because commercial is so safe. Commercial is so easy. We don't want to mess with the residential. That default rate's too high. And so when you look at what's happened since 2008, the real estate crashed the economy, and we have underbuilt the market right now. We're 5 million homes underbuilt. When we had home price appreciation between 1996 and 2008, so for those 12 years, you could make the case that the appreciation the last time around was a house of cards. It was a house of sand. It was a house of subprime mortgages and people buying homes that had no business buying homes, and Wall Street's creating mortgage-backed securities to make money off of their money. That was the real estate economy the last time. This time around, we've seen, I just mentioned earlier, we've had 42% appreciation. But the appreciation this time has been driven by a shortage. It's been driven by the shortage. That builders aren't building enough houses. And the area that they're shorting the worst is affordable housing. Nobody wants to build affordable housing. As a builder, you make all your money off of upgrades. You come in to buy a house from me in my upper middle class development. I'm like, well, this is the model home, but the base countertops aren't these marble that I have. They're this plastic Formica. But for 20 cents a day, how could you say no to your significant other about the marble? Like, they give you that cost per day upgrade and roll it into the 30-year mortgage. And so you make all your money off of upgrades. So builders don't want to deal with affordable housing. And that's permeated over into rental property. So look at this. When you look at rental units going back to 2007, you have rents under $600 a month, which is orange. You have rents from $600 to $1,000. You got $1,000 and over. The only area that we've seen growth in is the trendy hot yoga studios. In whatever market you live in, it's $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month rentals. Upper middle class, millennial and Gen X focused rentals. That's been the growth area. But when you look at affordable homes, they've been losing inventory even farther back here. And so we're short about 3 million affordable rental units. So we're short on the ownership front, we're short on the rental ship front. We're short housing in this country. And that's where the demand and the appetite for modular manufacture come in. Because we have some real metrics. You know, one of the things that didn't happen when I built homes here in Indianapolis in 2008, you just went in and paid the permit and basically submitted the plans and they signed off on them. Now, city councils and building departments are like the Gestapo of oh, you want to do a development? Okay, well, we want you to finish sidewalks out to 34th Street. And then we want you to put a park in. We don't like that you have vinyl siding on those entry-level homes. We want stone on the front. So there goes 5, 5, 5, fiber. Now you're down to making, thought you were going to make 25% on the development. Now you're down to 8%. And builders are like, screw it, it's not worth it. And I got to wait 24 months. And you guys are going to just charge me this arbitrary $4,000 connection fee? Builders are like, forget it. I'm only doing custom homes. Because at least on custom homes, I can make a nice profit. And so it's funny because then these same city councils are like, oh, what can we do? We have no affordable housing. Well, you screwed yourself. Because I went into the city of Idaho Falls and I was like, guys, you have a 55 and older mobile home RV park that has not had a vacancy in 10 years. Right next to it is like an industrial waste piece of crap land. He's willing to sell that to me. You have it zoned industrial. Would you guys give me a variance and I'll build the exact same cute RV park that's next door because we could be pulling these boomers in and these snowbirds and RVs. Right now you're making nothing off that. No, we're not doing any variances outside. This is what we have marked for a mobile home. We're not doing any variances. Okay. Because Blackfoot's doing it. Blackfoot doesn't care. They asked me what the density should be on my park. Guess I'm not working in Idaho Falls. Hillary, you might want to delete that. Okay, so it's maddening, but Minneapolis got so desperate that last year they eliminated single-family home designation in a huge area, meaning every person now can throw a tiny home in their backyard and rent it out. People are pissed because imagine you got your dream home for $1 million and your neighbor next door can throw a single wide in the backyard and start renting it out to hipsters. And they did that in Seattle also because they're trying to figure out a way to create more affordable housing. And as I've seen that, I'm like, okay, imagine having a modular home dealership in Minneapolis right now. You're sitting on a gold mine. Now you're sending out a mailer. I got tiny homes, 80 grand, throw it in your backyard. And so what I've tried to do for 20 years is I don't try to steer the market. I spend when I read that Warren Buffett spends 4 hours every day reading, I spend 2 hours every day. That Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page is the cliff notes of what just follow that and you can go back years, you can see the articles that drive. I spend 2 hours every day reading. And I've just learned to learn and then make decisions. I don't say, well, I'm a developer. I never try to brand what I do in real estate as much as I try to follow trends that I can make money from. Does that make sense? One of my favorite research sites is this one, Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies. You don't need to pay a membership. You don't even have to log in, no subscription. If you just go to research, look at all of the topics. Housing markets, home ownership, rental housing. Rental housing in January, they came out with their kind of State of the Union, America's rental housing. Most of the graphs that I've shared with you this weekend came from this report. And you can read the report. You can download it and read it. It's phenomenal. I would say this is my single best resource for starting and strategies and what I want to work and focus on with my business and with my company. Is the research that they provide here. They had a release event. It was like in January, and I was all excited about it. So it was like Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. I get on this live stream and I'm watching it and taking notes and listening to, and I'm typing questions in. Megan comes in and she's like, "What the hell are you? What are you watching? It sounds so nerdy." And I was like, "No, babe, it's Harvard's. They just released their 2020 housing report." She's like, "It's Friday afternoon. How many other people are watching this?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know." And there was 5 of us. It's like me and all my competitors, right? and then I was like, and she's like, "See, you're such a nerd." And I was like, "Hey, this is like gold to me." Because I every day I read the business journal of every city that we're in. Every month I read the city council minutes. City council minutes are a roadmap to everything that's happening. And because when they announce a private-public partnership, that's like gold. That means the city's spending money in my neighborhood. So, and then I have all these Google searches set up. So I feel like it becomes very obvious, what course, what to pursue. But it's that daily reading, it's that daily research that makes such a big difference.
Additionally to that, what about Wall Street's consumption of the home market?
Yeah, that's been so interesting because Wall Street, in 2012, Wall Street got in the game and they were like, "We're just going to buy these houses as a trade." They thought of it as a trade. They said, what they called rental income? Loss mitigation revenue. They said, they call it loss mitigation. So I got a call from this guy and he's like, "Hey, Aaron, my name is Rob. I worked in Wall Street. I got a company called 510 Capital. And I have $400 million. I'd like to buy your Alpine." This was in 2012. And he's like, "It seems like you're also in Dallas and Kansas City and Orlando." And he's like, "I already have an operator in Orlando, but I want to buy your management company. I want to buy your construction company. I want to buy your brokerage. I want to buy as many properties as you have, as many properties as your clients have. And then I want you to work for me as my W-2. And I was like, I didn't do that, Rob. Has anybody sold a business? You sell a business, they don't really want your business. Most of the time, they want you as an employee. They're like, "All right, we'll take the business, but we want you." And at that point, I was still commuting out to Idaho. That didn't fit in my 5Fs. He's like, "You got to move to Manhattan. Now, Aaron, we're going to give you a blank checkbook for $800 million. He's like, "Because if I can buy you, you can have my 4, and I'll go raise another 4. And then you can expand your Alpine. It'll just be called 510, right?" And so long story short, I didn't sell to him, but he and I worked out a way for me to buy properties for him. And Wall Street realized by 2014 that they were not going to sell these houses. They were going to keep them. And then you had a whole other wave of companies come in, and Wall Street's here to stay. So when people say, Aaron, what's the likelihood the real estate market's going to crash? Well, we're already short houses. Where's it going to go? Like before where we had too many properties, I don't see an inventory supply crash because also, in 2008, Wall Street wasn't in the game. If the real estate prices were to collapse, Wall Street would just buy that inventory. They already have management and infrastructure in place throughout the country. They would go from 8 to 16%. They would double up. I know that for a fact because I've sold 2,000 properties to them. Brittany can confirm that because she worked for 2 of the big firms as well. international investors, it used to be like Chinese investors were in Orlando, in Seattle, in LA, and New York. The biggest group of investors in Texas, and the reason that we stopped buying in Texas is because Chinese has moved into the interior. Indian investors in the interior. And so the international presence, we in the US make it very easy for the world to own our real estate. They can use a foreign entity to hold their US properties. And you know, I had somebody say, we shouldn't sell them our properties. And I'm like, yeah, because we're too broke to buy them ourselves. That's the reality. You know, that's the bigger problem as Americans. We can't afford to own our own country. And I honestly believe that we will never see 67% home ownership ever again. I don't see that. Not with student loan debt growing at a ridiculous rate, not with auto loan debt. We are a nation of debtors. We don't know how to save. We suck with our money, and financial illiteracy has never been higher in this country. And I believe I personally believe that we're going to return to like a 50-50 split. I think only half of Americans will be homeowners, and I see that in a slow bleed because I haven't seen a trend to me that says that we're going to reverse that and become better with our money. I don't. And so that's why I think it's never been a better time to be a landlord and learn how to get in this game. And think about with a median home price of $260, I'm selling Charlotte houses for $120, Indy, Charlotte. My homes are $90 to $120. They're entry-level homes. So think of a scenario where you rent it out for 4 or 5 years and then sell it to your tenant and then become the bank. You know, that's the strategy that we're promoting to you as investors. And, you know, Michael and I went to a house yesterday where I was like, Michael, $2 million house is here, 3 blocks away. $300,000 house is a block away. The house across the street getting remodeled, new construction down the street. We're selling this house for $130,000. It's a 5-bedroom home. And what were your thoughts on that, Michael?
Phenomenal. Yeah, it was almost like getting ahead of where things are moving out to. Yeah. I had one of those aha moments. I had a bunch of them. But, yeah, we had a blast. It was awesome.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I mean, look, Michael's got 2 little babies. Michael wouldn't live in that house. But new roof, new plumbing, new furnace, new hot water heater, new kitchen.
I live in that house. My wife not living.
Yeah, you would live in the house. That could be a bro house. A couple roomies.
Broker than a joke. I know how to live poor.
But we had a client out here once who they're like, my wife and I would never buy a rental property that we wouldn't live in. And I'm like, you know, that's kind of pathetic that you only think there's one standard of appropriate living. Because I'm very proud of my affordable properties. We went into the basement of that house, and it used to have an old brick foundation. We had completely redone the whole foundation on that home. We had completely replumbed all the plumbing lines, rewired the whole house. You know, I left the paneling up in the living room because it's a 5-bedroom house. 5-bedroom houses never go empty. And I know I can get $950 without putting drywall. Would it look cuter with drywall? Yeah. But every additional expense on your rental property that you pay for that you don't need to spend is a donation to your contractor. It's an ego play. Isn't that interesting? I wouldn't treat my rentals that way. Okay. Why? Because you're emotionally connected to them. Am I right? You guys got 50 properties here. Right? It's just, and I'm guilty of it. I fall in love. Do you have it? You know you got a couple properties that you love, don't you?
Not anymore.
I got this house in Idaho, right? I got this house in Idaho. It's right by the aquatic center. My kids are into swim, and it's just so cute. And so I took the aluminum windows out of the basement, and I put beautiful little vinyl windows in, and then I built a 2-car garage. It didn't need it, but I was like, oh, it looks so much better with a 2-car garage in the back. So I spent $30,000 on that. And then I furnished it, and I said to my stepkid's dad, because he lives out of town and he flies in to see my stepkids, his kids. I'm like, Mike, just stay here with your kids. And I'm going to leave it furnished, because I didn't even want to put a tenant in it because I love it so much. It's a horrible investment. I'm into that thing like $140,000. It's gonna the balance sheet on that looks like dirt, right? 0. And I keep the utilities on and pay the Wi-Fi. So if I'm still emotional 20 years later about my properties, you will be too. And learning for some of you need a manager. Because you will overspend on your rentals. It's the biggest mistake people make. Whereas when I go into that house, I'm like, is there deferred maintenance? Are there capital improvements? And what's the minimum I need to spend to get the target rent? That's it. That's it. Anything more is not going to cover it.
That's something you taught me yesterday was make sure all the mechanical, everything that's going to be a good, big capital expenditure, make sure that's taken care of. But the cosmetic?
Yeah, I was like, Michael, yeah, I know the paneling looks like shit in the living room, but this is a 5-bedroom house. We'll get $950. And yeah, two-tone paint would look cuter. And yeah, I could have replaced all the doors, but again, won't affect $950. Won't affect $950. Roof's new, windows are new, furnace, right? That's a hard thing because when people walk in there, you really want it to look cute. We all really like trophy properties. In our heads, we have a hierarchy of real estate, which is, you know, we'd all be like, yeah, I own that strip mall with the Walgreens. You don't want to be like, dude, you got to check out my trailer park. It's hopping. You have slides, Ed?
Plug this into HDMI.
Oh, yeah.
That's all ready to go. You can just
Oh, cool. Let me do...
just take HDMI and put it in there.
Let me think here. Yeah, I'll do... Well, no, you have this, right? So I'll actually plug...
Plug that in.
Yeah.
You already tell them why I was out here.
Yeah, I told him we were...
You know, one thing, Darren, that we have a guy that's been doing repairs for probably now for 30 years. And if there's something that's kind of like, isn't quite right, it's funny, you'll always ask Marilyn, now is that going to bother you from your house tonight at home?
He says that?
No, it's not. If something needs to be done, but that's a cosmetic, and he says, and it's not going to affect the rent, he says, is that going to bother you from your house tonight?
Yeah, it's tough. It's hard. It's hard not to do. You have to be, because look, you want to fix it. Like if you had paneling in your house, you would take it down and you would fix it, patch it, and then you would paint it. But that's because you live there. But on a 5-bedroom rental, I've already spent $50,000 on roof, foundation, replumb, electrical, furnace. All the big stuff's done. That's cosmetic. I'm not spending extra $3,000 on that house when it has zero impact on rentability. It's a hard. Everybody can hear that argument and go, "That makes sense." But I guarantee you, if I wouldn't have said that to you and you walked in, you would have been like, "Ah." That's called Judgy McJudge face. Everybody does that. One bus tour, I took everyone on the bus and I gave everyone a clipboard. I'm like, all right, I want you to mark down, I have this home sold to a homeowner and I just had the home inspection. So I want you to write down all the things that this home is going to need before it sells. And people have these long lists, right? And I had closed on it the day before. I'm like, yeah, I didn't need to do any of it. But you would have spent all this extra money, right? And here's the closing statement. It's closed, just like this, right? And nobody really liked that. They felt stupid. So when you like confront the stupidity, right? So anyway, Michael wasn't planning on speaking. He was just coming out to hang. We got it.
How long have we known each other? 10 years?
Yeah.
At least?
Yep.
12?
Yeah.
And
Let me give you this mic, actually, dude. This one's better.
not working good?
Yeah, that one's not for the live
I've been
stream.
breathing on that all day. Even if this COVID thing was around, I don't know.
I got tested. I'm good.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about COVID. I'm talking about whatever else you got. So I consider Aaron a brother and someone in my circle. And I wanted to fly out and get more investments with him. And so yeah, we were running around all day yesterday, and he is cheap, right? Because
White tablecloth. I love it.
And then I called him last night. I'm like, let's go have white tablecloth dinner.
He's like, I'll pay. I'm like, I'm watching the Colts game. Sorry. They have the. That was a great game. Has anybody heard of a Quick Trip gas stations? They're heaven. I could eat all of my meals forever at Quick Trips.
Probably get a lot of extra protein with all the butters that are in there.
Those pizzas, hello. They have slushies. The Quick Trips in Missouri have liquor stores in them. So you can buy a Slurpee and a bottle of rum on your way home at night. Missouri knows how to get fat, yo. I'm just it's real, dude.
So, yeah, we ran around and talked about eye-opening. And I love our clients. I don't know if people are big, but I just have utmost respect for our clients. You guys are in my opinion. You're also like me. Back when I graduated from law school, literally I thought I was cheap because I was looking for a joke. I was teaching Tom Roberts, and that's not even a joke. I'm like, this, you get sick of this, and you add some peas and corn to it, you know. And so what I was doing at that time was I was putting money into an investment to build that up, diversify up for real estate. And so I realized I had to do it yesterday. And I wasn't okay. Now why I do security and turn off people that need I think for talk about when you go to a job and you're not wrong. Here I'm taking away from people who work hard and stuff. I come over to them and '99, and it just seemed like all my life's experiences in business and life cumulative that it's like, man, I found a seat that fits my ass. Like literally, it was, and I feel like I retired. I know I say that a lot, but I really do. Did I have to come and speak? No, I didn't have to. I could have gone to the airport and flown out early. But it's really important for me to kind of get everyone tidied up. How many people actually are Anderson clients in here? Oh my gosh! All right. How many people actually have LLCs? So there. Okay, perfect. So maybe I'll do a light kind of overview. Maybe tidy you guys up a little bit, answer some questions, see where you guys are at. I'm sure that you guys have them, and this is kind of a chance to pick my brain a little bit. I also wanted to give you guys a resource. You guys are most likely already working with your advisors or with the platinum attorneys. But if you guys, maybe I won't. I talked to one of my senior advisors, Charles Hall. You guys, anyone met Charles Hall? Anyone know Charles Hall? I know him for probably 20 years. But he offered, if you guys have questions, he offered to be available for you guys. C. Hall at Anderson Advisors.com. That's his email.
We throw that on the chat, the live stream.
Yeah, so, Charles came from a similar background. We actually were in a computer company together. He understands businesses, and he's been an entrepreneur in the internet sector, owned his own businesses with pretty much everything internet, and also some retail. And so he's a wealth of information. He also invests in real estate, so he understands the language. So, kind of to give you guys an overview, getting into what we want to accomplish, basically, before I do that, we just added a Utah office. Does anyone know that? Someone hear about it? And the reason why, don't tell my other employees some of the reasons, but reason why is we were looking for other employees and diversifying our workforce. And Toby and I flew in to Salt Lake, and the TSA agents were nice.
They are.
And I say, Toby, if the TSA agents are nice, like, what do you think we're going to be able to get? Like customer service, smart attorneys. COVID kind of put a little damper, but I still hired about 10 to 12 employees up there, attorneys. We built out the platinum department, so that's our newest office, and I moved up there from a personal standpoint. Are they open to kind of some funny crass stuff?
Dude, I would say 90% of this room is on the dark side of the force.
Okay. So I wanted from a business, very rarely does a parallel with business and personal, right? I have a 4-year-old boy. This is last year about September. My wife and I are driving along the 15. And we pass a strip club, and it's got one of those crass, funny sayings. Well, I think it's hilarious. My wife and we were laughing. All of a sudden, we realized that our son's in the back seat. And we're like, well, no, he doesn't understand it yet. And, even if he says, what's so funny, I'd be like, oh, I don't know, did you see that clown over there? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm going to have to start explaining this. Then we get past there, we're going south on the 15, and we pass this other strip club. And there's like half-naked ladies on there, and I'm thinking to myself, oh God, I know I'm going to have this conversation, but I'm going to have them way earlier. And I don't want them to desensitize to all this stuff. So all of a sudden, we were looking for another place. We looked at Boise, we looked at Phoenix, and also Denver. And said, hey, all right, so we started looking, and that's how it came about. Basically, from a business standpoint and a personal standpoint, I've loved it there. It has been fantastic. A great place. We've been outdoors. I fly, fish, and ski, and all this stuff that I've been putting on hold when I lived in Vegas. Now we're able to start doing it. It's been fantastic. So that's our new office. You guys are probably maybe seen the slide before. So we are in 90. We've been in business since '99, which we're really proud of that. And the fact that we're proud of it is because most businesses fail. Most law firms break up and then reorganize. And it's like, from the top all the way through the company, there's this family sense of feeling inside of there. Because I think we all have the same common purpose. And when we're doing interviews, we want to make sure that everyone has that same guiding light. When I do a new hire, it's one of those things that I know I always mention is treat each other with respect. Life is hard enough outside of work to have a toxic work environment and bring it back home. The same thing is treat the clients with respect. Now, we're not always perfect. I think sometimes fall through the crack. But the thing is our clients have all worked really hard for what they have. And they are the people who deserve our respect and our best. To give you guys kind of accumulation, the areas we focus on, asset protection, tax, business planning, and legacy planning. When we look at this, the reason why we have to do this is because when we're working with small business owners or investors, you can't really touch one area with the fact that with not affecting the other areas. And so this is something that we start off as a law firm. We're all lawyers. I had a business background, but then all of a sudden we would be structuring a client from a liability standpoint, protecting them, right? Then they go to their accountant, and maybe this even happened to you guys. Because when your accountant said, well, taxation, we'll decide this, but then you have to go see your lawyer, and you guys become like a ping pong ball going back and forth. So we said, you know what, let's go ahead and buy an accounting firm that understands investors, and we've grown that over the years. And so it's, the accountants and the attorneys are working together. And then the next thing came into it is, sometimes a legal structure will affect your business planning. And what I mean by that is, hey, a lot of accountants will say, hey, we can make you so you look like you're broke, you don't have to pay any taxes. And they're like, look how smart I am. I'm kidding you, never have to pay taxes. And then what do? You go for financing. Are you able to get financing? No, so we're balancing that out. Now the last part of the deal right here, the legacy planning, is I hate to be kind of a bummer. It seems like there's a big upbeat feeling in here, but you're all going to die. Okay? And so we put in estate planning into the area. And the reason why is somewhat personal. I get to know the clients really well, and all of a sudden they'll pass, and I was getting sick of seeing when a client would pass and their assets would start going down to their children or their heirs, the fighting that would go on, and the destruction of lives. And what I mean by that is grieving and greed go together. And that's just really hard to see. Hey, wait, your parents or the person who left this money or these investments to you, they didn't build this stuff up to destroy your life or cause family relationships fighting. I mean, it happened in my family. When my grandmother passed, I went to her house. I got to relate because I was living in the same city, and it looked like her house had been burglarized. All the stuff that meant something personal to me was gone. And I still have some bad feelings, I got a last joke. I just bought a whole flat all near my family, and I own all of the real estate around in the cemetery. So they'll have to come to me, and I might do some bartering.
That's smart.
Isn't that funny? I just did that like 10 minutes ago. So I got a whole area that I might part with some of them, or I might just keep them for my future.
The ones you don't, I'll sell them I got a mobile home spot.
Well, yeah. So anyway, I don't even know how I decided to tell you guys that, but pretty much an open book. The other thing is I want you guys to be able to pass the wealth on, and just keep your heirs out of trouble. We had some issues where we've dealt with clients who passed it on to their kids and they've overdosed, and they've spent that money really fast. One of the worst ones, and this wasn't even a client. I went to school with an individual that basically got an inheritance when we were in law school. And because he got this inheritance, I think it was only like I know we threw these numbers out, like only $3 million. Like, I mean, that's a lot of money, right? But when you're younger, $3 million is not all the money you're ever going to need in your life, right? Through bad investments and spending habits, he spent it all. Now, the problem is when we were in law school, he didn't take the bar exam. So he never got a career. And all of a sudden now he's older without any money. It's not like you can just go into I've taken a lot of bar exams and I passed them, by the way. And each time it's harder because I'm older and I'm outside of that study mentality. But now you have to go back and pass a bar exam, and then you have to start at the lower realm of a law firm. And being older and being told what to do by a young whippersnapper at times, it's not as easy. And plus you don't have that experience. So I don't want you guys to take away your children's or your heirs or whoever you leave things to. Don't take away their ability to achieve their own goals. One of the things, and I'll cover this a little later, is I like staggered or what I call a back-loaded distribution schedule. That's how I have it set up for my kids. They don't get their first distribution until the age of 25, and it's only 10%. Now I got a HEM standard in there, that's what we do through trust. I got a HEM standard in there where if they need medical attention, education, things like that, the trust can pay for it. But they're not getting any money to change their life's paths. They can still achieve their goals. But there's also that escape valve in there. And so a couple things I put together for today. We need to look at long-term strategies. And I know this might be a review for a lot of you guys, but how we deal with long-term strategies. A lot of times when we're looking at long-term strategies, we're looking at it from an asset protection standpoint and also retaining the ability to take depreciation and some of the offsets that can run down to our own personal returns. So we can balance that out. Short-term, we want to look at mainly from a tax perspective and a liability perspective. But what you noticed I said was a tax perspective and a liability perspective. Because if you guys are doing how many people are doing short-term deals or want to do short-term deals? Or how many people would do short-term deals? Everybody should raise their hand, right? If you don't structure it appropriately, guess what happens? You get tagged as a dealer and you're paying an extra 15.3%. You can't do a 1031. You can't do, what are some of the other things? If you do installment sales, I've sold a lot of properties on installment sales. That gets taxed. All these things add up and cause us heartburn. And we're actually giving Uncle Sam a tip at that point. Generally, it's an extra 15.3%. So that's something we want to avoid. I always want to put this in my presentation is because I hear, hey, Michael, I'm just going to get more insurance. My accountant, and I hate when accountants say, what the hell is an accountant giving you legal advice for? But they say, my accountant told me just to get more insurance, don't worry about these LLCs, it's going to complicate your life. If an accountant ever says that to you, what you want to do is you say, okay, for sure, but sign this contract, and if I get sued and the insurance doesn't cover it, that you'll pay for it, because this is your advice, right? I've never had anyone come back and sign that. But the judgments are way out of control. The other thing is, I used to do defense work where I worked with a lot of insurance companies. They would pay me to defend their clients. And they are, in this, I know you've heard this before, but they're not in the business of paying out. Does that make sense? They deny it. It's almost like the claim comes in and it's automatic rejection. The people who actually refile it, they might go through it. But I hate insurance companies. I was in an insurance conference, and this one guy says that he had some great news, that they're charging about as much as they can charge for their policies, and exclude about as much as they can without getting in trouble by the insurance commission. So there's my income on that. Here's all the things we need to look at and how we need to formulate a plan to deal with. Mainly, we have to decide long-term capital gains, short-term capital gains. This is going to be a big one because a lot of people think that, hey, real estate investing is all passive. No, it can be termed active income. Whenever you see active income, it's like from the sweat of your brow, and therefore it's subject to the FICA. You guys know what FICA is? FICA? No. FICA sounds too nice. FICA is like a 4-letter word, and it's a 4-letter word. I'll tell you why I have such a disdain for it. You guys remember your first job? Well, I got a first job at Domino's Pizza. I used to ride my bicycle down and put pepperonis on pizzas and stuff. And I knew exactly how many hours I had worked times whatever my minimum wage was. So you remember your first check and you're so excited to get that check. Well, I get this. Oh, this will tell you a little more about me. I wasn't working the day that the checks were coming out, but I wanted that check in my greedy little hand, right? So I ride my BMX down there, park around, I walk in, and I said, I always want to say hi to everybody. Oh wait, checks are here too? Yeah, sure, I'll have mine. Oh man, I wanted that check so bad. Put it in the back of my Levi's, walk around or ride my bike around the Safeway. And I open this check up and I go, huh? Oh my gosh. I'm being ripped off by Arnie, the pizza shop owner, or this FICA guy, right? My dad was a colonel in the Army, an electrical engineer, Mr. Empathy, right? No, engineers, some of you guys I can see are engineers here. Yeah, no empathy. It's like, he looks at this, because I wanted him to be on my side, and he looks at this, and he says, oh, welcome to the real world, son, you're paying taxes. I'm 15 and a half, right? So I've always had this real hate for FICA. Tax, what's that?
There's a really funny YouTube video. A kid comes inside his car, opens it up, his dad's.
I've seen that.
You see that? He's like, what's the same scenario? It's crazy.
He starts crying.
He starts crying. He's taking his money, and he said the same. And his dad said the same thing. Welcome to the big world, there. You're now going to be.
What does this guy look like? Yeah. Looking at tax-free or tax-deferred is something we need to do. Guys, you need to stop being simpletons. And I don't want to insult anybody, but because of what you're doing, get to that next level and start using all these tools, and we'll teach you about them. I'm sure that some of you guys know that we make our clients educational junkies. I mean, you guys get emails of all the courses we've been on. We want educated clients. So start looking at the next level videos. I know Clint has put out an awesome video on working with your QRPs. And that is such a powerful tool that we can go ahead and start investing with your QRPs. And the way we set it up is that you guys are in control. What's that?
We have a lot of QRPs.
Yeah, so now you're in control. You're the trustee of this plan. You can buy and sell real estate. You can go ahead and do stocks. You can do all this sorts of things, but you're in control as opposed to having somebody else in control. Well, my point is what we need to do is get outside of the personal tax code, the earn, the tax, and then spend whatever's left over. Get in the business tax code. Now, the comment I get quite a bit is that people say, hey, am I really in the business? And the answer is yes. If you're in the pursuit of a profit, you're in a business. All right? So don't let the simpleton tell you that you're not in a business. thing we need to look at, and I'll just go over these fairly quickly, and also kind of help you guys. A C or an S corporation. We use both, but we lean a lot towards C corporations. Just to spell and kind of get you guys over some of the things that have been put in your mind. Every time I say a C corporation, an accountant will be like, yeah, but it's double taxation. Right? I mean, that's the first thing that comes out of their mind. Yeah, it can be double taxation, but there's so many more deductions to a C corporation that we can write off a lot, and then all of a sudden now we're at a flat rate of 21%. So, I mean, some of here, C corporations, Section 105B plan. You guys know what that is? Some of you guys for the clients? Medical care reimbursement plan. We can set one of those up. Now, you might be thinking, hey, I'm out. Well, I had a client that basically got appendicitis outside of network. That was a huge bill. It's much better paying with those pre-tax dollars than the after-tax dollars, correct? It goes a business expense offsetting the other income. And so that's one of the things we put in there. Some of you guys, what are some of their cool things? And all this, to do this, all you need to do is have it prescribed by a doctor, so you get medications. Those are all paid for with the company. You pay for them personally, then you're reimbursed by the company. This is our client's favorite one, 288. You guys have heard of this, right? It's renting your personal residence out for up to 14 days a year, non-taxable income to you, and an expense to the business. Talk about getting money out of the pocket of the business into your pocket, and it's tax-free. Okay, fantastic solution. Most of you guys are probably platinum. We have a whole kit in the platinum portal there too. So with the 21%, and then all the extra deductions, cell phone, all the stuff that's tied into the business, you're starting to write off. This is something that a lot of my clients, when they become clients, they say, wow, are you kidding me? I have so much more money left over in my personal account because everything is going through the business account. Everything that can almost be like linked in, internet, cell phone, travel, all this stuff, it starts whittling it down. The big one for our clients also is education. As opposed to, if you're not incorporated and you pay for a class, that comes out of your pocket. And it's not deductible under publication 550, page 37, right in the center of that. It's hilarious. But it says no investment related seminars there. But guess what? Under a business, you can write it up. And our clients are educationally minded. You know, they buy an educational package. Some of our clients have spent $35,000, $45,000, $65,000 in education. Again, put that in so when you do a flip or a quick turn or bring money up from your rentals for management fees, now all of a sudden it's reimbursing you for those costs and it's giving you a business deduction. S corporations are great. Again, we just have to do an analysis. But something great about an S corporation is we can split income. So you can take a salary, it just has to be a reasonable salary, and then you can take the rest as passive or just a distribution. And so we're saving 15.3% on that other area. So maybe you're doing $100,000, you're paying the extra 15.3 on that 50, but then you're paying just your tax rate on the other 50 that comes out. All right, long-term strategies. Most of you guys with your rentals know this structure because most of you guys are already putting them in LLCs, right? Okay. So, or a land trust. We can put a land trust here, depending on the state. But you guys are all putting your properties in these LLCs. It's something that some of you guys might be clients from a long time ago. We used to recommend you guys grouping properties, and we still might in some sort of situations. But we recommend one property per LLC. We used to say group them together. Look at about a $250,000 value. It was Clint. How many people have seen? Oh, you guys probably all have seen Clint. Like he's like, yes, he is an attorney. He's just not our actor we put up there. He's got a pretty face, right? But he was up there speaking, and this is a few years back. But he was saying, hey, you know what? Combine your properties, and you have a decrease in LLCs. A client, he was over on this side, said, or not a client, it was a prospective client, said, hey, wait a minute, you're telling us to group properties together, how do you do it? And he said, well, I don't want to lose anything. Like, maybe there's a subject property that's in trouble, but I want to keep everything else safe. And so the audience member didn't stop there. They said, well, how come you're telling us to group them if you don't even group them? And it was kind of one of those awkward moments. They got together as a partnership and said, hey, listen, we need to change our advice because what we were trying to do is save money or save clients money. But again, our clients work so hard. I don't think any one of you guys want to lose more than you would have to. We can do it by separation. That's why any titanium members in here, we're all, you pay one fee and you get all the LLCs you can eat, basically. It's all you can eat program. That's why we brought that in so you didn't have to worry about continuing on paying more and more for each LLC. It also, we found out, was a barrier because you're like, man, if I have to pay $2,500, $3,500 for a new LLC, I'll just put in the one I already have. And we saw our clients doing that, so we just took that out of the thing. So that works out great, but we have properties, let's say Florida, Colorado, California. A lot of you guys have those California properties. But we need to go ahead and create a barrier. And what we do is we put a Nevada or Wyoming holding LLC in between us and the properties. And the reason why, I'm going to show you the statute, but the reason why we do that is because if you didn't, here you are, and you get sued by Beelzebub here, right? He comes in, well, Beelzebub's going to come in and he'll pierce through this and get the properties in most states, okay? So what we do is we go to a state that actually has solidified that no, you can't, or Beelzebub can't get into here because of what we call a charging order. And so basically we protected everything. All right, that's why that next layer we put in there. We also, from a liquid asset standpoint, might create an LLC. We use Wyoming because they have held on in Nevada because they've held on to the original intent. Here's what the charging order does, and this is why it works. It works because they can't become a partner in your business anymore. You're still running your business. They can't force distributions, participate in the management. So the whole idea is that we didn't want a member or a judgment creditor coming in, affecting and disrupting the affairs of the business. Does that make sense? And that's the original intent of the law. Problem is California, Colorado, Florida were the pioneers in this. They said that's not fair, right? I mean, those of you in California, that's probably par for the course. That's not fair. And so they started eroding the protections. So what we've done through the way we hold everything, we just make sure that stays intact. Now, this I have a love-hate relationship with what I'm about to show you. It also comes out from a Rev ruling, 77-137, I believe. Yeah, 137. It comes from a Rev ruling, and what happened was the IRS said, hey, listen, the holder of a charging order also has to pay the taxes on whatever is generated inside that LLC. Have you guys heard of that before? Okay, think about what a poison pill is. I'm sorry, your name?
Sergio.
Sergio, that's right. Sergio, if you sue me, and I got my affairs put into a structure, and you don't get anything because you can't pierce it, but the law says that, hey, any money that's distributed out to me because you have a judgment against me, now will come to you. Mm-hmm. Well, with the way that we set up our structures from a control aspect, what are we going to do? If I got a judgment creditor after me, I'm not going to distribute money out of these LLCs. I'm going to leave it in there. But from a taxation standpoint, the interplay of this, now all of a sudden the taxation has to, because everything flows down. And then what this Red ruling says is that Sergio, because he was actually entitled to that money, he has to pay the taxes on it. So I'm going to make a hell of a lot of money from this LLC. I'm going to shoot him a K1. Now, that was decided on a very narrow set of circumstances. But what's cool about it is if you Google this, it looks like it's documented. I mean, literally, attorneys have pontificated on this, and so it's kind of one of those life sales that becomes like almost true, right? And so it's a big poison pill. The reason why, it's not so we can shirk our duties, but what we want to have happen is I want to be on a level playing field with Sergio. So all of a sudden now we do some honest negotiation, get this thing taken care of and out the door, right? If I don't like Sergio, you look like a nice guy, but if you're suing me, I don't care what you look like, right? You're not a nice guy. And so basically, if I don't want to settle, year after year, he's not getting anything. What is the value of that? Judgment, nothing, right? I was so excited. I was about 20. I was 21. And a gentleman owed me money. And so I sued him in small claims court, and I won. I wasn't even an attorney, right? I was this 21-year-old who just looked up how to do this stuff. And I went in there and I won, and I was so proud. Some of you guys have heard the story, but I come out of the court, and then I go home. My parents were having a party, and I'm going around showing my judgment. I'm like, look what I did. I'm not even in law school. Look at legal already, man. And this one guy, Patrick, his name was, he looks at me and he's like, not so bad. Like, listen, you know what? Getting a judgment isn't even that difficult. What's difficult is collecting on the judgment. See how this all interplays, right? I swear every life experience I had growing up got me to this point where I'm at now. Why we use Wyoming and Nevada as opposed to just taking chances is because Wyoming puts out that it's an exclusive remedy. What does exclusive mean? The only? Exclusive? Right?
Well, yeah, exclude all other options.
Yeah, there's no other thing that comes into there. But I love how Wyoming, because I can see it, and I hate legislative. I mean, politicians, I think they're a bunch, we'll get there. But anyway, I can just see them all sitting around and drafting this, and all of a sudden saying, but wait, we are working, or this statute's going to be with attorneys. We can't just leave exclusive, because the attorney's going to argue that exclusive doesn't mean exclusive. And so what they did was they added all other remedies, and they listed all the other remedies all these other states were using, and so they excluded it and excluded, basically. So that's why we put you in that position. Basically, you guys understand this, how it comes down. One of the things that we are able to do, and this is something that some of even my attorneys, when they're speaking on it, they kind of gloss over, or they don't really point things out as well as they should. When we talk about a corporation, what we can do is we can have this corporation manage the affairs of the LLCs that hold your rental properties. It's not managing the property. It's managing the affairs of the actual LLCs, and it's managing the LLCs. When we do that, now all of a sudden we can bring money because it's providing services, so we can bring cash up here. That creates less income that's going on your personal return, brings that cash up into here, and then it starts spending out on all those expenses we talked about. Okay? Because our corporation, we have so many more corporate deductions. Now, there's times where we look at what's going on, and then we don't put a corporation right away in there. We look at more from a liability standpoint. One of the things that we do want to kind of, there is a time and place for an IRA, but some of the things that have come up is the lack of control you have with the IRA, or the time that it takes to get money and purchase properties and investments with an IRA. And so what we like to use is a QRP, either a solo 401k or a 401a pension, because all of these you can't buy at auction, you can't borrow for more than $60,000. With a QRP you can. Basically, in order to do that, create a corporation or an LLC, have that entity sponsor the QRP, and then fund your plan by rolling over your existing retirement accounts. Now, these aren't the ones you're currently working for an employer. These are ones you discontinue service with. And so now all of a sudden you're in control. You have a checkbook. If you're driving down the road, all of a sudden see a property. A lot of these properties, a lot of situations right now, and it blew me away. Aaron probably knew this, but there's bidding wars going on still right now. And if you don't act fast, if you have to go through the 10-day approval process from the custodian of your IRA, that property's long gone, right? If you have actually a checkbook, now all of a sudden you actually can buy and get that property under contract and close, and especially at the auctions. Borrowing from your plan. This is so far from what, asset protection tax, but what about borrowing from your plan and paying down your credit cards? What does that do to your FICO score? Raises it. Now, who instead of paying, a 17% over to Amex or Visa, MasterCard, now you're paying your plan back, right, at a much lower rate. But also your borrowing power goes way up. You're also able to make contributions if you're pulling out a salary. So I encourage most of you guys to take a look at this. It may not apply to everybody, but look at a QRP, putting that into effect, and then taking it to the next step on that. It is also the strongest asset protection vehicle that we have because it's protected by ERISA. And when I say it's protected by ERISA, the poster child of that is O.J. Simpson. The guy who led a parade on the 405 in LA. Basically, how much have the Goldmans and Browns, how much have they got from hardly anything, maybe some money from that book he wrote, if I did it, I think. But it's so much asset protection. Basically, the public policy behind that is they don't want to take that money because that's used inside of their retirement, and they want to make sure that it gets over to, it's public policy, they want to make sure it's intact. And so basically that's how that works. Let me just touch on estate planning. Don't use a will anymore. All right, those are that is such a technique 20 years ago. Get into a living trust. Reason why is you might be able to get a will for $99, but it's going to cost way more than that when you get into probate or your family gets into probate. Especially if you have properties in more than one state, probate has to be opened up in each of those states. Basically, a judge is going to be deciding things. With a trust, you're drafting it to decide. The only time an attorney, or the only reason why an attorney would do a will is because it's a lost deed for them. They'll draft it for $99, but then they'll go ahead and charge that probate. So we do a trust. A lot of people look at a trust, and I was one of them that said a trust, well, that sounds really complicated. It's not. Basically, you answer a bunch of our questions, and then we'll draft your trust according to those rules that we talked about. It will avoid probate. I like it because I can individually plan for my kids. My daughter, who's 3 months, she's an angel. My 4-year-old, he's really good, but I can see some of my tendencies in him. Like, if he gets money at the age of 18, he's going to be the king of his fraternity. It's going to be gone, and all of my wife's and I's hard work and sacrifice is going to be gone with it. Plus, who's to know that he's not going to get into bad things, drugs, or what have you. I don't want to be a facilitator of that. That's not why I'm sacrificing that now, and that's not why I'm building up wealth. It's something that I want to make sure that the sacrifice and the hard work my wife and I have done, it goes to him, and it's like salt. It adds flavor to his life. But I wanted him to achieve his own goals.
Can I tell them what I did for my book? So when Meg and I got married, we had to revise, we had to do a trust, and so we sat down to work on it together. And when it's a blended family, it's all right. Well, what if I die? How do we avoid wicked stepmother, disenfranchise my kids syndrome? What if you die? How do we?
Now that I'm back.
No.
Well, it's going to get awkward.
Everybody say hi, Meg. Right there.
You know whatever.
Wicked stepmother.
Whatever story he was going to tell has just got edited.
Yeah. Hey, it's been PG all morning in here. No circles of trust.
You're being recorded now. I feel verified.
Actually, I had Hillary muted this a couple of times. I've been learning. I've self-edited though, but we've muted 3 times already. If you're here live, you get all the secret info. So, but you have some awkward, what if we both die, and what happens with our money, and so a couple of things. One of the things that I learned about that from Anderson that I hadn't used before is the universal life insurance policy.
I don't. Yeah.
Does anybody have an IUL? Okay. And what we wanted it for was, so if something happens to me and Meg lives, then the proceeds from that policy will be cash that Meg can use to buy my boys out of the estate. So she'll have millions of dollars that she can use to put, because she doesn't want to have to sell properties, sell buildings, sell businesses. The proceeds from that insurance policy, she can just go, boom, Casey and Tommy's trust, you're bought out of the dad's estate, and then she could go forward running the company. So I love that flexibility, and vice versa. She's got an insurance policy that I could put that money in the trust, buy her kids out of the estate. We set like a percentage valuation to it, and then their dad would then have money to take care of the kids. Something like that. So then we're sitting down with him, and he goes, well, what do you want to do? Let's say there's $20 million in Casey and Tommy's trust. How do you want to do it? And just like Michael, I have this sneaking suspicion that the reason that I have custody of my boys is not because of Casey, my older son, but because of Tommy. Like, how many of you saw the movie Tommy Boy? When he watched that, he's like, that's like me. And I made the mistake of, Tommy's a chubby kid, and I was a chubby kid. And, there's this kid just badgering him in 5th grade about being fat. And Tommy's like, Tommy, that's an F word. That's a bullying word. And sometimes bullies only understand violence. And the principal called me 2 days later. Yeah, so Tommy, he said that he watches UFC with you, Aaron. And he has used a technique called ground and pound. So Tommy went like, he went nuts, right? And so his mom, who's a licensed clinical social worker, therapist, psychologist. So she's like, yeah, I was having a conversation with Tommy, and I noticed that both of his hands were very tightly clenched into fists when he was mad at me, and I just feel like you need to take custody of the boys. Now, Meg says, I got Tommy, look, 4.0, finished 4th in state for swim. He's in guitar lessons, does water polo. I just keep him really busy. He just needs structure, and he's amazing. He flourishes. Because I was the same way. I speak fluent Tommy, right? But it's been interesting as we blend our families, because Meg looks like a Disney princess, and her kids are raised in a G-rated environment.
We're very different.
Right? So we bought a house, and Michael confirmed he's seen our house, and I know the main floor is like kitchen, music room, dining room, master bedroom. And then the upstairs is 4 bedrooms, 2 baths for her kids. And we put a kitchen up there. And then the basement, I was like, why do my kids have to go in the basement?
They have a bigger space.
Right? And then my kids, we put a kitchen down there, so we separate because my kids mostly eat Eggos and Fruity Pebbles and corn dogs, right? Real food. And Meg's kids every morning have at least 8 little organic multivitamins that.
They're very important.
Yeah, and they're poorly. They line up pills. They look like cancer patients. Their course of treatment. And everything she makes is organic, but then every night Meg cooks dinner, so my kids are like, homemade lasagna, or go downstairs and have the Donato's frozen pizza. These are the decisions we make.
Sometimes they know about.
They know about, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they see too many vegetables because Meg's into juicing and stuff. I have found, the best way to eat kale?
Not to eat it.
Does anybody like kale?
No.
If you melt butter on the cookie sheet and then you put it in the oven, really hot, 480 to salted, that butter allows it to slide straight into the garbage. That's the best way to do kale.
The butter.
I hate vegetables. But you know what? When my dad died at 430 pounds, I was 325, and I was on the same path to a completely exploded fitness bucket. I said I have to work out every day. I need to eat vegetables. So I drink juices every morning, right? That's the first thing I did today. Because I like the way vegetables make me feel. Don't tell me about your garden. Don't tell me they taste better. I don't believe you. I like carbs and meat and cheese. I like good food, right? So
Good food.
So anyway, Meg's parents have been married several times, and she had 20 different step siblings.
27.
27. Mom my dad was multiple times, mom was multiple times. And so my parents it was just a nuclear family, 7 kids. And so but when we got married, she's like, I got opinions, we need to keep these kids separate. And it was a whole thing. So then we were working on the trust, and my dad would always say, our family is not rich. Your mother and I, we are rich. You have nothing. You have nothing. You're dependent on my tax return, and that's all you are. And so Tom Adams, my dad, I grew up in Las Vegas. My dad was a casino executive. We moved to Atlantic City, New Jersey. My dad ran the Taj Mahal for Donald Trump. Well, I was about 15 in high school when my dad worked at the Taj. I knew Mr. Trump. I met him several times. His brother Robert was my dad's direct boss, so I knew the Trump family. And but my dad didn't pay for college for any of the 7 Adams kids. He didn't buy cars for any of us. He would get us a job at the casino. So I bartended. I'd make $30,000 in a summer from tips. But then I had to pay for college with them. Right? That was just our reality. So I didn't want to give him any money in the trust. So I said to the trust attorney, Meg's clause is kind of like Michael's, like 10%, and then under 40 days it's kind of like backloaded. And he's like, yeah, that's like a normal clause. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. He's like, all right, well, what do you want to do, Mr. Adams? I'm like, so if I die, when they turn 18, they can come into the trust attorney's office and they each get a check for $1,000. He's like, okay, well, what if there's $20 million in there? $1,000. And then how much a month after that? Nothing. And what if they want to go to college? No. What if they want to borrow for a down payment on it? No. What if they want a business loan? No. Nothing. Well, how do they get more money out of there? Well, the next January 1st, they can come back and get another check for $1,000 for the rest of their lives. It's like free Wi-Fi for life, courtesy of your dad. Is that too dark?
That's a little dark.
What did I tell you? Now, raise your hand if you kind of smile. It wasn't like laugh out loud funny, but you thought it was kind of amusing, right? And if you didn't like that, raise your hand. Then you'll like Megan. See? Megan
Raise their hand. A lot of them didn't like it.
No, everybody smiled at that. That was not
later. I agree with you, Megan.
Free Wi-Fi for life. That's funny.
Except for Wi-Fi's going to cost $1,000 a month.
That's the problem. Now, soon it's going to be all free. Anyway, so he said, well, how do they get more out? I said, if they show up with the trust and they show that over a 24-month period, 2 tax returns or 1 tax return, that they've made $1 million themselves, then they can have 50% of what's ever in the trust. So you walk in and you say, and you're 18 and say, hey, I just flipped the house in Hawaii and made $1 million. There you go. Here's a check for $10 million. I'm just not giving my kids any money until they show they can manage it. And if they never show that they can make $1 million, they'll never get it from me. Because nothing's worse than giving somebody money that they don't know how to manage or earn. Because I know everyone in this room knows how they would spend the Powerball, how you would spend $100 million. That is not the same. And I don't want that trust to be a lottery ticket. I've seen 60-year-old people excited for their 80-year-old parents to die because they haven't planned for their own damn money. And they've deferred work, they've deferred education, they've deferred risk. Their parents made them POSs because they knew that money was coming their way. And he's like, well, what if they never earn $1 million? And I'm like, then they don't care that much. And I'm not giving it to them. They'll go to the next generation. And I sat down with my boys and I told them that. And they think it's funny. And they're like, well, what if I go to the horse track? More power to you. Risk is part of if you can make $1 million at the horse track, good for you. I don't care. It just has to be legal and on your tax return. Oh, and it goes up with inflation. So 10 years from now, it'll be like 1.6 million. Not that too, right? And in the meantime,
does mine have to look like his?
Yeah, she said that.
I do something different.
She's like, this isn't both of us, right? This is just his kid, right?
I don't want horse training. That sounds really bad.
And then I took, in Alcatraz, there was a sign that said you were only entitled to food, shelter, and health care. Everything else is a privilege. And I hung that in my boys' room. I want them to be reminded of that they are not rich. I am rich. But you know what it's done? It's engaged my kids in a way that now my 17-year-old's like, all right, well, what would you pay for, Dad? I'm like, oh, you mean if I pick your education? So, Mike was telling me that the Anderson partners have a call center down in Monterrey, Mexico. And I said, if you go live in Mexico for 8 months, work at the call center, and take Spanish classes, I would pay for that. He's like, well, what if I want to go to Indiana University? I'm like, I'm not paying for that. That's not education. He's like, well, what if I want to work at Alpine? I'm like, yeah, I'll get you a job. My own bank got me a job at the casino. I just ain't giving you money if it's not something that I value, because it's my money. But if you want to go to Indiana University, great. There's certain things I'm going to pay for and not. But the best thing to do, son, would be to give me the middle finger, make your own money, and then I have no say. It's just because money that somebody gives you always has strings. It doesn't matter if it's government money, mom and dad money, there's strings. So just make your own. Make the strings so irritating that like, I don't want that money. I don't want that money, it's just that money. And when I we're fellow Carlton Sheets investors. Right here. We both started to like, I was 99, what did you guys say?
I can't remember.
Over 20 years? He was big in the 90s.
Yeah,
he was big in the 80s and 90s. And I went to my dad after watching all the CDs and listening to, and I was like, Dad, how about I want to do real estate? He's like, you're a high school teacher. And he's like, you would be a horrible investment. You're all Mr. Coach, rah. Like, I don't want to invest with you. And then after I had done 3 years later, I had made over $1 million while still teaching in high school. He's like, oh, what do you got going on next? You never need money. You always got plenty of money when you don't need it. Right? Any one of you, how many of you could borrow $1,000 with one phone call right now? But at 10, when you were 10 years old, that would have been a big deal. Right? You can always borrow what you don't need. So you have to find a way to make it so that you don't need it. That's why you need to focus on deals, not money. Everyone's like, how do I get the money for real estate? No. It's not chicken or the egg. It's how do I get deals? Buy a deal for 50 cents on the dollar, money will flow to you. That's what you need to learn to do. So that's the long version of my trust.
Just a little bit.
That's why I need 3 days, dude. We've been teaching together forever. And Mike was like,
I was gonna go take a nap and then come back.
he just knows me. He's like, sit down.
Really quick, I just tied this up.
Oh yeah, you got a flight. What's up with your flight?
It's all right. I take the next one. The flights are wide open.
You guys have for lunch. Everyone's gonna share the same fork.
I'm going to Hawaii hopefully in 2 weeks. I say hopefully because I'm like, I just gotta stay away from all this stuff. The last thing I wanted, because a lot of people focus on just a trust, but there's so many ancillary documents you need. We call it an estate plan, but your schedule of gifts, that is something that's probably, it's the weakest from a legal prowess standpoint, but this is going to take all the knickknacks, family heirlooms, and it's going to designate to whom they're going to go to. My grandma would have had one of these. The things would have been laid out. They would have been just distributed, and people would have gone and ransacked her place, right? And if you're wondering why my grandma didn't have a trust, she didn't want to pay me enough to do it, so no, I'm totally kidding, guys. I was told that she was taken care of by my uncle who was a judge. I should have known better. Because they can't practice law. Let me get off that. This is where you list the item down. Some of you guys have heard this when I speak. I try to mention these things. It's personal to me. My father and I used to collect stamps. I want that stamp collection when he passes. Problem is I have two brothers, one 6'10", weighed about 330. You understand that no matter if there's a fight, I'm losing, right? And he wants it from the financial aspect. I want it from the sentimental aspect, and maybe a little financial aspect. But this will just designate out. So we don't fight. You know, if you can't tell a lot of people look at a trust from saving money. That's how it's, I guess, promoted. But it's not. It's from keeping family relationships intact and keeping and protecting the beneficiaries from themselves. If you guys forget to put things in the trust, there's a powerful will to go ahead and put it into the trust. There's a catch-all, basically. You know, if you have children underneath the age of 18, you need guardianships. This is something that if you have kids who have kids underneath the age of 18, let them know these concepts. I just cut a video. It's online. But they need to understand these concepts because there's times where the state will walk in and decide where the kids go. You don't want them to do it. They're overworked. They don't have enough time. They don't have the backstory to it. And if the state decides, I've had the state put in kids into a drug house. I mean, literally, and it was just really unfortunate because it was 2 daughters, 7 and 9. You know, you guys decide. I look at it myself now. I'm 46 years old, and I have a 4-year-old and a 3-month-old, right? Like, if my friends, that ship has sailed a long time ago. They got kids in their 20s, right? If my kids go live with, oh, Bowman, you got me. Now I got to raise a 3-month-old and a 4-year-old. Like, that would be my last joke on them. They don't want to raise my children. Now, there are people who I want raising my children who have the same values that I do. So I want to. You guys make those decisions on that. Never, ever has it been more important than your power of attorneys, guys. I just dealt with an extended family of one of my employees. I was on the phone. There were some closings going on, and her father-in-law got COVID, incapacitated, medically induced coma. The deals were held. They didn't have power of attorney. Everything was at risk, and you know the one house was going to be closed. They didn't have any place to live, but they couldn't actually close on this other house. It was a personal residence. Guys, get those power of attorneys in place. Living will, you want to be kept pain-free, hydration, nourishment, things like that. You guys decide. Your medical power of attorney, you have one person deciding your level of care and making those decisions. The reason behind that is there's fights that go on because there's a loss that might happen. Some people say, hey, it's better to pull the plug. Like, they're in pain. They're never going to come back. But then there's people who can't bear to have the finality of it. And so they fight. And the only person who's losing is the person who's in pain or the quality of life is never going to be there. You guys make the decision what's congruent with how you guys feel. The next thing is the memorial instructions. Guys, I just bought a half a cemetery because I wanted to make sure that was taken care of. I wanted to choose where I was going to be put. I mean, I joke about it. It's actually...
Watch your body move like spring, summer.
Oh my God, that's brilliant! It's only like $1,000. It's so funny because I had to look at something and the price list. It's like to move your body is like $1,000. I'm like, I can just put that in the trust. I have paid for it like in spring, Now I'll fly it down to like Arizona. I'll be a snowbird. I'll be flying down.
It's a permanent contract from UPS.
Send an email to me and I'll send you one of my books for that. That was awesome. But what it is to take off any sort of pressure on my wife. My kids, depending on it, that stuff's already decided. Who, a service, not a service, things like that. Side note: I just told this story on an event I was just doing. But a guy named Marco. If you've been around, Marco Sanchez. I don't know if anyone remembers Marco Sanchez. Those clients who've been here forever. Okay, so he had to draft his trust. And in his memorial instructions, it said that he had to be his ashes spread in the Pacific Ocean. And I drafted it. He read the provision. He said, "Michael, it needs to say from the back of a boat." And I said, "Really, you're making me change it?" He's like, "Yeah, because my family would just go to San Diego, go to a hotel on my dime, just flush them in the toilet, and then get in the Pacific Ocean."
Genius.
Yeah, if you can think of it, we've drafted it reluctantly or not reluctantly, but I'm not going to food out of this. But what got me out of this is my parents have got all their stuff laid out inside their trust with the actual, so that we don't have to deal with that. Because again, that is one of those things that it's just tough. You're going through grieving and greed, and it's like, and then you get sold into, well, Dad probably should have this better car, all this stuff. I just they wanted to take all of them. So I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing. Living trust, it's weird because growing up such a business person, I've always loved business, getting into law, and then getting into taxes, it's like, wow, I was really focused on asset protection and tax, and then dealing with clients over time, all of a sudden I realized the value of this estate plan. And it's like, wow, that's almost one of my biggest passion areas. And what looped it over was, I used to have I tried to tell this story because it's so powerful to me. I had a client, his name was Ed, and he used to call me probably once a week. We talk about this, talk about that. And one day he let me know that he loved calling me because he had pancreatic cancer. And on those tough days, I'd bring him up. And then I didn't get a call. I got a call from long story short, I got a call from his son. And that son was named Michael also. And he said, I am freaking out. My father just passed away. All the money's frozen. In probate, you hear everything is frozen, right? I don't have money to bury my father. Everyone's looking at me. And he's crying on the phone. And it was really, really great. Like, this is how powerful it was to me. To tell him, hey, your father has a trust, you're the successor trustee with the death certificate and the certificate of trust. You can walk into the bank, there's money in the accounts, and you can bury your father and pay for everything. More importantly, you can grieve the death of your father without having those procedural things that get in the way, and also support and be there for your sisters too. It was one of those, I hung up the phone, he was calm, he was happy, unhappy, he was relieved. I'll never forget that. We've had times where our clients, we couldn't get them to a trust. Everyone puts it on Sunday Island from, it's a hard subject to deal with, down to, they think it's a lot of costs. We have a trust special going on right now. I don't want the cost to be a problem to it, but, it's weird because the client will put into it to get the trust done and then say, Michael, all that anxiety I was having over it, it feels so good to have it just done. It's probably a piece. So that's really what I wanted to kind of cover. I know I'm not fast. I covered a lot of broad topics. But if you guys have questions, reach out to your advisor. Reach out to Chuck. You said, just give my email at chall@andersonadvisors.com. He'll look at your structure, he'll go over it, see what you guys need to do. And tidy things up on the road, or reach out to if you're working with an advisor already, you can reach out to them too, or one of our platinum attorneys. We've got a lot of great ones. I've hired five new platinum attorneys have just entered in, all with great backgrounds, and more importantly, they've got great hearts. I have a ton of respect for them. It's been awesome when. I'll share this with you. I was interviewing in a park. Could you imagine me or my assistant calling you up and, Mr. Bowman wants to meet you in a park to do an interview? Pre-COVID, you'd be like, okay, creep, no, I'm not going to the second stall and tap my foot, whatever it is, right? And one of them was a girl, a lady, right? Lauren, and she's fantastic. But I was just thinking to myself, she actually told her husband that, hey, if I don't come back, this is where I'm going.
She puts your GPS on
it. It was hilarious. So anyway, I wanted to fill one position. And three candidates were being hired. The first one, after I got the interviewing them, I said, I'm hiring that person. The next person sits down, I'm hiring that person. The third candidate was coming up, and the second candidate looks over and says, oh my gosh, that's Lauren. She is so perfect. She's amazing. Oh my God. And here I'm thinking to myself, wait, he knows that that's his competition, and he's saying great things about it. This is weird. And so I hired all three, and that's the kind of they all have that guy you like, the desire to do others as you'd have them doing to you. And so I hope you guys enjoy working with the platinum attorneys and with your advisors. If you have any problems, let me know. M. Bowman at Anderson Advisors. Okay. But that's what I kind of chose to cover today. I don't know, is there anything else you think?
No, I think it's great. In fact, let's do this because we have lunch here, and I know Michael's flying out. But why don't we? Usually, what we do on Friday, because we have a ton of content, I want to dig into cap rate and valuation tools before we go too far. So we have things set up on FaceTime. You also notice we have TVs over there. So what I think we'll do is let's take 10 minutes so that Michael can bounce, get his stuff together. 15 minutes to grab food, and then we're going to keep going. Because one of the benefits of having the food here is you don't need a break for an hour. Take a working lunch. It'll allow us to cover that much more content. So take 15 minutes to get away. You can stand and watch and eat, but I want to get right into valuation tools as soon as we can, so we can maximize our time. That's one of the reasons why we have the meals here, and we'll do that all 3 days. And so 15-minute break, and then reconvene.
1 month's rent in relationship to the basis on the deal. What's basis mean? What's that? Yeah, so it's purchase price plus rehab. The layman term is your all in. But your accountant will call it your basis. So everybody needs to know the word basis. Because it's just your all in. So if you bought it for 80, you out here, Michael?
Yep.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you, man. So if you bought it for 80, you rehabbed it for 20, your basis is 100,000. Everybody with me? Question about that? Okay. Then you look at 1 month's rent. So let's say you can rent that property out for $1,000 a month. If you can achieve the 1% rule, if you can, which is almost impossible, right now, really the only way to get 1% rule is you got to go into low-income neighborhoods. 10 years ago, you could get 1% rule in middle class, in blue collar. Not anymore. Why? Appreciation. When property values go up. Last year in Indianapolis, check this article out from Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page. I just posted this last week. Here it is. Indianapolis is one of the fastest selling metros in the country. The typical home in Indianapolis is selling in 5 days or less. A year ago, if you looked at the market, there were 6 months worth of inventory on the market. It's now down to a month. I've never seen anything like this before. Okay. In September, the median sales price was $225 here in Indianapolis, up 18.5% from last year. We've had 18% appreciation last year. Think of the clients who bought a house from me a year ago for $100,000. Those homes are worth $120,000 now, $115,000. Does that make sense? So, you know, for a long time, when I first started buying here 15 years ago, it was like 3 to 5% a year. I've seen an average over the last 10 years of about 8% appreciation. If you buy a house for $100,000 and it's worth $120,000 next year, and you're getting $1,000 a month rent, you're not getting 1% rule. But if you can get 1% rule, okay, then you will make about 8% net on the cash flow after expenses. So, for example, you're into a deal for $100,000. You get $1,000 a month rent. So how much are you getting a year? $12,000. Now, $12,000 is your gross return before expenses. If you get $12,000 on your $100,000 investment, how much did you make on your money? What's your gross cash flow? 12%. But you didn't make $12,000 because you had taxes, management, insurance, maintenance, vacancy. Okay, you probably made about $8,000 after paying for all that. And if you have $8,000 in the account in December after paying all your expenses, your basis is $100,000. You just made 8% because you were able to achieve the 1% rule. Okay? Now, what screws up the 1% rule, though, is appreciation. Because if I were to say to you, hey, would you, I've had investors that say to Meg, for example, hey, I only want a property that's 1% rule. Okay. But remember, cash flow is connected, is the brother of growth, appreciation. Right? They go together. And so if I said to you, okay, I can get you 1% rule, so you'll make 8% from your cash flow, are you cool with making 0 appreciation or like 1%? And you're like, well, no, because then I'm only making 8%. Okay, so you got to remember when one of these goes up, typically the other one goes down. They're inverse relationships. So if I said to you, hey, would you be cool? I have a property that I bought for $1,000. Because I do. I have a property I bought for $1,000. The neighborhood is the worst neighborhood in the city. There's drugs being sold in front of the house. There's meth being cooked in the house next door. There's prostitution in the house behind it. And then there's a big industrial factory that kicks out pollutants and smoke, right? Who would be interested in that property? Yeah, a couple of the savvy investors, right? They're like, I'm interested. I don't know if I buy. But what if I told you that Amazon wanted to buy that land across the street for their new headquarters, and they were going to spend $500 million across the street? Who would now be interested? And I said, well, yeah, but it's going to be like, Amazon's not going to be done for 3 years. But you're like, I don't care because Amazon's spending $500 million across the street. Okay? And so sometimes people say to me, well, I don't count appreciation because you don't get appreciation until you sell. Bullshit. Yes, you do count it. Because you buy that property from me for $1,000. You buy it for $10,000. You probably buy it for $50,000. We count it. We don't put it in the ledger until we sell it. But we count it. It's part of our decision making. We want to know. It's like, who plays craps or blackjack? Just because you haven't gone to cash out your chips doesn't mean you're not winning when you got chips in front of you. When I got a full rack, I'm winning. I just haven't cashed it in yet, but I'm still happy. Okay? And when I have no chips in front of me, I'm not happy. It's the same with real estate. And so cash flow and growth. So whenever you have, like right now, Megan, how much have our Charlotte properties been appreciating a year over the past 3 or 4 years? What have we seen for our investors?
I would say conservatively.
How much?
10% conservatively.
And what range have specific clients seen?
In what range of appreciation?
Yeah.
10 to, like 10 to 20.
Yeah, we've had some clients that we sold homes to 5 years ago for $100 that they put on MLS, and sold for 200, 210, 220.
When people they say that, oh, I don't care about appreciation. Yeah, you do. You care about appreciation.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about appreciation.
Ellen, what kinds of numbers have we seen from long-term clients who've owned properties here in Indianapolis versus sold 8, 9, 10 years later?
Oh, I mean, huge appreciation.
Yeah. We've seen people, we sold homes to, we have some right now that we sold to in 2009, 2010 for $60,000 that are worth $250,000 right now.
Yeah, Julie Cohen on Kenwood has kept up with that.
Yeah. And so the thing you remember, though, is if a property is appreciating higher, then you're going to get lower cash flow generally. You may get it because it's still a war zone, right? You may get it because you have to pay a premium to lock in to that neighborhood, but you don't. It's a pipe dream for the most part to say, I want 10% on the rent. So every once in a while, I get investors say, Aaron, I'm only looking at properties that I can make 10 to 12% cash flow and double-digit appreciation. And I'm like, archive, delete. Like, yeah, I would love those too. Right? We all would love those. But it's not realistic in the market we've had right now. You can't have it both ways. You can't have 5 to 10% appreciation per year and then expect to invest in a market. Indianapolis has been going up 8 to 10% a year for the last 8 years. There's no 1% rule in Indianapolis anymore. Michael said that yesterday. He's like, dude, I've known you for 10 years. I remember you used to sell houses for 60, 70,000. Now everything's 100. I'm like, I know. So the only question is then, is this still a great market? And is it still affordable? And that's where this Facebook feed and these articles come in so important, because look at that's why I loved the one earlier about affordability for retirement. The 10 best cities to move in if you want to retire early, where living costs are lower and salaries are high. Salaries have gone up here in Indianapolis at about 5% a year. And so affordability is really high. Affordability is still really high in this market because incomes have gone up. Where I worry is where you have like appreciation that's been 20% a year and incomes are only going up 5% a year. That makes bad for a rental market, but rents are still very affordable here in this market. So if you're a nerd like me and you really want to crunch the primary source documents, go to this Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page, like it, and just start reading backwards. Because you'll see that over and over again I put the markets, articles about the markets that we're in and that we've been in. Now, the 1% rule is just a starting point. Because what I'll say is, all right, is this rental property 1% rule? No, it's a little bit less. So I'm not 8% on the rents. I'm probably 7% on the rents. Then my next question is, can I get at least that or better for the appreciation? So if I go below the 1% rule, and now I'm at like 7% cash flow, am I getting closer to double-digit appreciation? Because if I agree to take 7% on the rents, if it's appreciating 10%, what am I making on my money? 17%. Does that make sense? If I agreed to take, what if I said to you, hey, would you take 3% cash flow, knowing that it's going to go up 20%? It depends on the goal. It depends on your holding costs. It depends on a lot. It depends. That's what savvy investors say. It depends. Depends on the rest of my portfolio. Because I think a good real estate portfolio is diversified just like a good stock portfolio. Let me show you the diversification that I use on my real estate portfolio. I like about 5% war zone. I'm talking homes that I bought for $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, have Section 8 in them, and I'm making 15% from the cash flow. I'm getting like no growth. They're rough areas, they're war zones, high crime, low income. Can you make money in the war zones? Hell yes! The problem is getting rid of them. You can't do an open house. They'll steal your cookies. So the problem with war zone isn't rental income, it's liquidity. Getting rid of it becomes difficult because, real estate, the biggest drawback of owning real estate is getting rid of it, is selling it. When you want to sell a stock, push a button. You want to sell real estate, it takes time. You don't want to pay taxes, it's more complicated, right? And so, who remembers Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Successful People? Right. Begin with the end in mind. So when you buy real estate, when I think about what's a good portfolio, I think in terms of liquidity. And then liquidity first, return second. Because there's nothing worse than having a portfolio that you can't liquidate. So when people say to me, man, I really like apartments. I don't want to buy 10 houses. I just want to buy a 10-unit apartment complex. Okay, and I'm like, okay. And then what happens when you have a catastrophic life event? And you need $100,000 for cancer treatments. If you would have had 10 homes, that single-family homes have more liquidity. You could have sold one of your homes to pay for the cancer treatment. What are you going to go? You maybe get a loan on the 10-unit apartment complex? What if you get divorced? That's another catastrophic life event. And he gets half or she gets half. You guys just going to tape the building off? Right? Usually you end up having to liquidate your portfolio. What happens if one spouse did all the real estate and they die and they were managing it? That's a huge catastrophic life event I see. And how are you going to handle that? The good thing about a good portfolio has a nice mix of liquidity so that no matter what life throws at you, you have the ability to raise cash. Okay? Look at how the wealthy allocate their money. This is not the top 1% of Americans. This is the top 1/10 of 1%. Okay? Top 1%, how much you have to make to be in the top 1% in the U.S.?
Like 350.
Yeah, 400K. So then what does that mean to be the top 1% of top 1/10 of 1%? The 0.001s, 0.001s. Yeah. Okay? You got to make $4 million a year. So how do they manage their money? Well, it's called the 30, 30, 30, 10. I put a third in real estate. I put a third in the market. I put a third in my business, or I invest in another business, and then I keep 10% cash. That's the 30, 30, 30, 10. That's how they because right here you have the market is liquid. Cash is liquid. Businesses are not very liquid. Real estate is not liquid. So when you have a catastrophic life event and you're a top 1/10 of 1%er, like I am, then it is easy for you to raise cash to pay for crisis, to raise cash to deal with problems, to raise cash to buy deals, really good deals that come up. It works. It's a two-way street. Most Americans that make 6 and low 7-figure incomes have like a 10% real estate, 80% stock, 3% cash, and they don't even know what private equity is. Okay? And one of the, in 2008, when the market crashed, in 2008, Americans lost $3 trillion in retirement savings. In 401ks and IRAs, it disappeared with that market crash. How many of you have over 75% of your retirement money currently in the market? Okay? And you don't have to raise your hand because I'm like, man, you have big cojones. You are such a gambler right now because we've been on this 12-year straight up path of growth since 2008. Have we ever had 12 years of growth in the market? Not in the United States. And if you got more than 75% of your net worth or 75% of your retirement in an IRA or a 401k, you remind me of everyone in 2007 who kept saying, nah, the market's not going to crash, it's not going to crash, it's not going to crash. Boom, 40%. Imagine if 40% of your 401k goes away before the end of the year. I mean, we talked earlier about why the housing market is not primed to crash because there are no subprime mortgages, because we're underbuilt. But our stock market that has been driven this year by day traders home for COVID, and it's been fueled by a few tech stocks like Apple and Amazon and Netflix that have propped up the whole market, I'm telling you, our stock market is primed to crash. Doesn't mean it will. But why wouldn't you mirror what the people who own the market do and diversify and follow their 30-30-10 strategy? That's one of the arguments I make every month to investors is you've been making profits for 12 years. Why not take some of the profits you've made in that 401k and buy a house from me? Right? I never tell people you do all real estate. I don't do all real estate. I think that's foolish because then you have no liquidity.
Well, the liquidity is a buffer, right? Cash flow.
Absolutely.
2008 market crash happens. You take that 10% that you've got in liquid and you invest it in opportunities.
Well, perfect example is COVID, even newer, right? This year, a year ago, people said to me, "Why wouldn't you have a mortgage on your building?" And that seems dumb. You could get 800,000 so easy and go do deals with it. Why don't you have a mortgage on your house, right? Because what they're really saying to me is, your debt. You don't have enough risk, Aaron. Because if you're going to be rich, then you need to think about these 4 areas of risk. Because you do not get rich by not taking risk. You get rich by choosing where in these 4 areas you want to take risk. So for example, do I want to take risk in my business? Right? That's the first area. Do I want to take risk with debt? Because if I borrow more money, I have the risk of having a catastrophic life event or having a COVID screw up my business. But the upside is that I can become rich much quicker. Your insurance is an area that you have to determine what kind of risk you want to take. And then your taxes. In fact, everybody right now, I'll do this for you and then I want you guys to do it with me. So in my business, I take probably about 7 risk on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the riskiest. In my personal debt, I'm probably a 1 because I don't put mortgages on any of my rentals. I don't put mortgages on any of our 2 offices in Charlotte, I own free and clear. Our office in Kansas City, free and clear. Our office in Idaho, both of them, free and clear. So I have $5 million in offices, free and clear, no debt. So debt, I'm probably a 1. Insurance, I'm probably a 6. Taxes, I'm a 10. Right, Donald? So Team Donald, raise your hands. Got my personal tax guys. Okay, I love Anderson. But you heard Michael say that they bought a tax firm. And the biggest criticism I've heard about Anderson is not about their legal side. It's they say, I'm working with Anderson Tax and I can't get a hold of those guys. Has anybody found that to be the case? Okay. It's not that they're not good. It's just they're too busy. Their tax doesn't keep up with the legal. If you would like to use Donald, we started working together in 2003, 17 years. Okay. Look, you don't know how good your attorney is till you go to court. You don't know how good your insurance person is till something burns down. You don't know how good your tax people are until you get audited. And Donald's a badass. And I'm a super aggressive tax guy, and he gets a letter about me every month. Right? Do you have any clients more aggressive than me?
No.
No, I say that joking, but so if I add I'm a 24. And now, I think if you're over 32, I think you're too high. Either that or you're going to be a billionaire. Because I'll tell you what, I've never met a billionaire that wasn't a 32. How's that for interesting? Or they have some amazing widget like the guy who stumbled into Facebook, right? But I have a brother who lives in Salt Lake. He owns a supply chain management company called Visible. Dude, they're all over Cougar Stadium, Donald. Casey's Visible. It's like they're all branded in there, man. And my brother's worth $250 million. He's a year younger than me. I'm only worth 50 million. And it's not from lack of opportunity. It's because my brother's a 32 and I'm a 24. And so my brother, it's paid off great for him. He takes on more debt than I do. He takes on more risk in his business than I do. He takes on less risk from taxes, but when you add up the 4 areas of risk in his life, he's well over 30. And he's worth it. But what's the flip side of taking on a lot of risk? He could lose it faster as well. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is a topic, this is a 7, 8, 9-figure topic. How many of you have never thought about it this way before? Raise your hand. Okay. But the idea is if you want more money or you want more cash flow and you're not on a path that's getting to where you want, you need to choose an area to take on more risk and increase that exposure. So you need to borrow more, you need to do riskier deals, or you need to be more aggressive with taxes and insurance. So let me give you an example for insurance, because we're gonna do a call with my insurance broker here at 2 o'clock. I do $10,000 deductibles on each of my properties. Right? What does that do to my insurance bill? Drops it way down. I don't do replacement costs, I do actual cash value. Right? That sucks if I have something partially burned, because then they subtract the $10,000 deductible and they subtract depreciation. So I get really small checks, right? But it's a risk that I take on in exchange for cheaper insurance, which means more cash flow, which means a better return. Does that make sense?
There's a risk management, there's a risk piece of it that you have available to you that you haven't mentioned.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the skill set you have in your rehab.
True. Yeah, and that I own a construction company, but from a risk standpoint, with taxes, if you're very, very aggressive, that can literally mean $200,000, $100,000, $50,000 that you don't have to send to the IRS. But your risk is then if you get audited and you lose, and Donald, I've lost a lot, right? I got my ass kicked, but several times. But if I add up all my losses, penalties, and fees versus all the deductions, I'm still ahead over 17 years. Would you agree? By far. Whew, I'm glad you said by far. No, it's real. But but what you have to do is I have to deal with the heartburn of getting those letters from IRS because has anybody been audited? I mean, it's like, right? Have you ever had anyone cry when they called you because they got audited? Yeah. What do? I give it to I send it to Donald and my bookkeeper Dana. I'm like, just let me know if I owe. Donald hit me up a couple months ago. He was like, "Do you need to send $200,000?" I'm like, "Okay, I'm good now, though, right?" Yes. Like I got nothing right now. I'm really so good. But again, I'm okay emotionally, mentally with the heartburn of being aggressive on tax because I know in my heart, and I know for a fact, I never commit fraud. Okay, I don't hide income. You go to jail for that. That's fraud. If I have a bill that I want to deduct, right, and let's say the bill is $2,000, and I want to pay for that out of my S corp account, I would never inflate it to $3,000. Because to me, the difference between being aggressive is deducting the $2,000, being fraudulent is lying and making it be a $3,000 bill. You see what I mean? There's a very clear line to me between tax deduction and tax fraud. And fraud is when you hide income, lie, make up expenses. Does that make sense? And so I know I never do that. So I don't have heartburn of getting audited because I was just aggressive. And if I lose, well, that's how the game's played. Just like if you're aggressive on your business and you're like, I'm going to buy 10 of these $1,000 deals because one of them is going to appreciate to $100,000 and the other I will let go at the tax sale. Or the guys who were doing medical marijuana in California right when it passed. They chose to be aggressive to make a lot of money. And so thinking about risk this way is how you, I would be willing to bet, is anybody in this room over 30? Is anybody over 30? Damn, maybe it's too high. You know, maybe if you take 10 steps forward and 11 steps back, maybe that's your problem. I don't know. I'm not being, because see, you know what I hate? When you go to a seminar like Robert Kiyosaki, who's read his book, Rich Dad Poor Dad? He tried to imply that everyone should have to have debt, that you're an idiot if you don't. Who are you to tell me what my risk on leverage is when you ain't helping pay the mortgage if I lose my job? Never trust someone who speaks in absolutes when it comes to business. Because the only absolute that matters is what you need to sleep at night. To say you have to have debt on your property dismisses these other areas of risk that I choose. You know, it's like, Aaron, why would you not have a mortgage on your building? Why would you pay your taxes on time every year? I think you're an idiot for that. Does that make sense? So it's the risk is all of these areas of your life. Now, back to diversified portfolio. So I think 5% war zone, and then I have 5% high-end, high-growth, Class A. They tend to class real estate in A, B, and C. And that's it. There's no D, F. So like A is brand new. And it usually is middle class or better neighborhood. That's Class A. B is completely subjective. C is everything that sucks, right? See, you're laughing because you're savvy. You know I'm right, right? Okay. So B is just in between brand new and war zone. It's like, it's so arbitrary. People are like, oh, it's like B plus. I'm like, yeah, what does that mean? You know? But they still do it. Like if anybody's bought commercial property, if you get on LoopNet, it's like Class B apartment complex offering. The only thing that's definitively Class A is like this building, Class A. But how would you class my building next door? I just comprehensively rehabbed it. It's beautiful inside. But if I went to sell that building next door, this is Class A and it's sleep. But next door, I'd probably call it B plus A minus because it's certainly an upper middle class neighborhood. So the neighborhood fits. It's B plus. But that building's 140 years old. It's tough for a building that old to get a Class A designation. Does that make sense? Okay. So 5%. I like 20% commercial. And that's a mix of retail, apartments, multifamily, trailer parks. Okay? And then I like 70% middle class and blue collar single family homes. 70. Okay? That's the rough breakdown. Because what asset class of real estate has the highest liquidity? Blue collar, middle class, single family homes. They're the easiest asset to get rid of. Okay? Now, I've been working on this theory. Who else owns property? Who owns quite a bit who owns more than 5 properties? Anybody in the room? Okay. So I've been working on this theory that I'm not teaching it yet. Like, this is a new slide this month. You guys never saw this slide. Is this great? I added this after, over the past couple of months, I've been thinking about this topic as a way to teach risk. Just add this slide. I have a new one that I'm working on. See, I'm probably going to have to write another book, right? When I wrote the last book, they're like, where did you get that 5 Fs? And I'm like, what do you mean, where did I get it? Isn't the idea that you write a book because you have something to say? Right? They're like, oh, okay, but do you have like research, empirical research? I'm like, I'm not a social scientist. It's how I think about being happy, right? So I know they're going to say to me, well, where did you get this from? Isn't it? I'm like, I don't know. It's just for me. So the other thing I'm thinking about is 25 rentals. I don't ever want more than 25 rentals. Are you with me? Because 52 rent checks a pain in the ass. Now, I got a 6-unit apartment complex. I got a 6-unit apartment complex in Idaho, right? And I have one manager, Christine, and she's amazing. She's brilliant. She was a chemical engineer, worked at Intel. She's brilliant, right? Christine manages that apartments. I never go there. Christine, so in my mind, that whole 60 units is one rental. Now you with me? Because here's my philosophy. If you get to 50 houses, just hypothetically, and you lived in Georgia, then my new, because this is what I've been thinking, I'm calling it the 25 rental theory. So feel free to help me poke holes in it because it's I'm opening this up. Then if you get to 50, it's too much. So what you need to do is sell some and consolidate into, if they're all Class C's, then you need to consolidate into something Class B. It could be an eightplex, it could be a commercial property, based on thinking about this percentage of distribution. Because my theory is that when I am 90, okay, I don't want to be a landlord. If I still have rentals at 90, right now at 47, I think I don't want rentals. I think I want to just have notes. I just want, did they pay the mortgage or do I need to foreclose? Not, should I do the repair? Did we screen them? My soft 90-year-old bourbon-ladled brain, well, that's all I'll be able to handle, right? So, but what I'm thinking now is if at 90, I want 25 rentals that are all Class A, okay, Class A, and 4 to 6 cap. Like, think apartment complex across the street from Penn State. Not State Penn. Penn State. State Penn, that's what you start with.
No, don't want that state.
No?
No, trust me, I've been there.
Okay, BYU. Across the street from BYU. The university is a Class B-A neighborhood. You will never have a vacancy. You won't there either. Okay. So, that's my vision of the kind. I want 25 of those. Now it could be 100 unit office commercial building. I'm cool with that, right? But do you see the mindset that you need to be trading up? Because I hate to say this, and I have a great bookkeeper, Donna Donald. I forget about properties. Michael and I were driving yesterday, and we stopped, and I was like, I actually own that property. It has a tiny home next to it. And Michael's like, no, you don't. I called Link, and I said, what's the lockbox code? I've forgotten about that property. And it's a house with a tiny home next door, and the house is occupied, and the tiny home is sat empty because I forgot about it. I forgot about a deal. That's not my bookkeeper's job. That's my job. It's not my manager's job. In fact, the reason I forgot about it was in August, I had let an intern live there for a couple months. And then when they moved out, I was like, actually wait, because I was going to have another intern stay there. And I forgot. And so my team never ran it. I stopped the presses on my own system, and it just sat there. And every year I'm always nervous when property tax bills come in, because Dana will send, my bookkeeper will send me a message, what are you doing with these 3 properties? I don't show that anything's happened. We haven't had any rent. You haven't spent anything. And I'm like, oh. Because we'll buy something at auction, and I'll be like, hold that deal. Let me think about what I want to do with it. 6 months later, tax bills are going. It sounds bougie. I know. I'm not trying to flex. It's real. Because when you get over 50 properties, your brain can't remember them all. And I literally have the problem. So that's when I started thinking of 25 rentals. So any feedback on it? Are you liking it? Does it make sense? Kind of interesting, right? Once I've learned to poke holes in that. So feel free to send me an email and poke holes. Aaron, this is what you're missing about that. It's stupid. But that's, so I've started doing that. I have some, I had about 10 houses here, and then I financed a mobile home park in Kansas City. I'm gonna sell 10 houses here, and put brand new homes in that mobile home park in Kansas City to streamline it up. Now, I'm probably going to stay the same C+, B- neighborhood, but just getting rid of 10 different tax bills, and just having it one park, because then I can just manage the one manager, makes more sense to me. It becomes more efficient. It's interesting, but if you don't have any rentals, just put that in the back of your mind and think over time when you get to a certain number, you do want to consolidate and simplify. What are you guys saying? You guys got 50 properties.
Well, we had one of the real things it was inexpensive, too expensive really. Where we're at, our forte is $80 to $90 or $800 to $900. This one is 2,500 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. It's really, the market goes down when you have the number of renters.
Yep.
And it's tougher to rent, it's bigger, so it costs more to maintain. And so we bought it for a while, but now we're going to make money by selling it. But again, we're going to simplify and try to sell that and try to do something else with it.
Yeah.
Because again, I could, we're going to look at doing a 1030. We're going to look at doing a 1031 exchange.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to pay that much taxes on the gain on that.
That's real. Yep.
And so that's a way for us to get rid of one big problem.
Mm-hmm.
If we are faced with that would be simplified. I've got another one.
Yeah, it's interesting. The more I thought about, because it's like when I was teaching high school, making $40,000 a year, thinking, man, I'd love to have 10 rentals, each bringing in $500 a month, right? That would just be so cool. And then you get to that, and you're like, I get 50. Yeah. That's what you do. It's not that.
When you say 25 rentals, you're really saying 25 managers of rentals?
That's the vision, I think, now.
Yeah, like 25 touch points.
25 touch points. That's all I want. Man, because when you get over like 20 single family homes, they become a blur in your head.
Can I keep asking questions?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the military structure and how they built, the number of things they only manage is more like, it's less than 25.
Right.
It's more closer to half that.
Yeah.
So
that's where I got it from.
Okay, so I was just saying,
I've been trying to spin it off into something comparable.
So from that architecture structure, the 25 may be ultimately too big.
I've thought about that. But it just seems, one thing about 25 is I can keep 25 properties easily in my brain.
But what if you had, say, 5 general managers?
Right.
So you have 5 touch points, and they have 5 touch points. Then you get your 25.
Well, so
it's more than that.
But I see what you're saying, though. But so here's what I found that's interesting is like, I own Alpine Property Management. I own Alpine, right? But there's no such thing as pure passive. The second you think something, I own the company. I have zero concern that my own management company is going to gouge me, right? I'm sure they probably have a special way to mark this is Aaron's property in our system, right? Is that true, Ellen? So Ellen runs our customer service for like 1,000 investors. She's got a customer service team. We don't make our manager I actually pay customer service people. When you buy property, Ellen runs the team. She runs interference. But so do they have like an asterisk next to all of my properties?
Yeah, which is like make sure it's taken care of.
But here's what's funny. If there's still this that you still have to quarterback your own deals, right? And every once in a while, if I'm not sure what to do with the property, should I Airbnb it? Should I flip it? Should I rent it? That screws me 2 or 3 times every year, where I haven't decided what to do with the property, and so I'll wait on it because sometimes you just wait, and then I mess up my own systems. And it highlights the fact that there's always an active component to passive investment. And so that throws a wrench in that theory. Now, then I think, well, I got my son, Casey, he says he wants to to protege. I'd be like, great, I'd love to see what kind of cap rate you get on half of my portfolio. You micromanage my portfolio, and let's see how it plays out. Because then maybe that can be a legacy thing where my kids, they can grow by showing management ability of managing the assets. Because that's what it really comes down to. Because it's interesting, even as a business, because if you think about it, when you own a business, all successes are yours and all failures are yours. I caught a bookkeeper stealing from me a few years ago. She stole a 6-figure amount of cash from me. She realized that the account that we had for this building, that I was just I figured I need about $1.5 million to build this. I had no idea what it was going to cost me. It ended up costing half that, but I just started putting cash into a checking account that we didn't reconcile because we weren't spending. I was just saving up. I bought the lot for $50,000, and then I was working. I spent like $3,000 on architectural plans to get them approved by the historical committee, but I was just throwing money in here. And for somebody intent on fraud, an unreconciled account is like gold. So she stole a book of checks and started writing out checks to herself over 3 years. Stole over $100,000. But the problem wasn't that she stole. The problem was that I wasn't reconciling my accounts. The problem is that I didn't have regular audits of all of my accounts. Well, obviously I changed that. In 20 years, I've been very good at closing barn doors after cows get out. Really good. Really good. You'll never steal from that way from me again. So now, I paid a consultant to come in and review all of our accounting systems here in Indianapolis, which this operation does $40 million, $50 million a year. So there's a lot of money moving through here, and create controls and checks and balances for every penny that moves through the company. Now, when I was talking to him, we paid the consultant about $40,000. When we were done, I was like, hey, man, this just sucks because she stole over $100,000 and I paid you $40,000. He's like, Aaron, the problem is you don't have a CFO. That's the problem. And if you would have had to pay a CFO $150,000 a year. And so if you would have had a CFO for the last 5 years, you would have paid them $750,000. And she only stole $100,000. You paid me $40,000. You're ahead. I was like, nope, don't give a shit. But that's how business is. You have to think about it that way. Because she wasn't. It was like when I taught high school, they weren't trying to cheat me by having a cheat sheet on the Spanish quiz. They were trying to cheat for them. They weren't trying to hurt my reputation as a high school teacher. They were trying to get me fired. They just wanted an A because they didn't study. My employee wasn't trying to steal from me and hurt me. I didn't even know the money was gone. My bookkeeper caught it. $100,000 in a $40 million operation over 3 years is nothing. That's change. Those are the pennies at the gas station in the penny thing. It's nothing. It's a lot. But you know what my problem was? Should I put her in jail? Ugh. Because I paid for her wedding. She asked me to give her away at the wedding. And he said to me, I only have one daughter. My parents are dead. Her dad's dead. Would you be her next of kin in my estate? Big facts, right, babe?
Yes.
Yes.
Did I not pay for her wedding while she was stealing from me? So we did a cruise, right, Kendall? Kendall was there. We did a cruise with Protect Wealth. Clint was there. And I said, hey, let's all go on the cruise, and I'll pay for a wedding planner on the cruise, and I'll pay for the reception, and then we'll do a wedding on the beach, and I'll pay for that, and I'll give you away. We were all there. It was amazing, right? I crushed some Bon Jovi. I'm not a musician. If I had to pay my bills playing the piano, I could probably make $8,000 a year. Right? All right, I could do the schooner bar on a cruise ship. I would crush that. So $20,000. So start thinking about what your karaoke wheelhouses are, because I have an iPad with like 1,000 songs. I probably have your song. And if not, it'll take me 10 seconds to download it. I will buy it for you. Some of you I know, here's how the cocktail party goes every month. Everyone's all quiet at first. It's just me and Travis singing. And then we have to kick your ass out of here by 10:30 because there's a few of you that just can't handle an open bar. And then you get music. Last month they were like singing Styx. I'm sailing out. And I paid for the wedding. And then when we went back to audit that month, she had written a check to herself for $12,000 and bought plane tickets for all of his family to fly in to then go on the cruise. So I really paid for all the wedding. But she didn't do that to me. And so I went, we talked to the DA here, and they're like, hey, she ain't going to go to jail. This is first offense. And if she does, it'll be like a couple of months, and then she'll be able to discharge that debt. I was like, oh, I don't want that. He's like, then just go civil. Go civil because you can follow her for life. And you can get triple plus legal. So we did. We went civil. She didn't contest it. We got triple plus legal. Then she moved to Florida. I hired a collection attorney down there. Started garnishing her check. She thought she'd be cute and file for bankruptcy. You can't discharge fraud on a bankruptcy. I hired a bankruptcy attorney to go to her bankruptcy court on my behalf, and the one debt that carried through the bankruptcy. So now she's ruined her credit. Okay, and then as an FU, because she cost me on the bankruptcy, I sent the copy of the original fraud complaint to her current boss. So then he fired her, realizing that she was, but I won't do that every time because I want to garnish her. Maybe she'd get a job as a bookkeeper somewhere, small business. Wait a minute. So the only way that she can get out from it, because I'd rather follow her whole life. I think that's, crime, punishment, consequence. There's consequences. I will be her consequence. And I've had to spend more to follow her, but I feel good about that. It's the point. Yeah, it's the principle.
How do you guys feel about it? I was just going to say, if somebody was looking to hire her, call us as a reference.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, no. Let me tell you. And it was like a mom-pop shop.
Yeah.
And
She tried to get hired as a bookkeeper.
And Lincoln was like, I'm just so glad I was able to be like, no, hire her.
Yeah, it was yucky.
It was heartbreaking because you did so much.
But I didn't. It wasn't personal. I was devastated that we caught her stealing. But I learned that lesson 20 years ago as a high school teacher. She didn't do it to me. She wasn't trying to. She did it to me, but she didn't do it with malice to hurt my business. She did it for her. She took a shortcut for her. So yeah, I'm still following her forever, but without malice. I could see her. We could be cool. I could be cool. But business, it's not cut and dried. Bill.
Let's talk about the overall picture as far as your different investments in different states relating throughout the United States, and obviously the taxes involved, and the rules and the regulations for each particular state.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that create a potential problem? And number two, like you were just discussing a minute ago, is trying to get somebody to run that business for you. It obviously you've had a couple of sound bites already out of some people who've been working for you, but those are potential problems. And how do you obviously overcoming them one way or the other? How do you? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. When you get to a local business, right? Most businesses never graduate past team. You have a product, you have a customer, you're making revenue, right? You're making 6 figures, maybe even 7 figures. But most businesses hit a glass ceiling called, I suck at building a team. Okay? Because the skills to find a customer and create revenue from a business are completely different than the skills that you need to build a team. Because think about Ellen. Ellen's a perfect example. Ellen is a business owner. She taught yoga for how many years? 15 years she taught yoga. And then the owner of the yoga studio came to them and said, hey, do you want to buy the building? Do you want to buy the business? So now she and her husband bought the yoga studio, fitness studio, and then now she has an opportunity to buy the building and basically be there for free, and then have the other businesses in the building pay for her rent. Plus she has a chance to buy the building because the building owner loves Ellen. Ellen's entrepreneurial. Ellen was a valedictorian. Ellen's father-in-law is one of my partners. Ellen's amazing. She runs her money. She runs the family money. She runs her extended family. She's a badass, right? Now think about me saying to Ellen, look, absolutely you have a six-figure skill set. Absolutely. But my one angle with Ellen, which I've exploited, and I used it on Megan when I met her, was their children. It was their children. I love exploiting children. Cut the feed. No. Because Ellen and Megan are the same in that their number one priority in the universe is their kids. Okay? They will never put work, extended family, health. Their kids are always first. So if I want to keep them in my circle, I just have to find a way to accommodate their children. So in COVID, when Ellen was here at the office and her kids were up here watching TV, hey guys, do you want candy? I always try to give her kids lots of candy because she's like healthy like Megan. You give some of these kids lots of candy. It's like, and with Meg, when I met Meg, her husband Mike, who's a good friend of mine, he's a police officer, and Meg was making 6 figures doing customer service and sales. But when she had her first daughter, she's like, I'm staying home. We're going to live off the cop's salary. And they were poor. And I was like, hey, I'll let you work from home. I just need you to do customer service, take maintenance calls. I got to believe $1,000 a month from home would help your family budget. She's like, fine. It was really good, right?
Anything about maintenance, right?
Huh?
Anything about maintenance.
Yeah, that is what she said to me.
You called me and said I have a job for you. And I was like, great, I'll do anything for take maintenance. What is it?
I was like, oh, this would be a harder close than I thought. Because I was trying to close a teammate. I wanted her on my team. I had to figure out how to overcome the fact that she didn't want to take maintenance calls, and I wanted her to do maintenance calls, and I couldn't afford her skills to do maintenance calls. I could afford $1,000 a month, and her ability is worth $12,000 to $15,000 a month. And so by saying you can do the job from home, you can do it from wherever, I don't care. Like you don't have to come to staff meeting, you don't have to nothing. Just take the calls, and I'll give you $1,000. And she was like, all right. And she was amazing. She did it for like 8 years. And Ellen started doing just helping out. And then she came to me 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago and said, I have a chance to buy the studio. And I'm like, oh, we have over 900 clients that she does customer service with. She's amazing. She's got a whole team. Hillary, everybody turn around and say hi to Hillary. Hillary and Ellen are the dynamic duo. And I was like, you got to buy the business. You have to buy the business. Because to get what you want, you have to truly believe in the principle of helping others get what they want. Or you'll never get what you want. And business owners that don't internalize how to build a team never grow past that. They don't. They're cheap. They grind their employees. They think their employees want more money. They forget that employees want more than anything, autonomy, mastery, and purpose. There's a TED Talk on that. Employees, social scientists studied this. Employees they don't want to be micromanaged. They want to feel like they're learning a skill that will allow them that they can take what they're learning with your company and make a lateral move or start their own business. They want to feel like what they're doing each day matters. If you focus on autonomy, mastery, and purpose with your employees once they work for you, and if you think of them as somebody you need to sell and cater to, then you build a winning team. Now, the next level that will stop your growth as a business is systems. And so when we talk about how do we set up an Alpine in Charlotte and Idaho, one of the great things is since we have such a high functioning operation here in Indy, it's easy to say, when everybody say hi to Meg, KC Meg. So KC Meg, how long have you been working for us in Kansas City? 2 years. And so we were like, hey, we have resources here in Indy that can help you. We got this whole big massive operation that's behind you. It's just you in the office with Tim and Brittany every once in a while, but what's really behind you is this whole operation. And that spills over into leasing and lawsuits and tenant disputes. And yes, there's differences in landlord-tenant laws from state to state, but that's why Tara has a broker's license in Indiana. And that's why Tim in Kansas City has his license. And that's why Jed in Idaho has an Idaho license, so that we make sure that we can disseminate the variations in our systems, but 90% of the way that we run our company falls under this is the Alpine way that we do it. Okay? And if you don't, the skills required to create systems have nothing to do with team building skills. I've literally had to learn to wear hats over the last 20 years. Tuesday, I was a CEO. No, Monday, Kendall and I did a live stream. So Monday, it was great. I got to teach. I love teaching. Teaching never feels like work. I ramble. I taught for what, an hour and a half? And then I said Q&A. I did 45 minutes of Q&A. There was 400 people on the live stream when I finished, and we only lost 20 during Q&A. It was cool. So Monday was great, but then Tuesday, CEO. I hate that hat. That's where I have to think about systems and CEO sucks. Wednesday, more CEO. Yesterday, CEO. I had to babysit Michael.
It's hard task in itself.
He's more ADD than me. But now I said to Meg, now the weekend, I get to teach for 8 hours a day for 3 days. Most people will be like, I'm like, yeah, that part's easy. This is the easiest part of my week. Teach? What I've been doing? No problem. So systems allow you to grow into multiple locations. I do not know of another turnkey property operation in the United States that is in multiple markets like we are. Not where they keep it all under one umbrella. I've seen a couple of groups that they're like, oh, we sell houses here in Memphis. We also sell Ohio. I'm like, is your property management in-house? No, we outsource. You're not me. You're not the same. I don't outsource. I own the Alpine in Charlotte. I own the construction company in Kansas City. I own the brokerage in Idaho. We have vertical integration. You outsource. You just went outside the chain for your management. That's a failure point in your business. We don't have a competitor. If you know of one, please let me know. But I haven't seen a turnkey property provider in multiple markets with vertical integration, because it's taken me 20 years and it's a huge operation. And I take a lot of risk and liability from that. Meg?
I was going to say, especially in the different asset classes. When you have maybe one market that you're only doing that market, you're only doing single family homes. But multiple markets, multiple different asset classes, manufactured houses, multifamily, and the investors have the ability to participate in those numbers.
Yeah.
That is not very
No, we don't have a competitor. Who's sold a business? Has anyone sold a business? Okay. When you sell a business, the last one is capital. The final area, you don't grow a business until you learn how to raise money, how to syndicate money, how to borrow money, how to partner. Until you learn how money works, how banks work, how private equity works, how foreign investors work, you'll never exceed $100 million. Capital is like again, in my book, we call these the 5 glass ceilings. So it's the customer, a product. Huh? We're going to give you all a copy. We'll give you a copy of the book. If you agree to give me an Amazon review if you like it. If you don't, just disregard that. From when I was going to tease Michael, but he gets pissed. His books are all Pinocchio published. He's like, I'll give you one of my books. I'm like, your fake books, and I don't have a real publisher because I'm a real boy. Okay? Okay. Your wooden books, you're a wooden boy. I have an agent in Manhattan. You do not, Michael. You just upload another thing that you spit out of your computer. Just kidding. That's not real. My own accountants have not read my book. Have you, Donald? Be honest. There are a few people that I would trust with my money. Donald is one of them. Meg, Donald needs a book. Team Donald all need a book. Donald's honest. They're very truly. It's not. I don't need my CP. I don't need my accounting firm to be honest. But Donald is honest. Am I right, guys? He's an honest man, dude. Kendall, piece of shit. He's. No, Ken. That's funny because Kendall's honest too. Ellen, though, do not trust Ellen. She doesn't manage any of your money anyway, so. Look at Ellen. So, I like Ellen because I'm an alpha and my wife is an alpha. And so I grew up with an alpha mother. And you'll notice my company's ran by strong, competent women. Because I'm comfortable with it. Other guys are like, she's a bit. I'm like, no, run everything. Because I was the oldest son of an alpha mother. So I'm that relationship. So you'll meet all these alpha women in my company. And you see, I don't have any control at this event. I don't go downstairs. They'll be like, what do you want? I'm like, I'm going back up to teach. I know. I just stay out. I do not say anything in my house. I have no votes. The only area, I'm in charge of my boys. Nothing else. True or false? It's true. Ellen, does Megan not run the whole show? Okay, we have an assistant, a nanny type, Brooklyn, right? What percentage do you task her with stuff versus what I task her with stuff? Right. So what percentage?
It's like a clean 60-40.
Whatever. Every once in a while, I'm like, Oliver, please, could you maybe get me an energy drink, Brooklyn? That's it. Like a one text, maybe a month. Meg's like lists, right? And then,
I have 4 kids.
what about your mom though? Because she works for us. Who tasks her? I never task her. Yeah, you. See? Do you feel how I don't care? I love it. I sit in my house and then I just eat and I can play games on my phone. Sunday, all I did all day Sunday was watch football. Nobody was mad at me. It was so great. Blended families can be good. Resets the whole game because my boys were good and how did we get on that? I was trying to talk about cap rate. Okay. Oh, let me check if Ashley's ready. Hold on. Let's see. Because we have our insurance gal that she wasn't comfortable coming today. I wanted to get her on Zoom. Hillary, can you have them text Ashley and see if she's ready to get on the Zoom? Because I do want to pause on cap rate and talk insurance when we get a sec here. Wait, do we not have Zoom downloaded on this computer? We messed up. Guess we've never Zoomed on this one. Or just give her a call even, Hillary. You have her number? There we go. We'll see when she gets on. Because tell her I emailed her the link. What camera is that? Oh, it's seven. All right. We'll see if she writes back. Or if she hops on. We're on. Oh, 2 new messages. Hold on. Oh, she said, I'm waiting for you to accept me. Ah, there she is. Yes, it worked. Wait, she's... Ashley, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Ooh, let's turn it up. Hold on. How's that?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Perfect.
All right, let's, okay. So, oh, I bet I can rotate the camera. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't have a front camera, another camera. Okay, I'll just do this, Ash. So, everybody say hi to Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
So they can all see you on the big screen.
Okay.
So, all right, so Ashley works for, I'm just going to rotate down like this because you don't need to see me. I'll stand up.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
But you're on the big screen. They can hear you. And you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So Ashley is an insurance broker. And one of the reasons when I first got started in investing, you know, if you have your home, the insurance, the home you live in, your car, on with one provider like Geico, State Farm, that's fine. Okay, but when you start investing in property and when you start doing business, you need to start working with an insurance broker. Just for the same reasons that you use a mortgage broker. With a mortgage broker, you get different loan programs that are out there. You can shop around. They advocate for you. An insurance broker does the same thing. And one of the reasons that I like Ashley and her firm, which is called Gregory & Appel, they're an Indianapolis-based insurance brokerage. They're on their 5th generation of leadership. So current CEO is how old?
39.
39. He just took, and so it was his great-great-great-grandfather, right? 3 greats?
Correct.
That took over. So he just took over from his dad. And they've tried to acquire them many times. They're a fiercely independent insurance company. They're just a few blocks away from here. How many employees working for Gregory & Appel?
We have 140 employees, and we are a full-service agency, so we can offer property and casualty, employee benefits, and also personal lines coverage.
So I was working with another local family-owned insurance brokerage before Gregory & Appel, and we've been, about 3 or 4 years?
I think this is our 4th renewal.
Yeah, we just had our 4th renewal. And so our problem with the mom and pop shop that we were working with, they were insurance brokers, but we outgrew them. They couldn't keep up with hundreds of investors that we worked with. And I wanted a company that if you came to Indy and decided to buy property, you're going to be talking to Ashley because we usually have you shop your insurance against your current portfolio. We wanted you to, or your current insurance company, if you're also a bit, like who owns their own business that you have liability insurance, errors and omissions, those type, right? She can do insurance in all 50 states. And so one of the things that I tell my clients is use this chance right now. Yeah, maybe you're thinking about getting insurance and using Ashley, but you should also shop your other lines of insurance since you're going to be talking to an insurance broker anyway. Even though they're Indiana-based, if it has a U.S. flag flying over it, she can write insurance for it. So that's one important thing I want you to think about, because every month, Ashley's able to take one of our clients who have other properties, other liability policies in other states, and get them a better deal. Because insurance is something that if it's working, you generally don't shop it. You just keep renewing. And it's something that you should every couple of years shop. And so use this opportunity. Question?
Could I ask Ashley a question regarding HO5 level insurance with multifamily? And if that's
Hillary, we turn the. Oh, I guess you won't hear that, Mike. So it's HO5 level insurance.
Level insurance for multifamily, is that available? And could she provide that?
So
full replacement?
Can you do HO5 level insurance for multifamily for full replacement?
Yes. We have carriers. Since we're an independent agency, we work with over 50 carriers. And then also we work with brokers. So if we don't have a direct carrier that can write that risk, then we have brokers that we can work with that can find a carrier to fit your needs.
Yeah. So one of the things that I found also is, think about what kind of insurance I need. Because I need all 50 states, I need mobile homes, I need houses, apartment complexes. I need insurance that will cover me if I'm vacant and rehabbing it, or if it's rented, and I need somebody to be able to handle that. And I only wanted to update that insurance policy once a month. So Ashley was able to actually go to Lloyd's of London and have them custom write a policy for me. And so I have this policy that is all the things that I need as an investor. And she was working with some of our clients, and she said, Aaron, we could take that policy that you have, set up a second one, and then call it an Alpine policy, but then your clients could take their properties and put it on that policy. Is that pretty cool? And so each one of you has the potential to have access to the same kind of insurance policy that I use that you couldn't get, right? Ashley, if somebody wanted to get their own Lloyd's policy, how many properties would they need?
They need at least 10.
Okay. So if you have 10, you say, Ashley, can you put together, because we have a few people in here that do.
Okay.
Then she'd love to quote and say, this is what Aaron does for his, and this is how he has it set up. Is this something you're interested in, right? But if you have less than 10, you don't have access to that. But you do, because you're allowed to put it on my second policy. Now, it's still your entity has the insurance. You still have $1 million for each deal. It's not like $1 million for all of them, right? It still works like it's your own policy, but you're able to put it on this master policy that I have. Does that make sense? Ashley, what are some of the features of that policy for our clients, if you could just bullet point through those?
Sure. When you send us your information about the property, we give you two options. We quote it at replacement cost, and we quote it at actual cash value. The quote includes property, so if something happens to your actual building, it catches on fire, you have to replace it, that's what that insurance will cover. It'll cover loss of rents. So while you're trying to restore your building and you're losing rent during that time, it will pay for any loss of rent. It also covers general liability, so that's third-party coverage. So somebody walks into the building, trips and falls, sues you for an unsafe environment, that would cover the general liability. It also has a flood. The flood does have a different deductible than the rest of the perils, which is at $25,000.
What's the deductible for non-flood?
Sure, it's $2,500 if it's occupied. It's $5,000 if it's vacant, or it's $5,000 for wind or hail deductible.
Okay, so there's tiers of deductibles within the policy depending on the claim. But again, I'm cool with that, because the likelihood, for example, in 5,000 properties that I've purchased in 15 years here, I've only seen one flood. So I'm cool with a higher deductible because it's such a low occurrence, because if I wanted a $1,000 deductible on flood insurance, it would be, $5,000 a month for the insurance. So, question?
What about earthquake?
Earthquake?
No, it doesn't include earthquake, but there's not much earthquake risk in Indianapolis. Well, in all the areas that you're currently buying in. Most earthquake in Indiana is like southern Indiana. So, we could probably get you a separate policy for earthquake, but I wouldn't really, the risk is so low.
She could quote it if you're looking for it. Now, one of the things, we've had some clients who, each one of those policies includes $1 million in liability, but again, we have very little liability because Michael was talking about risk earlier. I don't put your LLC or your retirement account on the lease. I put Alpine Property Management and Aaron Adams. So guess who gets sued? We do. You don't get sued. We get sued. Because when the tenant sues, they sue Alpine. And so I've never had a client that's had to pay a claim in 15 years. We've had people sue, but I actually don't want your insurance on there because I want to use your insurance is just going to settle, and I want to fight it because we're so careful about not being negligent, and we keep ridiculously meticulous records in our property. Every time a tenant contacts us, every time we're at their house, we document. And so we crush people on frivolous liability claims because we can show when we were in the house, we can show everything, every contact we've had with the tenant. So we do have some of our clients are very price sensitive on the cash flow, and so we have a personal lines option that Ashley can help you with as well. It's got lower liability, so only $300,000 in liability insurance as opposed to $1 million, and there's no flood. But we found that the premiums tend to be 20 to 40% cheaper. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So it's kind of like a bronze, it's like bronze gold version. So one of the things that you can do is you talk to and communicate with Ashley is say, hey, can you price out a personal line? Can you price out going on the master policy? And she's happy to do that for you. And if you have enough properties, can you price out doing my own big master policy? That's how you want to think about insurance, because people always make the mistake of saying like, hey, Ashley, I know you can you come down a little cheaper on that? It doesn't work that way. She'll just take something out of the policy. That's how insurance works. They'll just exclude something, right? And so you don't want to think about insurance like happy hour. There's no cheap liquor for cheap drinks. There just is alcohol in the drink or not. Does that make sense? You don't horse trade on insurance. You decide what you need based on your risk, and then you just pay for it. You can horse trade with construction. You can horse trade with partners and employees. Those are all good, but I have not found there's really latitude of horse trading with insurance. What do you think about that, Ash?
I agree.
she loves that, right? So Ashley's one of the VPs.
You should insure everything.
What's that?
I think you should insure everything.
Yeah. And so, look, we don't get kickbacks from Gregory and Appel if you go on the master policy. It's not like I get free insurance. We don't have any backdoor deals like that. I don't get paid commissions for the insurance. Full disclosure, none of that. I just know that when you're here buying property, like many of you are, you're going to want to sit down with Kendall and talk about your asset protection. Obviously, you're going to want to sit down with Meg and talk to her about properties. Meg, how many people will you talk to? Do you think tonight, tomorrow? How do you want to flow that this weekend?
It's a smaller group, which is kind of nice. So I still have plenty of time to meet with everybody. But I'll probably meet with 2 or 3 tonight, and then I'll do one all day tomorrow. We talked about the deals or anything.
No. I have. If we have existing clients that are coming back, I know, and because we have some familiar faces, I want to make sure that if they would like to talk to you, let them meet with you tonight first. That'd be the best. If you guys,
or tomorrow during.
Or tomorrow during the bus tour. Since you've already been on the bus tour, maybe you don't want to go tomorrow. So at least let Meg know that, because Meg's kind of on. Well, Ellen, you're going to be helping Meg this weekend because Becca just had twins, right? So.
Becca's normally here helping me and helping bring you guys in the chat with me, but she's of course not with babies. So if you just want to meet with me and you want to talk about properties for you, let Ellen know. And it's not a time slot, they'll just bring you in. We'll put you on a list and one at a time will bring you in. We won't run out of properties, don't worry about that. We'll still have plenty of properties.
But I told them they get dibs over the live stream.
Yes. Yeah, you're here, you made the trip out here.
You get dibs. Yep. Yeah, question for Ashley. Yeah, so what we'll do, those of you, I will put, when we get off the call, I'll put Ashley's email address, contact info, and Gregory and Appel, their website on here. But those of you that are buying property, we'll loop you in through the closing process. We'll say, hey, don't forget insurance, Ashley's happy to quote it. Like, we'll remind you multiple times about insurance. She'll quote that. At the very least, just have her quote, because I don't care if you use your State Farm guy, but it's a topic that in a business context people aren't thinking about, and so I'd like to have Ashley come by and mention it every month. Questions for her about the insurance? Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Ash.
Bye.
Bye. So I was reading this article about why do we wave after Zoom calls? We're always like, when we don't do that after business meetings. All right, guys, thanks. But we're all like, bye. It was a whole article about how it's like this weird thing this year that's come up, right? Do you do that, Alan? Everyone's like, okay, so there's her email. Oh, wait, is it acheshire@gregoryappel.com? That's her email. And then, we'll email you with her info. And then she's the VP of Property and Casualty. So she does mostly commercial lines, but if you don't feel like the pricing for the commercial is competitive enough for you, have her quote the personal lines. It's a different department. Ashley loses the business, but it's still under the G&A umbrella, and their premiums are like, so if it's like $1,000 a year for a Charlotte policy on the commercial line, you can go to personal line. You drop your liability deductible to $300,000, but my clients aren't getting sued anyway, so what do you care if you go from $1 million to $300,000? I get sued. If you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with it. And if your insurance drops to $600 a year by dropping the liability and dropping the flood insurance, for some of you it might be worth it. Some others not. But again, I don't try to tell you what kind of insurance, because like I mentioned earlier, that's an area of risk that each one of us got to figure out. Does that make sense? That's why it's so important to break that down. Any other questions about insurance? Okay, but I want to do cap rate real quick, and then we'll take a break. You guys get no breaks. So 1% rule gets you kind of going, and I use 1% rule for different asset classes. Like, I had a trailer park that I bought that was 5% rule. So if 1% rule equals 8%, what is 5% rule? 40%. It was a 40% trailer park. Net after all expenses, bought it for $1 million. It was bringing in $400,000 a year. I had all my money back in 3 years. Good deal? My very best investments over the years have been trailer parks. They've been my highest percent rule. JC, come on up. I got another person I want you guys to meet that's a badass in our universe. We're never going to get to cap rate today. So, what's up? JC is one of the most impressive people on our team. And how many properties have you rented the last 10 years? Thousands. Hillary, we turn that house mic up so JC doesn't have to mic up. How many, because JC runs all leasing here in Indianapolis for us. He's one of my partners. How many people do you have helping you with the leasing?
We have 5 employees, and then some commission people that help as well.
So about 7. How many leads on rentals do we have coming in a week?
We get over 1,000 inquiries most day, and that covers all of our streams of communication. So email, phone call, text messages, all that adds up to over 1,000 inquiries a day.
A day. We get, JC is a marketing genius. He's got advertisement running, websites running. We don't wait till the house is done and then put it in the penny saver. Almost never. How often, if somebody sees an ad for a property, does somebody actually rent that property?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely use the volume to our advantage of the inquiries to try to get the best tenant that we can. Often we have multiple people applying for our properties, and over the years we've been able to tighten up our guidelines because of the volume as well. When we're getting so many applications, we can be a little bit more picky about who we allow into the properties. So.
Yeah, we usually by the time they call us, it's already rented. And so they're like, hey, I'm calling about the house on Smith Street. Right. That one's gone, but I have 4 others. What are you looking for? Boom, now we got a lead. Right? So that's when your leasing operations firing when nobody's moving into the ad that you're running because you have so many leads coming in. Does that make sense? Question?
Is there any particular areas that you guys look for when you're looking for tenants for the homes?
As far as where you're
How to qualify them?
You mean like screen? Oh, screen. How do we screen?
I know, it says right here.
You read the book!
Pulling prior eviction records, pulling credit reports, criminal reports, verify rental history, accepting only tax returns, pay stubs, bank statements, proof of income, or requiring a cosigner for good credit.
Yeah, we basically, believe it or not, have the same, pretty similar guidelines as qualifying for a mortgage.
Did you ever run into any legal hurdles with that?
We do. When you get that kind of volume of ad, you can really rate. Look,
we don't always get the credit score of a mortgage, but definitely documentation and verification is as well or better. I mean, we take it real serious.
Look, on 1,500 doors here in Indy, we average 4 to 6 evictions per month. What would 1% of? What's 1% of 1,500? 10%. See, some of you are struggling with that math. As a high school teacher, I'm going to want you to do some refresher on 8th grade. Percentages are important. You don't need to know algebra, but Jesus.
I'm an 8th grade teacher.
So 150 would be 10%. 15 would be 1%. What's a third of 1%? Is he good at screening tenants? That's damn good. Because if you put it this way, his failure rate a month is 4 in 1,500. Who would bet on that horse, right?
I would.
But beyond circle of trust, my default rate years 1 through 5 here. So 2005 to 2010, my eviction rate was 8%. It was bad. Most Wall Street funds float around 3 or 4%. Meg and I got called to Manhattan. We worked with this big private equity fund. We sold them 2,000 properties. And, oops. Oh, I did that.
While you're paused, do you run into much legal battle with the history checking and everything, the fact checking,
No, I mean, they sign off on the application that we pretty much
that's
however we want.
your right to do it.
Yeah.
What about this COVID thing? Is that affecting you?
Honestly, it hasn't affected leasing a whole lot. There's a big demand for good housing in the city. There's a lot of houses out there that just aren't up to the par with our properties, to be honest with you.
Hillary, can you come give me some AAAs? My keyboard battery died. COVID, I think we've had, going back to March, we've only had about 30 here that were affected by COVID. Charlotte had about 4, 0 in Idaho, 0 in Kansas City. So, because for example, what we did here in Indy was we put together a flyer with Catholic Charities, the city's money. We said, look, here's what forbearance is. You're still gonna, if you try to not pay the rent, then you'll just owe all of it, and we'll evict you. That's what that means. And then we delivered it to them, and we said, if you've been affected, here's the resources to get assistance, and you should take your $1,200 stimulus check and use it to pay your rent, because that's what it's for. And we're cool with. Here's the other thing that people don't realize about COVID. COVID really affected the blue-collar worker community. But so for every assistant subway manager that got laid off, they went over to an Amazon warehouse here and got hired there, or they went over to a Walmart and got hired there. In the $15 to $30 an hour range, they've been getting rehired. It's the restaurant manager making $100,000 a year that got screwed. And so our tenants are blue collar, lower middle class tenants. We're selling $100,000 homes in a 220 area, which is median. So we're on that lower end. They've all got rehired. And you combine that with how proactive we've been with communication, COVID's been a non-issue for us. I look like a genius this year. Meg, how many calls have you had from people who are like, we had a client in November of last year, took $2 million out of the market, put it in a solo 401k, it was sitting in cash, and because he didn't know, he's like, Aaron's right, I just got to get it away from the market. I think the market's going to crash. Sitting in cash, and then bought properties from Meg January, February. He called you in March, right?
Yeah, a lot of negative calls. The other call that we got a lot of, especially when it first started, the pandemic, is because we do preach so much to go cash, and people think it's like a mathematical problem, like we don't get the math, and they want to like show me a spreadsheet. But they call me and they say, I'm sleeping so well right now, knowing that I own these houses free and clear, and even if I do lose my tenant, I don't have a mortgage on it, so I'm not carrying a bunch of debt. I got a lot of phone calls and emails.
Yeah. Well, think about with my employees, where I say, hey guys, we're all going to be working from home, but rent's coming in. So, and we don't have any debt on Alpine. We don't have any debt on the buildings. JC kept renting just like normal. Had to change some in-person protocols. But think about a team building standpoint, how I was able to say to my team, because I don't have any debt, not only are we not worried, everybody gets paid, we're just going to change some of our patterns. That's what you buy in for on a team. You buy into that security. I mean, Ellen knew that she still had her Alpine money because who knew what was going to happen with the yoga studio in March? That's some ugly, late night, Ellen drinking 3 bottles of wine with a straw type of conversations. Have you ever seen somebody say F you with just their eyes? Did you guys see that?
Well, the important thing about JC is that he has the cutest dog in the whole world.
Oh, yeah. Is it your dog here? Damn it. Are you working tomorrow?
I know he's getting big.
It's slowly but surely. Yeah.
We're all Frenchie owners.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
We love Frenchies. They're idiots.
It's like 15 weeks old, and at first when Aaron was saying his dog was stupid beating him, they were like, "That's not very nice." We were like, "Frenchie's not stupid." And
now you know.
The other day, I was like, I think I get what Aaron was talking about. We both started laughing. We was like, yeah.
They're not very smart.
No, I always say that our French Bulldog is our 7th special needs child. And then somebody, who was the other day, they're like, yeah, somebody told me your dog is like Down syndrome. I was like, damn, there's some your 3rd grade teacher lied to you when they said that there's no such thing as a stupid question. There are. And they open the window to your stupid brain. So do be careful. Right, babe? Is that funny? Raise your hand if you think that's kind of funny. I love this room. This room is... And if you didn't like that joke?
You're my circle.
Nobody raised their hand. Nobody raised their hand.
Well, they always admit it later. They're all they sit down and they're like, I totally agree with you.
That's so great, dude. I gotta figure this stupid keyboard out. So anyway, one of the big companies, the Wall Street companies, they asked Meg and I to go to New York City to say, how are you screening your tenants? And like JC said, when you go to get a mortgage, they do debt to income ratio. We do that too. They have to prove, 3.5 times monthly rent? It prove the income with tax returns, pay stubs. It could be a settlement. It could be disability. But when somebody shows up and says, well, how about I just give you the whole year's rent in cash? And I'm like, is it going to be powdered or smell like weed? Like, I don't want you in my house. Like, show me how you make it real income. And so JC has the perfect blend of street smarts because he can talk to anywhere, anything about anything. But he's also really, really intelligent, really cerebral because he's been able to build this marketing machine. And so he's found a niche in his business that fits all of his superpowers, all of his strengths. He has an amazing company. And when I met him, they were trying to use JC as an employee, and I'm like, I don't want that guy as an employee. I want him as a partner. I want him as an equal. And I love what he brings to our company. I love the dynamic. He's great. You know, when we have somebody, you know who most of our complaints are about Alpine Capital Solutions on Google? People that we reject for rentals. Go read some of them. Alpine. Well, you were never Alpine's client. You applied to Alpine Leasing, and we rejected you because you're a POS. And now you're going to write a bad comment on Facebook. Like, you should. Now, you'll see sometimes I respond. I got some pretty snarky responses on this. You might want to scroll through those. So you'll see our ratings. I asked JC if by law could I screenshot their application and put it on as the response. Like, would you rent to them? JC said no, that wasn't allowed by state law. But you'll see our ratings are 5 or 1. Okay, that's a great. We're not getting good service from Google. Because I should be able to challenge, like, wasn't our client. Sour grapes. Not my client, right? It's like we have way too many 5s to have all 1s, right? So so our average is like 3.4 or something like that. But any questions for JC about leasing? Because that's another important thing. What's cool is you don't have to remember all my Charlotte people, Kansas City. When you buy property from us, just Ellen. That's it. You have a question about insurance from your Charlotte, you just email her. We learn to simplify that for our clients. You just, one person. How great is that? You know, most management companies default to like their receptionist to do customer service. We pay hundreds of thousands a year to our customer service team to service our clients. Because you will have an eviction, you'll have a surprise repair, you'll lose money on a deal, one of your tenants will sue you after you, you'll have bad things happen because this is investing. It's not a guarantee. We're not selling a security. Okay? Disclaimed enough, right? And so because you'll have those bad things happen on your properties, it's not if it will happen, it's how does Alpine help you? How are we going to grind through it with you when it does? Right, Ellen? Absolutely. Here in Indy, we probably have 950 clients that own properties with us. And right now, there's probably, 4 or 5 that are just pissed this week.
This week, somebody got me, but this week has been good.
Alan, don't say that.
I know. But yeah, at any given time, this thing's
Yeah, because, look, I got 1,496 customers this month whose rent came in, and 4 we evicted. And if you own one property with me and you had an eviction, your rent's screwed for almost the whole year. Not really the year, but when you count fixing up the house, that's lost rent. Paying a commission, that's lost rent. You'll lose 4 to 6 months worth of profit from one eviction. So you're pissed. And I don't blame you. I hate evictions. They suck. And it doesn't matter that JC's, less than 1% default rate. You don't care because your eviction rate is 100%. Right? But as a fellow investor, I understand that. And that's why Ellen is so good, because Ellen is actually very nice. You see how polite she is? Sometimes an investor will say to Megan or Ellen, well, can I talk to Aaron about it? I already gave you my cell. Have the cojones to call me.
I always say, I promise we're nicer.
Because I'll from one investor to another, I'll just shoot straight. I went with Aaron, I just had an eviction. They had been in there 16 months, and then I'm like, yeah, they lost their job, dude. It was a 12-month lease. If they made it 12 months, I didn't fail. I won. The fact that they went another 5 or 6 more even shows that. So it was a CLE. I can't control they lost their job. He's like, well, then you should pay the leasing commission to JC when he re-rents it. And you should pay to help me fix it up. Right? Some bullshit. I was like, all right, you know what? Let me ask you a question. If you can honestly tell me yes, then I'll pay for the whole turn. Because when a tenant moves out, it's a turn budget, right? I'll pay for the turn. I'll pay the leasing commission. If you wouldn't have had an eviction and they were still there, would you be sending me an email saying, Aaron, I love Alpine. That rent's coming in for 20 months. I'm going to share some of my profits with you. Where do I send it? Because if you know in your heart you wouldn't have shared the upside with me, I sure as hell am not going to share the downside with you. That's big boy pants. That's real investor talk.
So
you're right. You're right.
do really good bulbs and bourbon count?
Yeah, dude. But you know what I mean? It's like I'm here to remind you that making money also involves being graceful in losing money. You're defined by how you handle employee theft, lawsuits, bad deals. That actually defines you. That highlights your character. Because if you're small and bitchy, that's who you are. You're defined by how you handle the rough seas and the bad knees. Yep.
Since you mentioned the turn, I'm kind of curious the process of the turn. You talk through with like JC's part of that, your part, and also perhaps like what service. I know you have, like when you rehab a property, you have services to help us get it ready for the next tenant.
Oh yeah. So
say we have somebody that just left.
Yeah. So somebody leaves. Ellen, what happens?
So Heather, who is in charge of ventilation, she'll email you. I'll expect it. She'll say your tenant vacated. We will let you know when we have a budget put together. So then we send you the budget. You approve it. You send funds. You might chat about it. We send it out to one of our turn crews. They fix it up. We inspect it. All the things.
I know these are the new ones.
Done.
They give me 4.
For JC to re-rent it. So then usually takes about 3 weeks to get a property rented. I'll update you when we do find a tenant. Heather, so we'll send an email. Hey, great news! Tenant's moving in. Certain date, and we redo the thing. So very easy.
Very turnkey then.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
JC, are you responsible for finding tenants for all of Alpine or just for
Just any. But he trains
whoever works?
Yeah, in fact,
that's the systems thing that you're talking about.
Yes. Yep. Meg, have you guys connected?
I haven't met JC yet.
Casey, Meg, she's doing the leasing out there.
All right.
So I do the leasing in
Kansas City.
some of the investors as well.
Okay, I'll catch up with you this week.
Yeah, JC's cool about. He trains all of our other. Somebody tried to get me to write an SOP. I'm like, we're not doing an SOP. There is no such thing as an SOP. That's what corporations do to show that they have an SOP, but nothing's standard. And so we're never writing that.
Question that I have, you mentioned that JC is in charge of marketing. Could you describe some of the strategies or approaches they do? Any vehicles?
That's the secret sauce.
Yeah! Give him broad strokes.
Basically, we just take advantage of every internet marketing that's out there. So we've got enough out there that we're comfortable that anybody looking for a house will click on our stuff, our ads. Just because of the amount of volume that we run through Google. If you just do a generic organic search for Indianapolis houses for rent, we actually are on the first page and come out like third now, which is huge. As you know, people pay a lot of money to get a top just for a couple hours of the day. So the volumes allow us to be like right underneath Zillow with our stuff. But everybody's on the internet now, so that's what we focus on. Make sure we have signs out. We still get a lot of calls off signs, and everything's just everything's kind of a loop to get people qualified. So we got a system set up that just filters that 1,000 leads down to the people that are serious and that can actually qualify before we actually start working with them. So that keeps us from showing out to people that
Yep. Meg, you're going to say something.
I'm just going to see if you've gone into the whole being a passive investor, because I think it kind of goes with what he was asking, and like Ellen, you talking about the ways or the process of getting houses rented. And there's we have clients who don't really know how to not be involved in that.
No, people will say to me, what's the biggest problem that your clients have with Alpine 1 year, 3 years? And I'm like, for some of you, your biggest problem is that you've never had this much control over your passive investment. Because like maybe you got 100,000 of Fidelity right now. You can't call Fidelity, aka Ellen, and be like, "Hey, why'd you buy tobacco stock?" Right? You guys lost me money. You don't have that control, right? You can't kick the dog at your investments right now, but you can kick the dog here. And so for some of you, it's too much. You can't handle it because here's what you do. You're like, no, I want passive. I want passive. I need that. And then the second you get an email, you start micromanaging my team because I don't care. So I was saying, JC, hey, have you screened anyone? We have people, Ellen, what are some of the horror micromanage their passive investment examples we've seen over the years?
Well, right now I have someone who wants to manage finding a critter. There's no signs of it. We've done everything we can. She said, well, I'm just going to try to take care of it from states away. And I've advised her against it, and she'll call back and say, well, I've spent all this money, and da-da-da, because she's just so frustrated with it, right? That, she thinks she's going to make it better.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, because here's if you say to someone in a classroom, hey, look, if you manage your own rentals, you're going to make 12%. If you use a property manager because they are less efficient than you, and they don't care because it's not their property, they don't care as much as you, say it that way, then you're only going to make 9. You'll never do better than 9. So if you make it your active income, you're going to make 12. If you delegate it to passive, you're going to make 9. 5-figure and 6-figure mindset investors never learn to let go of that. They don't. They always fall down the slippery slope of, because I do it better myself, then I should do it better myself. 7, 8, and 9-figure investors like me go, I was in Kansas City on Tuesday. There was like 4 things they were doing. I was like, oh, shit. I wouldn't do it that way. I don't think you should do it that way. But I didn't say anything because they're making an easy 9% for me. And look, you want to know how if you do this? If you cut your lawn because you can never find a good landscaper, that's you. That's you. You're that person.
Well, and the investor that is getting more involved and micromanaging the process, you're not necessarily making it any more efficient.
No.
You're not making Ellen work better. You're not making the systems work better. You're just tasking yourself because you can't let it go. So learning to be a passive investor, there's a learning curve to that.
Look, if Meg and I pull down, like, let's say $1.4 million this year passive, and that's making 9-10%. But if I micromanage my own passive investments, I could get that up 4%. What's 4% of $1.4 million? 60K. I mean, 600. What is it? 140. 60K more. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
56.
So it's the difference between me making 1.4 and 1.5. Right? If I make 9% versus 12%.
How much is that happiness worth?
So so I'm looking at saving 60K, and if I go out active income and do one deal, I make 60K from that deal. I remember saying to my father-in-law, he's a dentist. Dentists only work 4 days a week because it's legitimately manual labor. You know, it breaks down their backs. I mean, dentists have. It is not that's hard money. So they can only work 4 days a week. They're like this. So my father-in-law, every Friday, he'd go manage the rental properties. I said, why do you do that? He's like, I hate it, but I can't find a good manager. I'm like, no, you're a bad manager. It's your fault, Ray. Because you think if you do the handyman repairs on Friday, and he's like, no, I just can't find good people. And I'm like, right, because you keep thinking that you need to find someone who will do it as good as you. That's the problem. You just have to find someone that will do it, not horrible. So it's only like a 3 or 4% difference. He couldn't do it. And I said, Ray, we did the math. And how many, he was spending like 48 days a year managing his properties. I said, if you spent 1 day doing dental work, you could pay that property manager. Because when you work at your dental practice, your time's worth $2,000 or $3,000 an hour, $4,000 an hour. He's like, well, when you say it like that, it makes me sound stupid. I'm like,
but it also gives the investor peace of mind and get on with the other things that he needs to do.
Yeah, learning to be a passive investor is a learned ability. And it's something you learn to get better at, because sometimes it means you just shut up and be like, oh, I only made 6%, but at least you had to take the maintenance calls. You have to learn to do it, and then focus on your active income. Making more money is always better spent than grinding your passive investments to squeeze out an extra 2%. If you really have heartburn over $10,000 because you want to grind Ellen and increase the management, go make 10 grand on a flip and then sleep better. But micromanaging your passive investments is a 6-figure, 5-figure mindset trap. And because I do it better myself doesn't hold water with me. That may be why you've never made $1 million. Because you actually believe that. You have to learn to accept the inefficiency of letting other people do it for you, because an easy $100,000 that somebody else makes, and I only got to pay them $50 or $60 in salary, is gold. JC makes a lot of money off his leasing agents. Any other questions for him? All right, let's take one final break. I see smoke coming out of your guys' ears. Like, I know the teacher in me is happy. I know you guys. I can tell when your brains are going. So take a little break, and then we'll push to the end. Cap rate is how you actually evaluate what a property will make for you. And cap is short for capitalization. So it means if you're looking at an apartment complex for $1 million, and you want to know if I buy it for cash, if I buy it all cash, what will my net return on investment be after 12 months? So if I buy it for $1 million, and let's say it's 1% rule, so how much would be coming in a month?
100,000.
10K. 1%, not 10%. Remember, mathematics. So 10K a month comes in. You have 120,000 for the year. And a good rule of thumb for apartment complexes, a little shortcut that I use all the time, just take 35% for expenses. If you don't have access to all the information, so see, I kind of backed myself into a bad math corner. 35% of that's 42,000. 78,000. So now you're making 78,000. And what do they call that? NOI, which stands for net operating income. Now, what are the expenses? Tax, management, insurance, maintenance, and vacancy. The big five, okay? So after I subtract all those numbers, I have net operating income. And since I paid for it all cash, I have $78,000 in my business checking account. If I have $78,000 and I bought a $1 million apartment complex all cash, what did I make on my money? 7.8%. That math's easy. I made 7.8% cash on cash return. I spent $1 million. I had 78,000. That's 7.8%. Raise your hand if you don't understand that. If there's any part of that you don't understand. And so what they say is my cap rate is 7.8. Or they'll say it's an 8 cap. That's what it would capitalize at. Why don't you include a mortgage as your expense? Why do you always look as a cap rate from all cash? Huh? The mortgage varies how?
And how you set it up.
Principal and interest.
Well, if you think about it, the expenses, each one of these expenses comes with the property no matter who owns it. The tax bill comes with the property. The insurance comes with the property. The maintenance, the vacancy, they all come with the property. They're part of the property. Who brings the loan to the property? The investor. And so for you, the loan may be important, but if I'm evaluating a property apples to apples, I don't want to factor in a loan because that doesn't come with the property. That's not an expense inherent to the property, because if I go out and get Guido the loan shark to loan me $1 million, and he's like, oh, I'm going to charge you 8 points a month. And you do the math on 8 points a month, you're like, oh, there's no cash flow, I lose money. That's a bad deal. No, not a bad deal, bad loan. And so what they say with cap rate is based on the cap, certain cap rates correlate to certain classes of apartments. So typically on Class A, anywhere from 3 to 6 cap. If you can get 6 cap Class A, good. Does that make sense? You take a lower cap rate for a higher class. Okay? Class B is anywhere from 6 to 9. Class C is basically 8 plus. is considered good for cap rate. So when I meet a savvy investor, they're like, oh, you do turnkey. Then they'll immediately say to me, what class are the houses you're selling? I'm like, C plus, B minus. And they're like, what kind of caps? I'm like, our investors in Indianapolis and Kansas City are averaging 7 to 9 cap, depending on when we sold them the property. Our investors in Charlotte are averaging 7, 8 cap. On the 3,000 properties that we managed last year, our average investor made 7 cap on the cash flow. So it means our average investor made 7% net cash. Now, I have people who have one property with an eviction. That property performed, 2 cap last year, 1 cap, or 0 cap. They made nothing. I had investors who I sold properties to 10 years ago that for $50,000 that are now making $1,500 a month rent, they now own a 18 cap. I can't get my Dallas investors to sell their houses. They made all this money on them. I'm like, sell it now. They're like, no, it's my best rental. 5-figure mindset sells a property when they're in the eviction. You got 10 properties, you go there, this one I'm going to sell. Because I like to sell low, because I'm a 5-figure mindset. Right? If you really need liquidity, then why wouldn't you sell your best property? Well, I don't want to sell that one. That was a given. Okay, so you want to punish that naughty property that got itself evicted? But you either need liquidity or not. Well, I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, well then fix it up, re-rent it, then sell it. Well, no, it's rented and I want to sell it. Right? Because you're a 5-figure mindset. You see the difference? That's why we Americans, we always sell our stocks low, knee-jerk reaction. We buy high. We're sheep. Okay? We buy greed. We sell fear. Flip that. 7, 8, 9-figure investment. I was so excited about COVID from a real estate standpoint because I was like, dude, I was so scared in 2008 because I had started Alpine here in January 2005. I'd only been here 36 months. I'd only been doing real estate 8 years. And then everything collapsed. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do for my business? Then self-directed IRA comes along. Then Singapore calls. Then Wall Street calls. And I'm crushing it. I'm actually making $1 million a year. And so they called 2008 a black swan. Because they used to think there was no such thing. Until there was. And now we have another black swan this year. And I'm like, where's the opportunity? Now I know the opportunity's there. Now I know I don't have the debt. So I want to lean into it. And there's been some amazing opportunities. I stole some commercial buildings. Airbnb. I have 30 Airbnbs here. In March, I got nothing. In April, I had nothing. My competitors here in town, because this is one of the best Airbnb markets because it's a top 15 convention market. My competitors here in town put their Airbnbs on the market and sold them because everyone started buying homes. Right? And so days on market dropped and they were like, screw it, took the furniture out, put it on MLS, sold it. 20% of my competitors sold their homes April, May. Now I own mine free and clear. I don't take a lot of debt risk. So I sold one property. Not one of my Airbnbs, I just sold one house and escrowed the funds for my taxes and insurance because I'm like, I don't know, these Airbnbs could be empty for a year. Hotel occupancies in April in Indianapolis were 6%. That's it. And so are the Airbnbs. Guess what they are this month? It's one of the best in the country. About 70% occupied. Now 70% sucks compared to what it was a year ago at 94%. But 70% of my Airbnbs are actually higher. My Airbnbs are 85% full. Because there's a lot of people that don't want to stay in a hotel, but want to stay in an Airbnb because they can control their exposure. Airbnb's betting on that. Now, I love the news we heard this week about a vaccine. I definitely think we'll have a vaccine before the end of the year that they're getting out in the first quarter of next year. I've seen some promising treatments. I just don't see a scenario where we're not really making progress towards normal by next spring and next summer. I can easily ride that out with my Airbnbs because how great would it be with all the markets appreciating that my competitors can't just go buy those Airbnbs again because now there's no inventory. So they've exited the space. And I could see a convention turn next summer making 20% more than the triple rent I was already making. Perfect example of how not freaking out, writing it out. Okay? So unemployment in January in Indianapolis was 2%, 2.5%. Unemployment right now is probably 7%. So the unemployment rate technically has like tripled. And so has the default rate. So there's a lot of people in pre-foreclosure right now. I've been sending them marketing letters. I just picked up a 20 property portfolio from a highly leveraged investor who owned a bunch of rentals with mortgages on them. I'm freaking him out mentally. Boom, sold them to me. 60 cents on the dollar. When others are fearful, be greedy. And having that positive, I'm like, I don't know where the opportunities are going to come, but every day I'm going to read for 2 hours and I'm going to be open to opportunity, whatever they might be. You know, in March I was installing all this live stream equipment, and now we sell a ton of properties live stream. If they shut Indy down, I would just, I got to get like 4 people in here. I don't know if I could do this to an empty room. It was Kendall and Kim and Megan. Donald will be here. You can come back, Donald. All right, what's that?
The kids.
I make the kids. Pam. So cap rate is like 1% rule is what you do to say, I may be interested in it. Because I had a friend say to me, hey, Aaron, I got an apartment complex. Are you interested? I said, what's the cost per door? Because I think of it in terms of 1 unit. And he said, $55,000. I said, all right, what's the monthly rate? Because what's 1% of $55,000? $550. He said, it's averaging $400 a month. And I'm like, at first I'm like, that's like 5 cap. So I'm like, is it a really nice area? He's like, no, it's $400 a month rent. And I'm like, all right, well, is it month to month? He's like, yeah, actually it is. I said, is it a slumlord? He's like, yeah, how'd you know? I'm like, has he or she owned it for a really long time? They're like, yep. I'm like, yeah, I'm interested. I'm like, what's the rent ceiling over there? He's like, $750. 55. So then my question is, if 550 is 1%, what's 750? 1.6%? Have I gone from 8% return to like 10, 11%? Now I'm really interested. And so I went and drove the property and it needed $400,000 in work. It's 60 units. This was 2 years ago. I now have 75% of the units rented at $750. And so I don't mind buying a class B minus apartment complex for 5 cap if I know I can get it up to 10 cap by the time I'm done. Does that make sense? And so, but I wasn't interested in doing the cap rate homework until I just used 1% as my gateway. Somebody said, Aaron, I got a mobile home park. It's 100 spaces we can buy for $400,000. 100 spaces, 100 lots for $400K. How much is that a space? 4,000. What's 1% of 4,000? Don't say 400. I'm gonna punch you in the face. 40. Who thought 400? See, I'm a teacher, not a speaker. We'll call you out on your bullshit. So I found coaching high school, you can yell at the whole team, but you single someone out, it's got to be one-on-one. You single out someone and yell at them in front of the whole team, they'll like slit your tires. It's real. Now, you praise someone in front of the whole team, little things. Winners win for a reason. I said, what's the average space rent? He said $270. $6 rule? If 1% rules 8%, what's that? 48%. So it's a 48 cap. 48 cap. I'm like, it's not full. He's like, no. I said, it's full of meth dealers. He's like, how'd you know? Ain't my first rodeo, 20 years. And I'm like, there's got to be a puppy mill. Yes, there is. Couple people turning tricks. Yes, sir. Family owned. Yep. What did the kid inherit it? The son. Okay, I'd like to see it. I spent a year getting the riffraff out, emptied it all the way down. I had 70 people in there when I bought it. It was down to like 23, and now I'm back up to like 33. But now it's a gated community. Now we're getting $325 a month, right? But cap rate 1% rule. It's not a 48 cap. It's more like it's only like a 20 cap. Is asset class sexy or return? See, 5-figure mind says like, oh, I'd love to own that cute apartment building. 5-figure mind says, I want a Walgreens. I like beautiful rentals down by the beach. 7-figure mind says like, what's the cap rate? All my properties, green. All my tenants, green. The carpet in all my houses, green. The walls, green. Because they're investments. When you see color, that's emotion. You're putting emotion into the deals. You have to learn. Green. Oh, all my tenants smoke weed. They're green. But you have to think of it that way. You're not going to live there. It's an investment. You got to like disconnect from them. There's no such thing as like who wants an Olive Garden right now? It's empty. That's not sexy. That's a headache. Imagine if you owned a mall. Like, oh, I wish I owned a mall. Now none of your tenants are paying. Malls are screwed. Imagine if you own a movie theater. Screwed. Imagine you have one of those sexy. I don't like commercial real estate. I'm more of a commercial guy. I get people like that. They try to flex. I'm like, I'm a good deal guy. I'm a double-digit cap rate guy. That's sexy to me. I don't care what the asset class is. If it's a 10 cap, I'm all ears. Right? But people are like, I'm not interested in single family. I was just multifamily, maybe some retail, commercial. I'm like, okay, broke bougie. This is for a reason. Because you think there's cool. Nothing's cool about a shit balance statement. Nothing. What's EBITDA? EBITDA. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. 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 Right, Donald? It's amortization. Now, the reason I say that, Hillary, push pause. I gotta show me a YouTube video. Tony Soprano's CPA and you lose, you go to jail because they'll help you commit fraud. Amortization. So when you sell a business, they want to know what you made in earnings before you take all the things due that you reduce all your taxes. They don't care because interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization are how you get your tax bill down. But if you're looking at a bar and they're like, hey, the bar made $100,000 last year, and then they're like, but I didn't pay any tax. Well, they're like, oh, okay, so the bar is worth nothing? No. So you only look at the EBITDA because you want to know what the earnings were. Does that make sense? And then once you know what the earnings were, businesses trade based on a multiple. So like a bar, it just trades on a multiple of 1 because it's a bar. So what's a bar worth that brings in $100,000 a year in earnings? The bar's worth $100K. That's what the business is worth. I just K through 12 business brokering for you. You're welcome. And so the more sticky a business is, the higher the multiple is. Who's seen a large multiple on a business before? Anybody seen what have you seen?
Well, it's more online. Multiple of what again?
Like has anybody seen like a multiple over 20 for a business? I had a client who was here a year and a half ago. He was in tech. He said he saw an offer for 60 times earnings because he had a secret sauce. You seen 10? He had a secret sauce proprietary tech product that other companies needed for their tech product. I didn't even understand it, but I just heard that. I was like, damn. British guy, yeah, they offered me 60 times earnings.
Was that more of an IP? Like they were looking at the intellectual property?
Yeah, it was the intellectual property. But he had been selling it, and somebody said, we want to buy it. And they wanted to buy his brain and the technology. Right, yeah. They wanted to buy a lottery ticket, which is what it was. That was they were factoring. So, when Wall Street started buying single-family homes in 2012, I had offers of 5 times earnings for my holdings. All of them included like a 36-month work back. At one point, I was offered 15 times earnings for the Alpines with a 5-year work back. Because what they really want to do is give me $800 million and say, okay, go invest and buy us stuff. And the real kicker, what sucked, because I would have had 50, 60 million bucks, but what sucked was they wanted a first right of refusal for every property anywhere in any country that I bought after I started working for them. What that means is, here's $50 million, you're now our employee, and we'll give you $1 million a year and you have access to the jet. But if you decide you want to take some of your money and go dabble in trailer parks, you have to let us know and show us what you're buying and why. We understand that we're doing single-family homes, but we really want to buy your instinct and your brain, because then whatever you're into, we want to have the right to be into that too. And I was like, okay, no. Could you imagine me as somebody's employee? That'd be a nightmare. Tara's shaking her head. Babe, did you see JC's dog?
Yeah.
No, we cannot have a third dog.
3 dogs, 6 kids, it's not that many.
One of the dogs has to die. That's real. 2 dogs. We don't want, you get a third cat, you're that person. You get a third dog, you're that person. We are moving out to 3 acres from our 3/4 acre. But still, you can have one of those horses that just eats grass.
Earnings is gross earnings?
Yeah, it's basically your gross earnings.
Just checking myself.
But if you own a restaurant and you sold some of your furniture,
that doesn't count.
No. That's why it's earnings. Anything to weigh in about EBITDA, guys? Is it EBITDA or EBITDA?
EBITDA.
Huh?
Yes.
Exactly. I've heard it both ways. EBITDA, EBITDA. But I do like amortization. And so I think of my properties with, I apply EBITDA to my properties. Let me explain. So if I have a rental, because when you do a flip, you're doing a trade. When you buy a rental, you're buying a business. You're buying a business. And so you need to think of it like a business. And so when I look at my rental income, there's positives and negatives that are good and bad for my business, for my rental. Positives are rents, equity. What's equity? It's the appreciation you've already banked. Okay? Negatives are what? Repairs, vacancy. Okay? Litigation. Now, taxes is still, it would be a negative. Okay, all your normal expenses. But management. Now, of your negatives, some of your negatives about your rentals, you know on January 1. You know your tax bill is going to be 99%. That's kind of a fixed negative. You know what your management's going to be. That's pretty fixed, at least what the rate will be. You know what your insurance is going to be. But you don't know what your repairs are going to be. You don't know what your vacancy is going to be. You don't know that till December. True or false? In January, you know what your rents are going to be. You know about what the existing equity is, but you have no idea what this is. So when I do my own in-house EBITDA calculations, when you start putting too many assumptions into a model, it collapses. And so when I evaluate my own properties, I cancel out the vacancies and the question marks. And I cancel this out, and I only look at rents versus rents and equity versus tax, management, insurance when I'm calculating, like when I'm tracking how my properties are going. So basically what I'm saying is, if I say to Ellen, hey, can you tell me how my property's doing? I only have her say, this is how much you collected in rent. This is how much equity you have in this property. These are what you've had in actual vacancy, repairs, taxes, management, and insurance. And I do what I call a hard EBITDA, meaning I never guess. I never put an assumption in. Does that make sense? Because then it gives me a number that incorporates the appreciation that I have because it factors in equity. And it gives me a little bit of a higher cash flow number, which I want to factor in the appreciation and the existing equity I have. Because if I have one property and it had an eviction this year, I may be like, I got to sell it. I'm only making 2%. So I don't want to say to my bookkeeper or Ellen, how's that property doing? And she's like 2%. I'm like, fine, let's sell it. It sucks because what if my appreciation on that property is, what if I got $100,000 in equity and I bought it 2 years ago? I may be like, all right, well, why is it? Well, she said, well, you had an eviction. Okay, well, that could be an outlier. Let's give it another year. So you never want to sell prematurely on an asset or on a property. And so I have my team put together a custom in-house EBITDA that I've used on my properties for years, and then we actually track that for you as well. So one of the things that Ellen does is we do our own customized in-house EBITDA tracking that I do. Ellen does that as part of the customer service. So at any given time, you can say, how's my properties doing? And she can factor that in for you. It's not what you would use to sell the property, but it's like a quick check to give you a feel for how you're doing on the rents, equity, and then she'll kind of let you know what's happening in the neighborhood with appreciation. Does that make sense? Because we know that you may sit down with Meg and pick out properties for very specific reasons. Like, for example, we have a tech development district here, and I sold a property there a couple of years ago to a client, and he called me. He's like, Aaron, this property for 2 years has just sucked. I've only made like 4 cap, and I thought it was going to be like 8 or 9. And so I looked at it, and I'm like, oh yeah, you just had turnover, and it's been beaten up, and I said, hey, that property sold you for $50,000. It's worth like $120 now. because remember it was tech revitalization, and I sold it to you. It was still pretty rough, but we could see the bulldozers from that. He's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I'm like, so honestly, dude, the rents kind of covered your taxes and insurance. Where you really made your money was on appreciation. You know you didn't need the rents anyway. And he's like, you're right. I just forgot. And so always have the conversation with us down the road because we keep in touch organically with what's going on in the neighborhoods. Question?
Along that line, what does it mean when it says it's in an opportunity zone?
So opportunity zones came out as part of the Trump tax laws. And we all got really excited about them at first because the idea was, are you familiar with the 1031 exchange? So 1031 exchange, it was basically if you bought a property in an opportunity zone and spent, let's say you bought it for $50,000 and then you spent $25,000 to $50,000 in repairs. So 50 to 100% of the purchase price you spend in improvements and improve that. Then if you held it for 7 years, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Donald or Kendall, if you hold it for 7 years, then you could sell it and not pay any capital gains. Now, if before 7 years you sold the opportunity zone house and reinvested in another opportunity zone, it worked like a 1031 exchange, no capital gains. And if you bought, or was it 10 years? 10 years, right? You had to hold it for 10. The 7 years was if you sold stock, you could defer the capital gain on your stock sale by investing into an opportunity zone. Am I getting that right? And then you still paid a reduction on the capital gains from the stock sale. I believe it's a reduction of like 15%. Is that what it is? Steel trap, baby. So a lot of tech guys were like, oh, this is great because now I got all these stock options from my tech company. I can not have to pay the taxes now, right? Defer them for 7 years. Say you owe $200,000 in tax, and then you invest in real estate, and what are you doing that whole time? Making rents that effectively could be used to pay the tax bill. And then it goes down 15%. So now you don't owe $200,000 7 years from now. You owe $170,000.
There was something about a stepped-up basis in 10 years too.
Yes. Yeah, there was also. So everybody got excited, but then what we found was to make it comply, it's actually a lot of hoops to jump through. Yeah, the rehab thing was like mandatory. And so so you had all these funds that rolled out, these opportunity zone funds that have rolled out. And they were new construction because they're like, screw it, I'll just build new construction. That's how I'll show significant improvement because the rehab number was tough to interpret it. But now Biden could really throw a wrench. Donald, what are you seeing on that stuff? With what Biden's saying his new tax plan will be versus the ozone? I heard it could like blow up.
Oh, it just depends. You have to pass a majority of that.
Yeah.
You have to have all that bill change quickly. As soon as might be 2 years from now, everything expires 4 years from now. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were like, I mean, and I don't want to get into politics other than the extent of whatever your politics, as an investor, you have to know what the status quo would have been with Trump and what the potential outcome could be with Biden. And then you also have to look at it through the lens of if the Democrats get the Senate or if the Republicans hold the Senate. Because if the Republicans hold the Senate, Mitch McConnell is going to block a lot of the really progressive tax reforms that Biden wanted to include in his package, like getting rid of capital. He was talking about getting rid of a 1031 exchange, right, Kendall? So he was talking about eliminating, but a lot of people are like, yeah, but what he was. I have a friend who's a constitutional scholar, and he's a very, very, very liberal guy. We were golfing, and I was telling him that I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I couldn't vote for Trump from a tax impact basis for me because those new Trump tax laws literally have reduced my tax bill $200,000 a year. Like it's been a big deal, huh, Donald? It's huge, and he's like, Aaron, if McConnell holds the Senate, Biden ain't getting that tax plan passed. That he proposed that tax plan is what he wants to do. Part of it is to appease to his progressive base who are going to vote for him. And I was like, oh, I didn't think about that. And so that's why Donald says it depends, right?
Typically, they'll implement and propose like the max over here and look for a compromise and some type of change to leave a legacy. But it never ended up being the original proposal.
It's true.
And then it takes 2 years, probably the soonest, to figure out for that.
I mean, as somebody who's been doing real estate for 20 years under Obama, under Trump, under Bush, like nobody's hurting real estate. How our hookups just change. Because Trump gave me a tax break, but healthcare still didn't work for my employees. And so 2 years ago, what do we do, Meg? We bought private insurance for every one of our employees. So there went my tax write-offs, because it cost me $200,000. But now every one of my employees got health care because it didn't get fixed with the last election. Business owners don't have the luxury of being uber partisan. That happens to people who live in Washington. I got Democrat tenants and Republican tenants and Democrat employees and Republican employees. And let me give you another example, a real example. 4 years ago when Trump won, I lost all my Mexicans. They were like, peace out. We're going because think about my Hispanic, undocumented, you can say illegal if you want, but undocumented workers. Because here was the deal. If you're a farmer in the U.S., they got this great worker visa program. You can have a pipeline of Mexican employees that come up every year from Mexico to clean your fields out. They don't have that for construction. And so the big dirty little secret in construction is, well, ICE may come in and take all your undocumented Mexican labor and put them in jail. But guess what they never did to the business owner? They never penalized the business owner because they knew that there was no plan that legally you could use. That's the only thing I can think. And so I would never worry too much about whether they were documented or not because it didn't affect me as a business owner, and the government had never created a way for me to tap that labor. I need to just call it Alpine Farm. Let's call it Alpine Farm Management so I can get some workers. Because I see these farmers in Idaho, man, it's like the best gig ever. It's like every year, 20 guys come up from Mexico. I was like, how do I get that for construction? I would take it seasonal. It'd be great. But our government's broke. Immigration sucks. Now we got a half-built wall. I got employees who can't get insurance. So I just went, as a business owner, you got to take care of your own. You got to take care of your family, your tenants, your employees. Because I got 3,000 tenants that I need to take care of. I got 1,000 clients, and I got 400 families that work for me that rely on me making good decisions. So I don't have the luxury of driving around town with my Trump flag or wearing buttons that say riding with Biden. I don't have that luxury. And so I learned to just read as part of my research. I track legislation neurotically, don't I, babe? She rolled her eyes. I track every step. I read through it all because I want to understand.
People are really lazy with their education. You're the opposite.
I was showing them about that amazing webinar I was watching in January, the 2020 Harvard Joint Housing Studies annual report, and there were like thousands of us watching it.
So fascinating.
Meg watched it. Meg was like, gosh, as a family, should it be Hallmark Christmas movies or Harvard Report? And I made my boys watch Harvard Report. So, like personal politics are one thing, but as a business owner, you got to understand how both sides of the game affect you. And so I was joking with someone, like, look, Biden wins. Maybe I can recoup the money I'm spending on healthcare. So that's $200,000 back in my pocket. My tax bill goes up, so I get screwed there. But then I get my Mexicans back. Whatever. Trump wins. I've already fixed those problems, and I'm getting the tax breaks. Whatever. I really didn't care. So all I did was talk shit to everyone about it. Right?
Yes.
I got your mom so spun up.
My mom is still in the fetal position.
She thinks it's like Jesus, Sean Hannity.
We're having to bring her food because she can't even move.
So whenever I realize somebody's really passionate, I'd be like, yeah, but Biden needs to fix healthcare. It's been great, man. I love this election. It's been awesome. I'm win-win. I don't care who wins. I don't care what the stock market does. I don't care what housing does. I'm 20 years in. I already rode out a crash. It's like as you go along, you start building your tool belt. Oh, okay, well, so now I'll just go buy notes. Now I'll just go back to the foreclosure. Now I'll just retail MLS. Well, I'll just sell the Singaporeans. Well, Wall Street. I don't care what happens now. Michael said to me yesterday, dude, you just sell everything, man. You just have like $50 million and you do nothing. I'm like, why would I do that, bro? I like it. That's my finance bucket's a good bucket. I like it. It's only 20% of my life, but I like it. I like working. My poor kids. My son said, Dad, when I take over the company, I'm going to get 17 homeless people, put them in a room, and say, hey, you guys all get dessert if you laugh at my dad's jokes. And I'm like, Dad, we got a seminar. Go sell. I'll be like 85. I don't think that's that funny. All right, questions about any of these? Yeah.
Can you make an application to the EBITDA? Because like with cap rate, you made a comparison to your trigger quote.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, your mobile. So you said 100K to 100K for a bar. Are you looking for a number on your property?
On the EBITDA?
Do you have a range that you can give me to?
Actually, what I really do is when I combine what I do with once I own property, I basically combine cap rate and EBITDA. But I don't just want to look at the cap rate on my properties because I'm losing out on the equity and appreciation. And so by eliminating some of the variable expenses that I don't know what they'll be from my cash flow analysis, it shows a higher cash flow. It shows a higher cap rate than what the actual cap rate is. And so in my mind, it's like a quick check to see it. Because if I look at my internal EBITDA tracking on my whole portfolio, because remember, we're talking a few hundred properties, and I see that it's trending towards what the cap rate should be, that concerns me because that means that we're underperforming somehow because my formula is like a cap rate on steroids. It really should be cap plus 30, cap plus 40, and meaning I'm doing well. Because basically I do cap rate, but I eliminate maintenance and vacancy because those are variable expenses. And so I combine EBITDA with cap rate to give myself a valuation that includes the appreciation and growth. Does that make sense? So if I see my internal EBITDA show close to what actual cap is, then I'm like, I need to dig into that. And so it's a way that, because every month I can't go through the cap rate, a full cap rate analysis on all my properties. But by doing a stripped down EBITDA, it gives me a quick check pulse, kind of like the 1% rule does, to look at my properties. And that's why we started tracking it for investors, because I made my bookkeeper do it that way for me. I figure it should be like cap plus 30%, yeah. Because you figure maintenance and vacancy are anywhere from 15 to 30% at any given time. And so anytime I see it less than about that, then I go, ooh. Now I could just have her track cap plus, but we always think in terms of gross. Like nobody says, people say I make $100,000 a year. They don't say, well, I make $68,423 after tax. Nobody says that, right? I make $20 an hour. No, after taxes and withholdings, I make $14,11. We always think in terms of gross. And so I found that myself, if I'm only looking at cap rate, then mentally I tend to be emotionally negative. Because Meg, money is emotional. You say that all the time.
A lot of people always say that they're not making emotional decisions, but it's almost better you go in knowing you're going to make a little bit. How you come into your money is how you spend your money. If you come into your money emotionally, you're going to spend it through your blood, sweat, and tears, or through an inheritance. That's an emotional way that you came into that money. Most times downstairs when I'm picking up property, people, they're crying. It's emotional to spend. So that's just the way it is.
Because what I'm really doing is most investors that are 5- and 6-figure income earners are P&L investors. And most 7-, 8-, and 9-figure investors are balance sheet investors. Let me give you an example. That 100-space trailer park I bought in Kansas City. 2 years later, that $400,000 has turned into $2.4 million. Okay? And my cash flow, my profit and loss on that is basically negative 2. I haven't made a penny in 2 years. But my 2.4 million, if I look at the balance sheet, is worth, I got a Japanese group that's looking at bringing $8 million in. So in the balance sheet, I have $5 million that I've made on that project in 2 years. If I focus on my cash flow, I'm out a couple $1 million. And people that obsess about their rents at the expense of their equity and appreciation, P&L investors, they sell too soon. They get out of real estate because they're way too upset. Like, if you don't need the money to pay your bills, stop obsessing about the P&L. Mentally, we all want to do that. We all want because we all read Rich Dad Poor Dad. We're like, oh, the cash flow. But Wall Street doesn't do that. They call cash flow loss mitigation. Hey, if it can cover my taxes, pay for some repairs, I don't give a shit. It's paying for itself. Good. That's money I don't have to spend. How's the growth? How's the equity? How much do I have there? Because then when I do sell that, that's when I'm getting rich. Does that make sense? So learn to be a balance sheet investor unless you need the rents to live off of. Now, when you need the rents to live off of, my rule of thumb is if you own a property free and clear, and tell me what you guys think is, never plan on spending more than 40% of the gross rents. Because if you have a property that brings in $1,000 a month, your expenses every year are only going to be, or monthly are only going to be $350. And so people always say, well, now I can spend $650. And nope, no, you cannot. If you budget $400, you'll be okay. 40%. What do you think? Yeah, I say 40% of the gross. You should, if you want spendable cash flow from your rentals, never plan on more than 40% of the gross. That, assuming that you own them free and clear. If you got a mortgage, never plan on any of it if you have a mortgage. Because you need all of it to pay the mortgage and the expenses over time. If you have a mortgage on an investment property, if you have cash flow in the year at the end of the year, slow clap, pay down the principal. Be glad that your tenants are paying your mortgage on your rental. That's the benefit. Don't ever, in my opinion, I don't care what this, I always thought when I started out 20 years, I see these spreadsheets and expenses, and then you have positive cash flow of $400 that you can spend for. No, you don't. Because you're going to have some CLE on one of your properties, right? All the investors are like, yep, some drain line's about to collapse. Some uninsured garage is going to burn. Like, you'll have something. And so that's the rule of thumb. If you own a free and clear, good, 40%. That's what you can keep. If you don't, just power down that mortgage. We're going to talk a lot about debt tomorrow. I'm going to continue. I wanted to lay the groundwork for that debt slide today. We're going to talk about more specifically about debt tomorrow. Okay? Any questions? Cool. Last thing I want to cover today is I want to talk about what the specific qualities of a good rental market are, and I want to talk about our markets before we finish up today. So, if you go to my Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page, you will see that the articles that I have on there really are about this premise of what I think a great market is. That's where you'll see it keep returning. So when I look at rental markets, now markets that I like that we're not in, I like St. Louis. I like Omaha, Columbus. There's only one, right? Ohio. The Columbus, Ohio state. I love Nashville, but it's just too sexy. Now, one thing you'll notice is when I say I like a market, I don't look at anything with less than 1 million people. Unless I have to live there because it's Idaho. That's right? Oh, yeah, that. So who's seen Warren Buffett's house? You ever heard the story? Warren Buffett's got like a...
1952.
Yeah, I drove by it when I went to Omaha. Here, I'll show you guys. It's literally in just an upper middle class neighborhood. It's just the most normal house. You could drive by it. There's like, you know, like it's it. He's owned it since I think the 60s or 70s. $600,000 house. Okay. So I said to Meg, let's do like Warren Buffett did. What, that's not that funny.
How many kids does Warren Buffett have?
I don't know. He doesn't know. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't have 4 teenagers in his house right now.
So we have this house. We're into it like, I mean, look, 3/4 acre lot. Look at my neighborhood. Doesn't look like Warren Buffett's neighborhood? Okay. We're into it like $800,000. Put a pool in. Okay. This is funny. There's Meg's son. Jerry's Jonah. Cute house, right? I'm like, babe, we own it free and clear. So I have a rule of thumb that I don't think your personal residence. There we go. Boom. That's nice, right? That's a forever house. What do you guys think? Who's with me? Who thinks we deserve a little bit more? Meg, raise your hand. Meg's like, we made $5 million. We need. So, no, she didn't. I'm teasing. So, everything I do is like my own little systems about money, and I don't ever want a mortgage on our houses, and so we own this free and clear. We're into it and bought it for $5 and then spent $300,000 completely remodeling it. It's amazing. It's beautiful. Like the plantation shutters, the marble counter in the kitchen. It's gorgeous. So, and I was like, hey, you know, my kid's almost out. We'll start losing one every year. It's good. Like this is a great house. But I don't think that you're in personal residences, you should have more than 5% of your net worth. So if I'm worth $50 million, we're worth $50 million. 10% of that would be $5 million. 5% would be $2.5 million. So we have this house here that we're going to put on the market for $875 this next week because I lost. Okay, and then but then we have our house here, just down the street. We have an 1878 Greek Revival mansion with a carriage house. It's worth $1.5 million. So I was like, babe, we're perfect. My rule, and Meg's like, what is that ratio? Who cares? Like, we have so much cash. We could definitely afford a better house. I'm like, I know, but you know, then we're like following the Buffett model. And I was reading his biography.
Better house. Bigger.
So it did say Warren Buffett did spend like $10 million to extend the runway in Omaha for his jet. So it's not like he's not living a life of monkish austerity. Babe, what's the address for our house? Oh, you don't know? Then it isn't real.
No, stop.
Babe.
9221.
Huh?
9221 South.
You know how I remember that, Donald? 92, I went on my mission. I was 21 when I got home. Like that? So this came on the... Oh, is that it? All right. This does not look like the Buffett model. 3 acres, fully landscaped. I'm like, we got a driveway now. Out in eastern Idaho. Raise your hand if it looks just too much. Too much, right? It's too much. So my neighbor across the street's a custom home builder. He keeps a full-time cabinet maker on staff. He built this house 3 years ago. built it for $1.5 million. The land, a 3-acre lot over there now is worth about $500,000. So you couldn't duplicate this house for less than about, counting the landscaping, 2.2. And so it came on the market for 1.3. Huh?
How much did he build it for you?
1.5. I mean, look at the.
There's some people we can't get them to think like investors. You can't turn the investor piece off of their brain, even when it comes to like a personal.
This is my worst. This is my worst investment. This is not. This is my worst liability. It's my liability.
This is partially how I got him on board, is because it's not your worst investment.
Think of all the emotional investment right here.
You invest in the kids, she leverages your brain. What would be the median house value in the U.S. if everybody lived by your?
Oh, isn't that interesting though? Because
What, $20,000?
and if you can't afford it, you should be a renter. If 5% of your net worth is in a house you want to live in, you should be renting. Because I think if you look at what people pay in amortization over the life, because most people spend 40, 50 years in mortgages, and they're still just renters anyway. And then you add up everything they spend on pools and additions and decks on their homes. And if you were to just take that, what they wasted to rent the equivalent class of home and invested, I really do think the mortgage system that we have is for banks. It's not for Americans. It's not serving us. Because our brokest generation is our boomers. And my generation, the Gen X's, aren't doing any better, and neither are the millennials. They're doing worse. We've become a nation of leased cars and perpetually financed personal residences that are liabilities, and we don't understand money. And as a former high school teacher, because we don't understand money, as the parents, we sure as hell aren't teaching our kids about money.
But interest rates are so low.
Yeah.
Median net worth in the U.S. is $97,300.
Oh, $5,000. Hey, I got a $5,000 trailer. Because if too much of your net worth is allocated to your primary residence, which is a liability. Now Meg got me. She checkmated me because she's like, our house down the street here, the first floor is an Airbnb that we make $2,000 or $3,000 a month. And then the carriage house in Airbnb, we make about $1,000 a month. She's like, well, wait a minute. You can't count that as part of our ratio because we're making $3,000 a month from our primary residence. So that actually gives me $1.5 million to invest in a home. See, that's the problem when you work with your wife. She out checkmated me with my own game.
Well, and there's equity in that house.
The master does have 14-foot ceilings. That's pretty dope. How great is that? I'm like, you need some window coverings, though.
Yeah, they don't have any window coverings on it. It's weird.
Yeah. Anyway, this house is too much. What's that? That question is like when somebody said to J.P. Morgan, how much gas does it cost to take your yacht out in the harbor? And he said, if you have to ask the question, you probably can't afford it. I don't know. That was a true story, though. I haven't thought about that. Anyway, the basement. This time Meg's kids are going in the basement, though. 4 bedrooms in the basement. They're going down to be Cinderella. Gingerella. I mean, look at the kitchen they put in the basement. That's the basement kitchen. That's the basement kitchen. All custom made by Greg. I said, Greg, what would you charge for the cabinets if we were building the home? He said the cabinetry in the house and the walnut floor and everything I put in, $400,000. There isn't a cabinet that wasn't made on site. The guy backed this trailer up every day and built every single cabinet in the house. Yeah, it's a cool house. So anyway. Yeah, they have a cat. Are they leaving the hot tub? They are leaving the hot tub? Yeah. 8 bedrooms, 8,000 square feet, 3 acres. All right.
All the help you get.
Just one little horse.
Yeah, boy. Hey, Meg works her ass off, so we joke about it, but I'm excited about the house. It'll be cool. January 11th, we move in. But I really love it. Well, I'm going to show you guys my house here tomorrow. We better make the bed, babe. We're going to go through the top floor tomorrow.
Upstairs too?
Yeah, right? You guys want to see our... The 1878, it's amazing. I've restored... It's really cool. I've restored just within... Because this is a historical district... 16 properties. I was a history major. I love historical restoration. They're not my best investments, but I love those properties. They're cool, right?
Yeah, cool.
Cooler than a 3-acre ranch in Idaho. So I look at affordability when I look at a market. I compare median price to median income. So areas like California, affordability is ridiculously horrific. Okay, you pretty much have to be a millionaire to actually afford a house. So I look at that. If affordability is low, it's not good for a rental market. Unemployment, kind of obvious. But I don't just compare the unemployment rate of Indianapolis to like Phoenix. I only compare it to surrounding states. I compare the region. Population growth, again, I compare it for the region. I want to see a population growth that is better than, not flat. I want to see better than birth rate, at least. Because you have some areas that are declining population. So obviously, that's not a good rental. This is a big one. Fiscally sound and business-friendly state government. In California, how much does it cost a year to keep an LLC? $800. Not business-friendly. In New York, where you have rent controls. Wow. We have former contestant on The Apprentice. Amazing restaurateur with her husband in Chicago. Everybody turn around and say hi to a super impressive person, Nicole. So Anderson and I are working on, actually turn the feed off for a second. They get all pissed. Oops, they're all bitter. What did we turn it off for? I can't even remember.
Talking about your industry disruption.
Yeah, industry disruption. Top secret, guys, top secret. All right, so this is from a couple years ago. Here's the website. And again, I'm going to give you this slide, so I have the link. It's zerohedge.com. It's from 3 years ago. And I've seen some different updated, but what it does is it shows cities in the U.S. that have financial distress. Okay? So like Austin, if they're red, they're broke. If they're light tan, now again, this is 3 years ago, so some of the content's updated. Yeah. What should? Yeah, Seattle's not good. And actually, Columbus shouldn't be dark brown. Columbus is more middle right now. But here's my point. And actually, I think Zero Hedge has updated. I've seen a few updated lists. I need to update this slide. But Atlanta is an interesting city because Atlanta fits all of my criteria. You got cheap houses in Atlanta. You got good unemployment, good population growth, fiscally sound, business-friendly government. But Atlanta's broke. They overpaid on their pension. They overborrowed for the Olympics and infrastructure. And so, 50 cents of every tax dollar that comes into Atlanta goes to pay pension obligations they're in the hole on or debt that they've taken on. So I don't want to buy a rental in Atlanta because Atlanta's broke. And a broke city council starts looking at raising property taxes, raising fees on permitting, becoming less landlord friendly, and if I'm a business owner, that's not good for my business. Doesn't mean that Atlanta's not good for rentals. Doesn't mean you can't make money. But when I'm looking at something, I'm looking at it at scale. And so, so whether a city has money or is solvent or is not solvent is a big factor for me when I'm evaluating. And again, this is something that I find that a lot of people don't really think about. Now, in terms of the markets, if you guys take a look at the book that we gave you, you got some, if you're chilling at the cocktail party tonight, I've incorporated these market reports into your book. So you can see you have the January 2020 Indianapolis market report that I have up on the screen. Talks about the different businesses that are here. Okay, the different companies that are here. I even include articles, like for example, tech. Anybody see the name on the tallest building downtown? What business that was? Salesforce. What kind of company is Salesforce? Software. That used to be, until last year, it was the Chase Tower. Salesforce bought the naming rights. Salesforce is based in San Francisco. Indianapolis is their number 2 headquarters, and it is for a lot of tech companies. The downtown population used to be 10,000. When I 15 years ago, when I moved out here, it's now almost 50,000. And so most of that has been driven by tech, millennial, and Gen X growth. So it talks about that. Also is the Charlotte market report. So if you're wondering why Charlotte, well, outside of Wall Street, Charlotte is the largest banking center in the U.S. Almost every major bank has their number 2 headquarters in Charlotte. Charlotte and Dallas every year are like number 1 and number 2 for population growth and relocation. So it talks about Charlotte, and we've crushed it in Charlotte following the rail lines. So we followed the light rail very successfully in Charlotte to capture growth and appreciation. Just ridiculous kind of numbers based on, what's that? What's crazy is I had a friend who bought out in Gastonia, he bought 10 years ago 50 houses for $10,000 a piece in Gastonia. I can't get a house in Gastonia for less than like 70 pre-rehab right now. Talk about appreciation. I saw him in the airport day before yesterday. I told him that. He was not happy because he had sold most of them already. Kansas City, we're excited about. If you saw my Facebook, or if you're on my Facebook, I put a post Tuesday in Kansas City of a 6-plex that I got under contract. Here it is. Beautiful $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 historic homes. Cute 6-plex. Great historic neighborhood. Then I got inside. Beautiful $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. So raw sewage on these apartments, just running to the floor. What's that, from the tub? The toilet. Raw sewage on a Wednesday. I think you make money when you buy. So it smells like money down here, right, guys? You guys want to partner on this? Interested in multifamily? Potentially? Okay. We do have some multifamily that we're getting online. Kansas City is really going to be kind of our multifamily market because India is so picked up. We did multifamily 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago here. Haven't done any in a long time because it's so expensive. It's hard to get C-class 5 cap in Indy. And Charlotte's even worse. But Kansas City, we're still looking at some 6, 7 cap Class B areas. And so multifamily is something we're going to be doing. But Meg, what's the deal with the multifamily? Since we have so few coming online, how are you working it with our clients? Who are you offering it to?
We're offering it to clients who, they have the cash to do it for one, and also have already a portfolio of single-family homes. We can have a conversation about how to do that into your portfolio, if at all.
Yeah, we have so much demand for multifamily that you can't just buy that 6-plex from me.
Yeah, the relationship with Alpine will not start with the 6-plex.
Nah, because they're in so demand. I'm gonna take it to somebody who bought a few houses from me already, right? Like if you've been with me a while, if you sat down, you pick out 3 or 4 houses, then we can have that conversation. But no, because if I put that on the market, it'll be gone. Once we fix it up, it'll be gone. And so we're kind of same thing. Look, I would say of all the trailer parks that I've done, I have investors that are partners. If you want to partner with me on a deal, that goes through Megan. We could do flipping partnerships. You could partner on multifamily. But if you're thinking partnering on like a trailer park or something, you got to have at least $500,000 in cash. If you don't have that, then let's stick with keeping it simple. Let's do a couple of houses while you make more money, right? You never know. I mean, we had a client here a couple of months ago, $10 million. We did a partnership on a mobile home park. We did a flipping partnership. They picked out 8 deals with Megan, and we were able to help them really put something customized together. So it's not like we're telling you what you have to do with us. We're just saying that's what Meg's great at, is sitting down with you. What do you have? What do you want? What's your target return? And then we work backwards from that.
And which deals are best for you? Is that really aggressive type properties that aren't right for somebody who is living on the income and can't have an interruption in their cash flow? And we have properties that are more stable for clients that are in retirement. So I just kind of help you navigate which property, which market, and then how to diversify into the
Every month I get one person who's like, at the cocktail party, a couple drinks in, they're like, so here's my idea. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Are you seeing Queen or Bon Jovi? They're like, I got $100,000. So let's do a flipping partnership. Then I'll give it to you, Aaron. And then you start doing flips with my money. And when there's enough, we'll use those profits. I'll buy a house from you. I won't take it. And then you can just keep buying me houses and just keep flipping until you've turned my $100,000 into like $5 million in properties, and I'll keep it all with you. And I'm like, okay, I understand. Every month someone says that to me. I understand why that's good for you. Why is that good for me? I don't need your $100,000. I got $7 million liquid in my business accounts. I will show you tomorrow. Your $100,000 is just a headache. Ain't trying to flex, but it is. It's got to be win-win. We don't sell flips. We sell passive investments. You don't have enough money to invest passive. I got a $99 class to teach you how to do flips. Kim can help you put together a package of active income. When I finished reading Rich Dad Poor Dad, I was like, dude, I got to get more passive investments. And so I started thinking passive. That's misplaced. If you want more passive, you have to focus on active. Meg and I made $400,000 last month. We spent $20,000 on all those kids. We had $380,000 to buy more houses. But we made that $400,000 from active. We only made about $110,000 from passive, so we had enough for one house, but our active could buy 5 houses. So obsess about how much money you make if you don't have enough passive. Don't try to, I had this one engineer, he showed me his $150,000 if I get mortgage and then this. And I was like, bro, you're just putting padding on the seat of your rowboat. I mean, you should be thinking about how you make enough money to buy a yacht. So your brain power should be on active. If you don't have enough active to buy passive investments, that's why we built the whole Aaron Adams training for you. That's the conversation you need to have with Kim. Questions about that? All right, one final thing, because we'll break for the day. Questions about anything we've talked about today? You learned a lot?
Can we make it clear to the child, if you want to sit with me and talk properties, let Ellen know.
Yes. Ellen's going to keep Meg's schedule this weekend. So if you want to meet with Megan, we're not going to ask you, do you want to meet with us? If you don't let us know, if you don't let Meg or Ellen know. If you want to meet with Kim, just tell her, right, Kim?
Sure.
If they want to meet with you, just let you know.
Absolutely.
And if they want to meet with Kendall, you're doing meetings in the back tonight? Or Kim?
I'll meet with students at a table somewhere.
All right.
If you want to sit with me, I'll sit with them out here, let them take the room back here.
Team DBN's meeting, you guys will just be casually here?
Yep.
If you can get Donald to do a shot, I will give you $1,000 of alcohol. Not root beer. What's that? Okay. Yeah, housekeeping on that. Any other questions? All right, so one other thing I want to mention about businesses that I was talking about earlier is my father-in-law had a mission statement at his dental practice. And you went down to the very back of the building by the bathroom, and there, cross-stitched, hanging on the wall with dust on it, was their mission statement. And I remember reading it once, and I was like, man, I bet these employees have no idea what's on this mission statement. I bet the doctor's forgotten what's on that mission statement. I was like, this mission statement just seems like a waste to me. And as I've thought about this whole concept of building a business, I think mission statements are garbage. Because if you have to write it down for your employees, that's the problem. The mission for our company is ambitious. I think that people don't understand how money works in this country. They don't understand how investing is. Since we lost pensions, for the most of us, that our retirement system is broken. 401ks and IRAs are not getting us to maintain the standard of living that our grandparents and our great-grandparents had. And so there's no such thing as a retirement. This idea of retirement's going away. And so the mission of our company is to educate people on financial literacy and to also sell them deals. So you've heard the expression, teach a man to fish, feed him for their whole life. Give a man a fish, you only feed him for today. We're doing both. We're giving fishing lessons and selling fish. And it's unique. And I think that investors are underutilized as under-diversified in real estate itself. And that the financial firms like Fidelity, which manages $7 trillion with a T, $7 trillion of Americans' retirement money, making them like 3% a year, is criminal. And we've all been fleeced, and we're going to really deep dive on that tomorrow morning. And so my employees, whether it's Ellen, who's tracking the EBITDA for my clients, whether it's Meg, who's sitting down to help people pick out portfolios, whether it's Lincoln, my operations manager, I want them to all have when I met Meg, and she was working in Kansas City, and I said, Meg, I need you to come out to this event here because I want you to meet these investors and see what they're thinking and what they want, so you understand how important what you're doing is in Kansas City, because I want you to understand the purpose of this organization. Because now we're managing thousands of properties that we sold to investors as alternatives to what they were doing before. And I'm watching people who were making 3%, 4% on their money, doubling that, tripling that just on cash flow, and then doubling that again with appreciation. So I'm watching people who've associated with our company now for a long time making 5, 6, 7 times the returns. I have wealthier clients that are doing apartments with me and mobile home projects with me that are making double-digit returns. And when JP Morgan died, Andrew Carnegie said, "Gosh, I didn't know he was that broke." And I read this in JP Morgan's biography, and I was laughing about it because what Andrew Carnegie meant was that JP Morgan almost never did a deal that he didn't syndicate with his partners. And so Carnegie kept everything together. He was like a Gilded Age titan, and he destroyed labor and broke up unions, and he was one of the wealthiest men in the world. But if he wouldn't have put his name on so many things, no one wouldn't know who he is, because he didn't leave a legacy. Whereas JP Morgan left this legacy of partnerships and collaborative wealth that he moved forward. And as I read both biographies, I liked the JP Morgan model. I like that I never have to go to banks for loans, because I always have someone in my tribe who is coming out of a sale of a property or has a group. I have a really great friend named Naya. She's Chinese. She lives in San Francisco. When I told her what we wanted to do with the Blackfoot mobile home project, she was like, "Oh, I'm excited. I can't wait to raise money for that." And she raised money for the syndication we put together on that. And so it's cool for me now, 20 years later. My dad grew up here in Indianapolis. And he ended up as a casino executive because my mom is from Nevada. My mom's brother was a lawyer. And in 1975-76, my uncle wrote all the casino gaming regulations to legislate. Remember the movie Casino? When they regulated casino gaming? My uncle wrote the laws. And Steve Wynn, you've heard of him. Steve Wynn said, "I want the lawyer that wrote the laws to be the president of my casino, the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas." And in 1977, my uncle, the Mormon lawyer, gets hired as the president of Steve Wynn's casino, and he calls his redneck brother-in-law from Indiana, my dad, and says, "Come help me run the casino." That's how my dad got into the casino industry. My dad made a lot of money. He was a wealthy guy, but he really had a W-2 mindset. And my dad was actually an English major in college, and he made me memorize this poem that goes, "There is no chance, no fate, no destiny that can circumvent, hinder, or control the firm resolve of a determined soul." And it was written by some 18th century poet. And my dad made me memorize it when I was young. And my boys know that poem. My stepkids know that poem. Because if you think about it, what it really says, if you flip it backwards, there's no chance, no fate, no destiny that can circumvent, hinder, or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. If I'm a sufficiently determined soul, then nothing can stop me. If I say yes, and I'm sufficiently determined, then I will figure it out. I shouldn't need a mission statement to remind me, because I've written it on the hearts of everyone that affiliates with this organization, because I focus on autonomy, I focus on mastery, and I focus on purpose for the team that's with me. And when I went to my dad in 2004 and I said, I'm scared to buy any more deals in California. I've made $1 million. I left the high school and I'm doing real estate full time. I don't want to buy any more properties because you can't get better than 7 cap anymore. And when I started buying 4 years ago, everything was an 11 cap. My dad's like, well, there is Indiana. And I was like, no. That's all you, Dad. That's what you left when you were 18. You never went back. I'm like, that's Grandma and Grandpa. That's the state fair. That's, I wanted no part of coming back to Indiana. I'm like, Dad, that's a flyover state. I live in California. It's a non-flyover state. And he's like, well, I'm just saying you can get 10, 11, 12 cap properties in Indiana. And I'm like, there's no way. He's like, call your Uncle Bob. So I called my Uncle Bob. He ran a construction crew. And he's like, yeah, one of my guys is selling a house 3 miles east of here. $10,000. Class B neighborhood. Needed $10,000 in work. $20,000 basis. See how you've learned? I'm stringing it together for you. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. What's 1% rule on 20,000 basis? $200 a month. I rented it for $750. I'm like, shit, I'm moving to Indiana. So I started selling everything in 2004. My dad's like, you really going to Indiana? I was like, yeah, Dad, I got once I get everything sold, I got $1.3 million. He's like, what's your plan? I said, I'm going to buy 15 cap properties. I'm going to just live off of that. It's like $180,000, $200,000 plus a year. My spendable cash flow should be $120,000. I'm only spending $10,000 a month right now. He's like, okay. He's like, would you be interested in me investing? And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I might, I'd be interested. I'm like, Dad, I couldn't get a loan out of you. You didn't partner on a deal. I've done 60 deals over the last 4 years, and you're nowhere to be seen. Now you want to jump in on the gravy train? Want some of this A train? And he's like, yeah, no, we'd be interested if it's our active, if it's our passive and your active. I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, let's say I send out, let's say I match, what are you taking out there? I'm like, $1.2 million. He's like, what if I match it? I said, what if you match it? Well, I don't want to go back to Indiana, so you go to Indiana, and you vertically integrate, and it'll be my passive and your active. And I said, well, what does that mean, really? He's like, well, how about you just have to pay me 10% of my money? I said, so I just got to give you $120,000? I'm like, he's like, yeah. Thinking, okay, so I just got to buy, 10 caps. So I need 1.5% rule. I can do that. That's easy in Indiana. It's going to buy $1 million worth of what I just bought from Uncle Bob. And then I could keep my money flips. Well, what if I can make 30 or 40% off of my $1 million? That's another $300,000 or $400,000. He's like, I have a partner that would throw in another $1 million too as well. So I was like, done. So I came to the auction in November 2004. It's a long time ago. And I started Alpine Property Management in January 2005. And my dad knew everyone in town, and he introduced me to a couple of people at the auction that helped me navigate it, and a couple power players politically here in town, and told me what name. And don't buy west of Sherman, but only buy east of Sherman, and don't buy south of 38th Street if you're east of Meridian, and and Speedway's great. You got to buy out there. And he kind of helped me map out the city. And I had an on-the-ground partner, but it was, out there. And so January, February, March, we get to July, and I was off to the races. I had all my dad's money invested. I had all of his partner's money. I had a couple flips I was working on. He and I went to the auction July 2005. And he's like, man, I don't feel so good. We flew back to the West Coast. He said, I need to go get some blood work done. I feel like I have the flu. And when you're 430 pounds, it masks symptoms. And my dad had leukemia, but his weight masked the symptoms. And by the time he actually went and got it checked out at 57 years old, They're like, you got 3 weeks to live, dude. And I'm like, wait, hold on. You know, I just started Alpine 7 months ago. And they admitted him to a hospital on a Thursday night, and he died of heart failure on Sunday night. He had 3 days to live. And I'll never forget looking at that digital scale. They were at 430, and I was like, I'm 325. I got to make a change because this ain't working for him, and it's not working for me. And I had a little boy that was, 2, and another one on the way, and I didn't want to do that to them. It's funny how you can be mad at someone for dying, right? It's like, because you could have avoided that. And now I'm in Indiana. I don't know shit about Indiana. Now, the worst, my mom's my partner. Can I tell you? You do not want an alpha, recently widowed woman as your partner. She's like, so Aaron, what are we doing with the business? I was like, no. In fact, I got this tattoo. It's my dad's signature from my birth certificate. When he was born, July 26, 2005, when he passed. And he was either that or barbed wire. See, that's funny. And my mom's like, are you going to put me on the other arm? I'm like, I got a special spot right there. It's all for you, Mom. Big real estate. Pain in my ass. And talk about catastrophic life events. I was in the middle of one. And my wife's like, I don't want to move to Indiana. And I'm like, oh yeah, all right, I'll commute. And I was, 16 months later from getting divorced because commuting from the West Coast to try to run $3 million on the East Coast and then buy your mom out and figure out how to do long distance investing and buy rentals and do flips. It was horrific. But I had said yes, and there was no way I was going to back away from that because winners win. And part of me thought maybe I should just pack up and go back to California, just sell and cut bait. But I remembered that poem that my dad had made me memorize. And because I was a sufficiently determined soul, there was no chance that could stop me. There was no fate that could interrupt my progress. There was no predetermined destiny. And I figured it out because I had said yes. And I can't tell you how important it is to learn to make commitments because we've all heard the quote about blades getting forged and sharpened with heat, right? And it's real. And until you've pushed through survival mode, you don't know what you're made of or what your capacity to do. And 3 years later, the markets crashed, and I started over again trying to figure it out. COVID's been easy. I'm like, okay, whatever. I golfed 130 rounds this year. Meg can vouch. I have not been stressed. It's been great. I've learned my lessons. I close barn doors forever. I don't keep, once those cows get out, I'm good. And I tell you that so that you understand why we're so passionate about what we do. And I tell you that so you understand how important and how seriously we take your commitment to our company. And your desire to invest with us because we take it that seriously. And if that doesn't permeate into every aspect of the relationships you meet here, you'll see why it doesn't matter if it's a group of 14-year-old girls playing volleyball in California or 400 adults running real estate operations across the U.S. I haven't changed in 20 years. I still treat it the same way. And it still just points on a scoreboard because I don't even spend the money anyway. I really, really love what we do. I love teaching. I love engaging with my team. I'm an extrovert. And I think that'll resonate with you as you meet with people the same way. And I think my dad would have been pretty stoked with what he could see here. He'd be surprised we're in this neighborhood because when he was growing up, this was like rough. Like these houses were like $10,000. But, kind of cool. One of my uncles talked my grandma, who survived my dad, into a reverse mortgage on the family house that we've been in the family since 1948. And when my grandma passed, I said to the other guys at auction, nobody's going to buy this house, right? This is my family house. So I bought that house, and I had one uncle who had never borrowed any money from my grandma. And I said, Uncle Bob, you can live there for the rest of your life for free. How cool is that? I don't like to go over there because it's like too many ghosts, right? But I'm glad Uncle Bob's there because he's taking care of the garden. And whether it's a 20-year relationship with a former high school student that now manages construction for me in Charlotte, I tell you that as well because for me, it's personal. That's why I give you my personal information. That's why I want you to know who I am because I'm completely transparent. And I've learned at 47 that at least here in the U.S., that's how we as Americans get a good feel for somebody. We want to know what you're about and then make a decision. So hopefully we've provided that for you. We don't have any secret sauce other than execution. And so we're glad that you came here. We're glad that you joined us on the live stream. Tomorrow, we're really going to dig into retirement on the front end. And then in the afternoon, go out and check out some properties. And then Saturday, Kendall, do you have some, Trav. Everybody say hi to Travis. Trav's my partner in Charlotte and one of my best buds. We've watched the Northern Lights together in the Arctic Circle. We had diarrhea together in India. We've done it all, man. We've been skiing. Meg, Travis, and I have been skiing the Olympic downhill runs around the world. That's one of our bucket lists we've been working on. And Meg's good, but Trav and I suck. But we don't care because then so we went to Innsbruck. Like we've been hitting them all. It's been fun. It's this year. This is the first year in 10 years I haven't used my passport. We're going somewhere for New Year's.
It's closed.
We're going to Mexico. Mexico's still open. I'm gonna be a super spreader. Too soon? Too soon. You all laughed. Evil. All of you are Darth Vaders. Red lightsabers. Okay? So we have the bus here. It'll run you back. Oh, Kim.
I got it.
You got the bus?
I solved the mystery.
What's that?
Can you go to aaronadamstraining.com?
Oh, you figured it out? Okay, good. What do we do?
Wrong place.
Oh. What do they do?
It took me 15 minutes, but I found it. Sorry.
So this is how you get the free class on here. Everybody pay attention.